Okay, I will predetermine Lipany. Okay, so Lipany, who wants to pick a civilization first? Okay, Viper, you pick a civilization for the Muslim.
And we get to pick civs and landmarks, yeah?
Correct, civs and landmarks.
You can have Abbasid.
Okay, so the Muslim gets Abbasid.
You have French.
And Viper gets French. He knows about that. Okay, what landmarks do you want to give him?
I want to give him the Market of Commerce.
Market of Chamber
of Commerce. And then I want to give him the Royal Institute.
Ooh.
Oh, and then the Siege Workshop one.
I didn't even know. Ah, yeah, the Royal Institute. No, that's not Royal Artillery, right? Okay, and Viper.
I have a feeling he didn't think about imp because he's expecting to kill me by then.
Yeah, he didn't care about imp. He didn't care about imp. Yeah.
He has to go trade wing, into military wing, into economic wing.
Okay.
Wait.
Trade wing into military wing into economic wing. That's what I heard. It's locked in now. Trade wing.
Trade wing into military into
economic wing. So fresh foodstuffs in imp if he wants to go for it.
Yes.
Okay. Good luck. Viper obviously hosts, and yeah, I will send it over to the.
Trade wing into military wing.
Yeah.
military wing, and then what's the last one?
Trade wing, military wing, economic wing.
Yes.
Okay. Is that the nickname that you want to use that when you play?
No.
Whoopsie.
What's your nickname?
Liquid to Muslim.
Okay, you were on point.
may
have had a different nickname.
May or may not have a different nickname. Okay, I will let GL the Viper, now changing his nickname, and we will see each other on the other side. Your casters will be Dave and the Mister.
Oh, welcome back. I have with me the Mister, the legend himself, and we're going to be casting the show match between Viper and the Muslim. I need the Mister here because some of those landmarks, like, you just forget about them. They're never used, and I'm going to need you to enlighten me on strategies. It's funny, we were just talking about they need to change names because the Viper was playing as the Muslim, and the Muslim was playing as GL Viper yesterday on the ladder, so they got to get that sorted out. That was after the Muslim changed his name from, I think he was like Marine Lord's mom or something before that. I think he matched up against someone, and they typed in the chat like, "Hi, Marine Lord!" exclamation
that
mark.
guy actually thought it was Marine Lord.
All right, so you heard the order, right? It's trade wing into military wing into economic wing. Do you think that's the best to go for if you're picking Abbasid?
No, definitely not.
What would you do?
If I were Abbasid?
Yeah, if you had to choose like the Abbasid landmarks.
I would force him to go into trade wing.
Yeah.
If I knew the map, and then culture wing, and then military wing.
Yeah. No economic wing.
No economic.
Even in Imperial Age?
Even in Imperial.
Okay. It's just that strong. And then for the French, we have the Chamber of Commerce.
大家晚上好啊。
Chamber of Commerce into the
我稍微准备一下，稍等一下啊。
Royal
Institute, and then the last one was
it's a chamber of something.
Chamber of something.
It's a siege workshop.
Siege workship.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay.
It
So
makes royal siege.
who has the advantage here?
The better player.
The better player.
Yeah.
Okay. Which one would you feel more comfortable in?
The French.
The French. Okay. You think Abbasid is just that bad without the economic?
No, I think people haven't got a lot of practice with one TC play as Abbasid.
Have you got a lot of practice with one TC play?
Yes.
In your mind?
Probably.
Yeah. I remember I mentioned trade wing to this guy yesterday, and I'm like, it doesn't seem like it would be that bad, and he just looks at me, he's like, shh.
Don't speak. Other rule here.
Yeah, and you always tell me, you're like, I'm completely open with all my strategies, and then I bring that up. Shh.
We don't want people to learn about the cheaper traders.
Yeah, it seems like if you have a nice map with a wall off, it can be pretty
Really
OP.
strong.
And Viper's the type of guy to just kind of go for those type of meme strategies and try and make them work. Oh, we to Muslim. One of the key points from the Muslim We see one Steel Series Prime Cup. That's why he was invited here. He's also bald, if you haven't noticed. He's a former pro in StarCraft 2 and Warcraft 3. And we see 3rd place in N4C Swiss stage. Now for the Viper, we have considered to be the best AoE2 player of all time. Won Genesis, that's why he was invited here. Number 1 in the world ranking coming into this tournament, I don't think anymore. And strategic capabilities, 7 out of 10. I actually gave him that ranking, honestly. Like, it was at, I think it was at Red Bull 5, and it was 10 out of 10, and then we look back at some of his previous Red Bull stuff.
各位，那个今天的抽奖方式，请大家预测你们最后的冠军人选是谁。比如说，我今天是预测小李5-2获胜。好，请大家在聊天室留言。那今天在冠军赛最后一天的冠军赛的转播结束之后，我们会抽出最后一位观众获得这个750点的点数卡。那如果有很相同的观众，同样都是预测成功的话，我们会从这几个观众里面抽出一位点数卡。
If you were in a show match like this, would you ever shut up, or would you just be like mind gaming the opponent?
I would definitely mind game my opponent.
Yeah, just like you do in ping pong.
Yes.
With me.
You have no chance in ping pong against me. Dave.
This guy beat me 12-0 the other day in ping pong. And every time I get close, he reminds me, it's like, it's not hard.
还要附上这个几比几
So tough to come back against you.
谁是最强先知？几比几？
Look at those markets.
我个人觉得应该是5-2。5-2 ，Leenock 赢。我是压 Leenock 赢。
This is absolutely perfect here. And we might see very
他昨天不小心把那个大魔王干掉了，我觉得那个无我状态已经深深的打动我，深深的打动我。我今天给小李，我信了。哇，我信了。
In between the market and your opponent's space.
那大家也可以把这个要在艾菲卡聊天室留言哦，不是在那个我的 YouTube 频道。
What kind of units are you going for?
As friends, I would make a couple of knights and see how it goes. And as an opposite player, I would obviously open Spearman because you need Spearman. And if you're opening Spearman, you need to transition into Horseman, or else archers are gonna wreck you.
Feel a little weird making a stable just for knights with the French. It's kind of like something that we're not used to here. Viper bringing in some sheep. You can see which player is which based on the color here. Viper is surrounded by blue. Muslim is surrounded by red. And Viper's at a chill 63 heart rate as he starts building that Chamber of Commerce. And Muslim is also going up with the trade wing. Where will the markets be for Muslim? Or does he decide to just go aggression? Do you have to make if you go up trade wing, do you have to make the traders?
No, you don't really have to. I think you could go for a traders as soon as you get a small advantage. Like if he manages to kill a couple of Viper's knights, then he can make the market and start trading. He could also start trading while he's going towards the berries, because all the berries, they are towards the market for... Okay, I was watching actually the red player, which is the Muslim. Yes.
Yeah.
So yeah, all the berries are towards the market. So if he starts getting the berries and making towers there, he can easily set up a trade route. And he has the safe.
那现在这个是表演赛哦 ，BO3 的表演赛，很快就结束了。好，我们先稍微准备一下我们冠军战嘛，因为那个冠军战昨天播到后面那个我已经一直在叫，已经强掉了。那个记录档的部分，明天应该是会上传啦，然后今天的冠军战后天会上传。
It's armor and
it's more gold income from their traders, which is actually really good.
Yeah. They don't have the ability to double produce like Mongols do, but it adds up over time. Chamber of Commerce is in, and traders are already coming out from Viper, so he's all in on the economy strategy right here. DeMuslim was going for some production buildings. Looks like Viper almost lost his scout, but he's going to get away, so it's a barracks there for DeMuslim and a second barracks. An archery range and a barracks for him, so it's all pressure early. Camel archers, are they a good unit here if you know your opponent's going to trade?
You should always have 1 or 2 camels.
现在是表演赛，没错没错。
I mean, they debuff the opponent cavalry, and you're playing against friends. You will face cavalry, and at the same time, they 3-shot spearmen, so your opponent can't really open spearmen.
And look, he can see that trade already. Loses the scout though, so he's going to lose vision on exactly how many trade cards are going. We'll have to take a look at that trade once it gets rolling here for Viper. Typical of him.
那跟大家报告一下吼，我们目前还未定下周会转播黄金联赛，但是4代下个礼拜开始会有全新的赛事，黄金联赛12.5万美金的大赛，比这次的奖金还要多的大赛会开始。那如果之后有转播的话，再请大家多多关注。目前未定啊。
So he's just gonna wait for the army to come forward, and then
那包含下礼拜开始，我们平日会回归这个2代的比赛转播，详情也是请大家再多多关注，因为每一天的这个比赛的内容转播，国外的比赛转播都常常会跟动时间，那我们的行程也都几乎是跟国外的比赛做调整，这样。
Still no trade from DeMuslim. He hasn't even gone for that market yet, even though he went up with the trade wing. And then
包含这个索科特拉岛大师赛，然后4组回归3打3，然后还有深水联赛，还有很多比赛，其实我们都还没有播，积了蛮久。
And Viper is going to be completely fine here as he goes out with some archers and some horsemen. Camel Archer fairly weak, so he's got to be careful about those archers from Viper. And Viper has managed to survive, and Viper has the villager advantage because of the French and because of his lonely trade cart right here. More Camel Archers, though, from DeMuslim. And DeMuslim is not adding trade yet, but Viper is adding in his second cart.
And I like it.
So is he gonna
表演赛会打3场，会打3场。
Get up to the next stage faster?
I think friends really need the food early on.
So which one was this Castle Age landmark again?
Royal Institute.
Okay, so what can you do with the Royal Institute?
You can get all the units.
今天是有留言在艾菲卡 TV 留下你最终的比数预测的观众朋友们，我们会抽出1位。送你750点的点数卡。那昨天跟前天的奖品都应该，刚好观众都有在，那就顺利的应该是有洽谈成功。那今天的话，因为明天没有转播的关系，务必大家要留在冠军战的最后一刻，我会抽出1位观众朋友们送你750点。
You feel like if your trade is being rated, you've done something wrong anyway?
Exactly.
Okay.
我不知道为什么，刚刚虽然我还没有播，可是我看他们那个比赛的地方啊，椅子上面有一些签名啊，然后大家的感情就是变得很好。就有一种让我回到学生时代那种，这真的是格数露营新生训练的那种感觉，然后很热血，很热血。就我觉得。透过这个2代的比赛认识 Viper， 了解 Viper， 然后就再从 Viper 认识这些其他的职业玩家，然后他们聚在一起，实力变强，觉得很。如果你很喜欢世纪帝国的话，你应该感觉会跟我有点类似啊，就觉得很感动啊。 然后看着自己喜欢的选手在这世纪帝国2打了差不多10年的比赛，然后现在重新开始在这个世代，试图成长，然后也不是说他觉得他2代强，然后就很摇摆或什么的，就是很谦虚在学。我觉得这种感觉真的是不错。
And he's gonna pick off the second one too.
那个椅子要在eBay 拍卖哦，真假的？不知道多少钱呢？有点想买。那椅子可以帮我 follow 一下吗？我想买哎，如果不要太贵的话，不知道会出到多少钱。
And more traders still for Viper. How many traders does he have?
你们觉得那个椅子价值多少？10万台币。
He's got 5 traders right now. Still on food, I think, right?
I think so. Yeah.
It says food, but
they mixed. You can change what you're taking for each single. You can get them all on stone, or 1 on stone, 1 on food, 1 on gold.
So he's got 75 food in one. He's got 57 food in the other, but they're all carrying gold visually.
我其实说真的，我今天是非常紧张的，因为原本我以为我自己看状态，我以为 Beastqyt 是比较强的哦。可是昨天如果有看的观众朋友们看到那个小李的表现，他嘴巴开那个无我状态，我觉得他好可怕哦。我昨天有跟大家分享，就是这8位选手里面，除了原本认识的 Viper 以外，就是 Leenock 是4代的时候才认识他，然后有跟他聊天这样。我没有想到，短短的1个月。他有机会变成世界冠军，10万美金大赛的冠军，我觉得哇，他真的好厉害，他真的好厉害，好努力，好厉害。
Okay, who would you favor in this position, Viper?
Viper.
Clearly?
Yeah, yeah. He has a huge advantage.
So what does he need to do to make that advantage bigger?
Just keep harassing the opponent trade line.
当然包含 Viper， 虽然这次积分赛5天下来被淘汰，但是他每一天也都在进步，就非常期待未来他在4代的表现。还有我们有2代的天才 Larry， 他也要宣布参战这个黄金联赛。那 Larry 目前也是闭关在训练，第一个他很年轻，第二个他天才。第3个，他真的训练起来，我觉得他是非常有天赋的。目前这些4代的选手都还不认识 Larry， 可以跟 Viper 旗鼓相当的天才 Larry。在下个礼拜开始，黄金联赛也会正式参赛，我会把他摆为第一个我优先观察的对象。目前我没有 Larry 的4代好友啦，那之后我再问他这样。非常期待，非常期待。
From Demuslim, and Demuslim constantly has like 3 trade cards queued up. We can't see the trade card number on the overlay here, but we know that he's got quite a few now. And Viper is still queuing up trade cards as well.
跟我聊天获得的加护哦。
looking pretty good here. 6 trade cards on the field.
我觉得很光荣。我觉得能这样子跟一位这么，因为大家要知道一件事情，我觉得啦，原本小李的台哦，你平常你看他开台哦，大概只有100多人看他玩而已。然后 Marino 是1-2000人 ，Marino 跟 Demuslim 他们都是1-2000人 ，Beastqyt 就是很多人在看他们玩这样子。Leenock 是100多人而已。如果今天南韩选手小李获得冠军，再回来韩国开台玩的时候，你们到时候你就知道了，全世界都看小李玩。他已经从昨天那个聊天室打赢了之后，我不想爆雷内容啊，但是就是因为没办法，因为今天冠军赛是 BO9， 9的关系，可能我们会从12点，如果 BO9 的话，应该是播5个小时啦。就是还是会跟大家度过这个最后的这个 N4C 的最后5个小时的这个冠军战嘛。那小李，我不知道会成仙吗？会成仙吗？
As the Rams come in towards the TC, Muslim has like no army there. He has to head back now. This is not looking good for him. He's got a few.
再次报告一下，今天的抽奖预测比数要留在这个艾菲卡 TV 上面，要留在艾菲卡 TV 上面。然后，如果大家都没有中的话，就是最接近的观众，我们会送出这个点数卡。 那我们的 N4C 的大赛就会在今天，应该是早上告一段落。再次感谢大家的收看跟支持。
Oh yeah, villager count at 65. I think that includes the trade. It must.
但我说真的，我已经变成那个 Leenock 的粉丝了，你知道吗？哇！
Was thinking about a second TC, but I don't think he placed one.
其实说真的，我们那个转播今天早上结束嘛，也还没过24小时，那个震撼还在我说真的，我说真的，我那个内心的震撼是有的。
On this side, and also the bigger economy, the Muslims in serious trouble. This is over.
I think so.
I think the greedy play has played off better for Viper. He added that trade sooner, and he was able to protect the trade. The Muslim taking down some of the knights, but the archers will follow up with the spearmen, and once the spearmen are done, all the archers from the Muslim go down. And the Ram is still waiting. Ram still waiting there from Viper, just for some aggression once he takes these units. Camel archers dying, no more trade being added from either player, and just horsemen and some pikes in the queue here for the Muslim. Viper at 27 military though, so Viper easy position to win. And you said you favored the French coming into this game. You still feel that way?
小李3比5是什么意思？
What would you pick?
是 Beasty 赢的意思吗？
Civ and Landmark.
I would.
赢的选手要写在前面啊，没有人写李3比5啊。
Okay. Let's say you had to pick the map, the Civ, and the Landmark.
That requires a lot of thinking.
Yeah, but you're good at that, right?
Yes, because I.
我今天是5比3，5比3，小李拿冠军，
Well,
小李
I'm
拿冠
putting
军
you。on the spot then. You have 10 seconds.
All right. Lipani. HRE. My opponent is HRE. I'm French.
Yeah.
Okay, my opponent is HRE, Maingor Palace, and then the Burka Palace.
Okay.
And then the Castle Landmark. And
So
I'm French.
he's really going to struggle on Lipany then. Perfect combination, and it makes for interesting settings as well. But the Muslim is somehow clearing up this army once again. Viper at 63 economy though, and Viper adding even more trade behind this. 2 trade cards coming up from him, 3 trade cards now. The Muslim hasn't added trade in a while, and he's just now spamming horsemen. Viper at 15 military, the Muslim at 19. What happened here?
I think Viper took 2 bad fights. The first big fight was a close one. It shouldn't have been close, but Viper engaged in that fight with a really bad positioning. So he ended up losing way more units than what he should.
对，我没有讲到封盘时间呢。
Reinforcements arriving there from the Muslim. Viper's trade though is rolling right now. The Muslim getting another outpost. How is Viper allowing this? There's just this one villager that's built like 4 outposts behind his economy. It's gonna be super, super annoying. And there we go. There's the horseman. The Muslim noticing it right away.
好，24点截止，24点。
Looping around to try and do damage.
后面来的就没有算了，后面来的没有算。
Go all the way out here for food. Neither player really on the way to the 3rd age either. So all this aggression has stalled them out. Ooh,
that's a juicy raid.
That's not the greatest.
Marino 被4比1啊！
I think so. He just chopped.
我从没看过 Marino 这个比数输掉过。你说他之前冬季联赛打输 Hera 那个最后关键局输掉就算了，4-1耶，各位，压倒性胜利耶！那小李已经是那回到仁川机场，你知道会有媒体去接送他的那种感觉，你知道吗？世纪帝国4绝对会在韩国热起来，绝对会，我保证绝对会。以南韩这个电竞王国，那个新闻媒体已经准备好了，新闻媒体已经准备好了。
like 15 gold per cart. You're like, this is gonna pay off in 10 minutes. I can't do the full map trade.
因为这一次的奖金很多，不输给那种星海的比赛。那他们的国家有一个从那种超级外卡赛开始慢慢打，他没有任何保送，这样子一路这样子打，然后像冠军赛，哇！我唔知。
DeMuslim was talking to us about it, and every time I asked him, the only civ he mentioned was Abbasid.
Peter 晚上好啊。
Viper literally sniped that, and then he had no idea, like what to go for. I don't know, French maybe. I don't know.
Do you think it's gonna be a reverse matchup next game?
Can it be a reverse matchup?
Why not?
Well, because maybe the civs are banned out.
Oh, global?
Yeah, I don't know. Why are you looking at me?
I don't know.
Why are you looking at me? You assume because I'm a caster, I know the settings? That's not in the contract, man. It's funny too because every time you guys, like, I would be in the conversation with you guys.
焦力昨天吃禁药，我也觉得。
Finals or something. All 4 of your heads would swivel towards me, and I'm just like.
3700万韩元，小李那个下礼拜回仁川，你们自己看看。我跟你讲，我会找新闻给大家看。
I guess it just looks so distinguished.
Yes.
So bald. All right, so assuming you can't pick the same.
这个如果小李是冠军，之前我已经有说，因为这个小李的表现，让南韩的电竞 RTS 的电竞其实已经有慢慢在关注这个游戏了，慢慢在关注世纪帝国了。那在这个全世界300名、400名的这个积分里面，其实有很多南韩选手已经进驻在这个世纪帝国4里面了。那如果小李冠军，这个名声大升上来的话，我觉得会有更多选手进驻，崇拜他。英雄联盟的 Faker 是他吗
？Okay, and then he just goes English.
Yes.
And do you play? If you have Abbey of the Kings, do you play Horseman?
Okay.
Oh,
当然 Beastqyt 也是非常强的，而且 Beastqyt 慢慢会去打一些套路，不确定策略其实很重要。
First choice. What should Viper play? That's not a civilization.
Hold on. I'll make him pick HRE.
HRE. Okay. Then Viper, what do you want to give to the Muslim?
Let's give him Delhi.
Okay, Delhi. What landmark should he go for?
Let me think. Tower of Victory.
Okay, what next?
What are the rest? 1 second. Compound of Defender. Actually, no, that's kind of Stonewalls are not allowed, right?
Stonewalls are
10年来看 Viper 打实体赛，如果有的话，他都是那个 King 啊，突然变成小学徒啊，怪怪的。
Imperial Age, he has to do the food. Yisar Academy.
Okay.
世纪4的电竞比赛
So compound of the defender
不会变少，不会变少。
into the
后面已经有很多比赛在等了，后面有很多比赛。
Mindwalk Palace.
Okay.
Burgrave Palace.
世代的比赛后面还很多啊，你们不用太紧张，因为我觉得微软是，虽然大家一直在说它不改善什么版本啊什么的，其实还是有改善啊，只是 当然有一些小地方，我觉得还是没有做得很好。比如说玩家什么时候可以自己选颜色，这么简单的系统，他都还没做出来。但我觉得他们的工作团队全部都在忙这个举办比赛的关系，然后加上可能人手也不足吧，或什么的。人家他那个比赛也是要，游戏也是要赚钱嘛。我觉得一款游戏卖1000多块钱台币，然后全世界可能买《世纪帝国4》的玩家可能假设啦50万套，可是他卖。他把它当成奖金回馈给这个选手，然后其实我觉得4代也没有说以营运方来看的话，没有赚真的很多钱。那我觉得他慢慢更新，或是员工较少，我是完全可以理解的。如果我们是在营运方的方向去看的话，我觉得完全可以理解。那至少他是没有完全就是不更新，像这一次的版本，蒙古有下修了，然后虽然在这个比赛里面胜率较低，可是就我觉得现在目前除了德里苏丹以外，其他7个文明都蛮平衡的，这是说实话的，已经慢慢改到有平衡的。包含之前的版本，巨石湾，大家觉得巨石湾很烂很无聊，这次比赛也不放进去，有没有？汇合处没有放进去，纳加里没有放进去。因为官方有在听玩家的声音，我是很客观的跟大家分享，我没有什么业配什么。
The Viper winning. Okay. So if he wins this, he's confirmed 100% the better player?
Yes.
Okay. So the matchup that they had earlier this week means nothing?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, you heard it from Mista first.
对啊。
We have a bugged landmark for Demuslim, but it means absolutely nothing. He's just using it.
观看数的话，这几天大概都有8、9千人了，加上各个国家都还是有转播台，加起来其实有15000，其实不差，比2代多，说真的比2代多。红牛杯去年的话是14000，差不多啦。其实4代观看人数跟2代是差不多的，但是玩的人2代比较多，这是确实。因为很多玩家都在观望说，我要重新投入在这个4代的游戏里面呢。比如说像我好了，我可能看得懂4代，因为跟2代的主轴还是有点像，但是玩的时间没有像2代这么多，所以就变成说，包含我自己本身也是，我看4代的比赛不少，可是我实际玩的时间不多。有很多观众应该是跟我类似。因为这个游戏毕竟它才半年而已，所以。
Not right now.
Even for you?
Not right now. I've been thinking about this building, but the thing is, you get so much more resources from the chapel.
Yeah.
That you can actually make a normal armory, get the upgrades, and still have more resources in your bank.
And it's not even really like that much quicker.
Yeah.
Either.
You don't like if you have one unit out and you.
再次提醒大家，我们今天的比数最终冠军赛的预测必须留在艾菲卡 TV 上留言，然后我们12点结标。等一下冠军战开打，后面的事后诸葛就没有机会哦，没有机会哦。所以现在我看有预测的观众朋友不到10位啊，抽奖这个几率是比前面几天来的高很多啊，中的机会啊，我说中的机会啊，包含前面第1天、第2天有中的朋友们也是有再一次机会哦，抽到这个点卡哦，还是提醒一下大家12点。
a little bit and maybe make them pretty strong. You guys were talking about after the patch notes about who the best civs are going to be, and you said like Abbasid really strong after that, and then HRE as well was brought
Delhi,
up.
Abbasid, and HRE.
Yeah. Poor China.
Delhi will still be top 1.
Really?
Yeah.
We can take your word for it?
Yeah.
100%?
Yeah. Everybody will ban Delhi in tournaments.
Okay. You heard it here first. Actually,
那表演赛他们在打，我们都
you're
没在
all
看。
week.
Oh wait.
Everyone will ban Delhi
现在
100%.
全心
And China even getting
全
nerfed a
心
little
全意
bit.
的，就是等待这
I
个
think
冠军
China
战。
is in a good state.
Is it one of those civs that just needs like more time?
I think it's a slower sieve.
Yeah, but like more time to figure out fully how to use it.
Yes, that's what happened with Delhi. Like I had this stream like months ago where I said Delhi is the best sieve, and you can't prove me wrong because no one is actually playing Delhi, and now Delhi is the best sieve.
Yeah. We could see like the easier civs were popular
好
when the
紧
game
张
first
哎，
came
怎
out.
么办？我也好
Like
紧张
French
哎。
was being played 90% of games.
And then
It seemed like.
suddenly you had Mongols.
Yeah.
我现在有一点点
And
的
at the
比较
beginning,
希
people were
望小
struggling
李
to
赢
figure out
了。
Mongols, except for the pack up your TC
Ah.
and send it meta, which was just. Did you play against that?
Yes, I did.
Did you enjoy those games?
Oh, definitely.
I think like the best things
Who are-
about
who are-
those
who are- who are?
games, as we see both players getting to the second age, is that the people who usually did that strategy, with a few exceptions, didn't really know how to play the game, so there was still a chance for you to win. Just because they didn't know
哎
about positioning. and
你们干
whatnot.
嘛
There's
那么
a
多小李
ball
5比
here
3？
from Demuslim.
跟我一
He's
样，跟
going
我一
for
样
that。tower victory forward.
He doesn't know.
He doesn't know.
He doesn't
He
know.
believes it.
He believes it works.
How many people here do you think actually know that? it's
哦，
gold?
今天跟我走5比3的很多，
Yeah.
I think 7 out of 10 players.
但我昨
So
天
7 out of
一
8
盘是预测成功嘛 ，Beasty 4比3嘛，这个是预测成
doesn't
功。
know.
第二盘我
You
预
have
测
too much
Marino
faith
4
in the
比2，
notes
结果
there. Too much faith. Have you run? You've confirmed it. You've run the math yourself. That
Ah.
it's gold.
Oh, it doesn't work. They never changed it. They
Ah.
never added it in the patch notes that they fixed it. So
Yep. Okay, and it's a stable here for Demuslim. Grubby saying it does work though, Mr.
昨天有太多史诗级的这个战
Well,
争，
we can wait on
包含
the
那个
feedback
法
from
国
Grubby.
打
I
蒙
feel
古
like my
占山
expert
为王，
co-casters
打
may
剩
be
第17
providing
秒
with some
还有
dubious,
Beasty 18村蒙
dubious
古
information.
想要力挽狂澜这个罗斯，
It
还有
works for archers.
比如说 Mista 的那个英国巨头
So
逆转流，
now all sorts of
然后
scenarios
精锐
running
骑
through
手
Mr. Head
153 只
as he
逆转
comes
流
up
鼻
with
地
a
流，
new
哦，这
meta
次比
for
赛真的
Delhi.
太多名画面
Spears
了，
and
这个是
archers of
第一，
10%.
这个
10%.
如果
Wow.
世纪帝国4以后变成是主流的 RTS 的话，
All right,
那
Sheep
这些
coming
比
back
赛
here
我们一起见证
for
历史。
Demuslim, he's getting all his
我
upgrades.
我们
of
是
course,
一起
and
见
he's
证历
going
史。
into Horseman, and Viper also going into Horseman of his own.
没有关系，
Viper backing
如
up a
果
little bit of
今天
resources
最
here,
后
not
观
too
众
much
朋友
production
不
from him.
在我抽奖的时候
So
抽到
Barracks
您
on the，way.
您不在的话，
Lots of
我
sheep
会在
clones, so he
YouTube
should
上
be
面
fine, and
公
he's gonna
告，
have to
就
weasel
是
his way
你
right
的
through this
这个
tower
艾
of
菲卡的
victory.
账号，然后
It's
我
like
会
he used
教
that
你
almost
怎
as
么
part
去
of his
领奖。
wall.
哦，不难，前面几天都有人去
Viper
领
can't。escape along that cliff and along the wood line. Pretty stalemate game. Delhi against
哎，
HRE.
这么多
Just to
小
set,
李
it's 100%
5比
a
3
win for
哦
Delhi
，Beasty
unless
5比
Viper
3。
severely outplays him. Is that because of just the production and then the sacred sites?
It's the production of the sacred sites, and just like you can also use collars to heal without the upgrade, and
Yeah.
they are still healing really fast.
What do you think about his positioning on that landmark forward?
If it worked properly, I would love it, because every unit that comes out of your base gets a buff.
Yeah.
Which is really good.
And there's the spearman right there. Someone quick, run the numbers. Does that
冠军
spearman
战
actually do
12点
10%?
直接开始
10%
，BO9。
Where did he die?
It die like
什么文明都得玩啊。
Horseman.
Yeah, well, sometimes they throw that. My favorite is when like the spearman jumps and then a unit just randomly dies like 10 tiles away. It's like, oh my god, dude. Crouching Tiger, Hidden Dragon. We got Men at Arms now from Viper being added in, and still
小
only
李比较
spearmen
烂的文明
from
哦，
Demuslim. Neither player really clicking up to the next
比如说
stage.
神罗啊，
And it's 2 barracks.
他玩比较少的啊，
stable
神
for
罗啊，
Viper, so
然
he's looking to
后
provide early pressure. There's the Scholar healing that you were
法国
talking about.
法国的话，
Moss here and Sanctity
积分赛打的
is coming.
没有很
A
好，
little bit
但
of
是
extra
昨天
investment
打的不
for the
错。
Delhi without going
阿拔斯没输过嘛，
needing
他
to
阿
go
拔
into
斯很
those
强
extra
嘛，
moss there to get the Scholars out.
中国很强嘛，阿拔斯中国很强嘛，然
I don't
后
like the archers from
英国也不错， 英国也不错。他确实没什么。
I guess they're not really doing anything in this situation, right? Horsemen, men at arms.
Yeah, they won't be doing anything.
谁猜 Viper 5-3啊 ？Viper 淘汰了啦。
It's a lot of DPS, and he's adding in more spirits. He's just funneling him through this choke point. So I guess right now the choke point's
谁在那边猜 Viper 啊？
as Viper needs to back up.
猜 Viper 直接连抽的机会都没有。
Villagers for the Muslim. How is it that much of a difference? Oh, the scholars are counting, right? No,
it's the prelates.
Prelates are counting.
How many prelates?
哎，表演赛不算呢，表演赛不算呢，没有抽表演赛。
6 prelates.
He's preparing to heal.
Ah, okay.
He's pulling a Delhi on Delhi.
He's pulling a Delhi on Delhi, and we're tournament rules here, so Delhi can't get herbal medicine.
Yes.
So how does that healing rate compare then?
I mean, they should heal at the same rate, but Delhi just feels like it heals faster.
台湾的团战也有电爆过 Marino， 有啊，记得啊，还有 Hera 呢，还有卡破。
Now for his infantry coming in, and Viper has quite the army here. He's got 24 military versus 24 from the Muslim. He's pushing up this hill, but Viper has the much better military with the men-at-arms mixed in, and the Muslim making a little bit of a mistake.
BO9要怎么出文明呢？就是什么都得玩啊。
Has a lot of scholars in that army.
怎么都得玩。
Viper baits the spearman out with
然后文明的话，其实策略有很深，因为8个文明虽然少，但是文明跟文明之间有一些counter存在。今天的比赛是12点吗？没错，没错，冠军赛12点。 但是今天提早开台啊，因为就是要给大家先预测，我们等一下才有办法去抽奖。
Didn't do anything in this fight because there's so many spears.
And look at the spearman count there from the Muslim. He's trying to kill those archers, but they're being healed up. His archers out healing.
苏丹下修了，但是因为苏丹 原本是第2胜率嘛，蒙古也下修，蒙古他被下修之后，那个胜率比较堪忧一点点。那苏丹的话，一样吧，无脑啊。你开局你可以点那个手推车，有的没的，机体大封建上来，你可以边打军事边抢这个圣地，部分的图就很强。 然后包含它还有什么10强塔啦什么的，很多战术可以玩，就是更强。苏丹从积分赛第1天有放出来以外，其他都被变了，没有苏丹的出现。 这个文明其实现在不能出场的原因，是因为他打大封建太强，没有一个文明是可以强到，就是你可以边搞经济封建，然后机体全部免费点上来，然后这样子跟你撸。这文明现在目前稍强势，但是也不是说完全无敌啦。但很多的图基本上苏丹都能出嘛，所以就变成说苏丹大家都不放。
Land snacks.
Yes.
Okay.
It's easy.
I like the grubby form. Land snack.
不过苏丹应该下一个版本会再下修，还会下修。
Military count for the Muslim. 38 military still. And Viper's economy is struggling. We've got 38 eco here for the Muslim. We've got 31 eco here for Viper, and still only 11 military on the field. He's going up though. He's going up to the next stage, and he's going up with not the Regnets, but with Burgrave Palace.
预测是在艾菲卡 TV 上面哦，要记得哦。然后有错地方的话，就不会在那个系统里面抽了。
It seems so ridiculous. Like it's such a big eco.
其实我说5-3小李对不对？我觉得有可能是5-2或5-1耶。他自己说，他那一天3-1落后 Mista 之后，他开始进入无我状态，没有任何表情。 然后打赢之后逆转 Mista 之后，他说他4-2 Marino 嘛，那时候没人理他不是吗？隔天他不仅仅不是4-2，他4-1 Marino， 傻爆眼，傻爆眼。
Almost gets another one, but the scholar will go away. Look at how expensive that is. Oh my goodness. Yeah.
强制削弱那个围墙网啊，问01。哎，看问01还好没来打比赛，没有啦。我其实原本也希望问01可以进这个8强的，因为我很好奇他长怎么样。听说问01他很年轻啊，好像才20出头而已啊。4代 Larry 的那种概念，你们知道吗？可是那个打法完全不2代 Larry 啊 ，Larry 就是很进攻型的、啊。我很期待 Larry 下个礼拜开始黄金联赛，他是得从外卡赛事打的哦。我们2代另外一位顶尖玩家 Larry， 他打法是比较强军式的、啊。我很期待他跟那个 Marino 对开之后，等 Larry 练起来，这2个人搞那个强军式，哇！我很期待。我说真的，我很期待。
86 pop against 30. Is that bad? When there's a bigger
强哥
in pop than your total population,
玩得像牧场物语，真的。
You have caster material, actually.
他有一场在那个第2 round 的外卡赛打那个 Grabby 哦，巨石湾，他玩到输，乱玩到输。我刚好有看，然后没有转播，但我有看。哦，觉得他打真的是太拖泥带水。好，小李5-3。好，我们12点结标。我们12点结标。
Do you still think that it's 7 out of 10 strategic making?
No, he might have actually gone down.
I think so.
What would you give that strategy making there out of 10?
我觉得 Viper 他很健康诶，他直播的时候都喝水跟咖啡，他没有在喝饮料，没有像那个小李在喝可乐。这个是在喝什么？7喜是不是 ？7 Up。
Yeah. Do you think he's going to be dangerous in Golden League?
I think every single person.
那我完蛋了，我每天都喝手摇。我今天又喝清新了。
Huge advantage over the players who weren't here.
I think so.
When we go in there,
I think every single player here.
日哥有转播那个 Win 01打那个 Gabi 那一场啊，好像有。
You guys were discussing how hard it is going to be going.
玩到输啊。
And Viper mentioned like map seeds, like they're not always as fair as they are here.
对啊，巨石湾那一场啊，玩到输啊。我有跟他们有一个群组是可以跟他们官方去讨论说哪个地方需要改善的，比如说以这个 N4C 的话，我们有这个聊天的地方嘛，就聊天地方像这个地方嘛。那包含选手他们自己都有提出说这个版本哪边不 OK 什么的，包含那个之前那个巨石湾就是烂到一个不行，所以这一次就没有了。我也有去反映哦，巨石湾太无聊了，罗斯那太无聊了，然后后来反映完之后，真的就没了，爽。
The Muslim will play English. I'm wondering what the landmark is going to be.
我现在还推一个，就是我现在还推一个，就是10强，希望城门可以放这个队友进去，就是敌军也可以穿越这个城门，就是跟2代一样。但是这个如果改的话，会影响到 Beasty 的战术。还有一些我觉得4代需要马上改动的。城墙太强， 强太强了，然后被动收入的加成，有些文明都我觉得平衡要再改一下，比如说神罗的大教堂之后要改了嘛，然后蒙古的草原防卫据点看要不要改。那现在蒙古是被下修其他地方了，那蒙古的文明比较难改的很平衡啊，因为它上手难度蛮高的。对新手来说，你光那个可汗你要控得好，其实蒙古我之前有分享过，因为他们有一个聊天群是在讨论这个版本的问题，然后我有在里面，那他们就会讨论蒙古的部分。那我个人没有讲话，但我分享给大家知道啦，就是蒙古职业玩家玩起来很强。所以他后来又被下修，这个版本他被下修。可是对一般新手玩家来说，蒙古这个文明非常难理解，而且它没有什么防御建设，也不能盖墙。其实对那种营运型的新手玩家来说，蒙古就是真的很难上手。所以好像蒙古也没办法再动它刀了，因为如果你再把它改到再烂一点的话，可能新手玩的蒙古没有人敢玩蒙古了。友军伤害投石车部分还不用改，我觉得那个不用改，因为那是不会影响到平衡性的。还有就是玩家自选颜色，还有那个地图编辑器。哦，这几个我希望今年是可以出来，尤其是玩家选颜色，你什么时候能自己选？蓝色跟红色已经看得很腻了耶。蓝色跟红色，你们没有觉得看很腻吗？单挑局的时候，你为了要去欣赏其他世纪帝国4的，比如说其他颜色，你还要只能玩团战。我是觉得现在最需要改善的就是颜色的部分。反正这个比赛结束之后，一定会有一些 feedback 啊什么的啊，我们就直接也发表我们一些意见也 OK 啦。反正因为也不是只有我们在发表。
Well, yeah, you do love that. I love that. It helped you out a lot, didn't it? I love you talking about that game. We're talking about the game against, of course, the Muslim, where he sniped the House of Wisdom and the town center. And I love your description of that. You're like, yeah, at some point I just looked and I had 9 trips. It's like, okay.
The only thing left was a dream.
It's time to go. And you were even taking out mangonels with those trebs too. Man, I love these little summaries here. I just love that bald. Like you wouldn't already know. It's an accomplishment, honestly.
哇靠 ，Viper 这边
Someday.
Genetics.
Yeah, genetics.
你们看那个 Viper 的介绍 ，strategy 7分，还在靠腰，还在靠背 Viper 啊。
By the way, folks, it is the Mista's birthday today. He is 30 years old today.
Yes.
So happy birthday.
I'm 30, but I feel.
Viper 这边的介绍，
You look 15.
世纪帝国2的最强玩家，然后第2条。创世纪的这个冠军，然后世纪帝国系列的全部赛事的排行第1，然后第4个策略7分。
And it's going to be Roos versus the English. And you said this is going to be a competitive game because there's actually good landmarks for both civilizations.
AUS 晚上好啊。
And it's on Mongolian
昨天你那个点数有去领吗？
Different landmarks here on Mongolian Heights.
What do you need in order to make ship?
Yeah, you just need a dock. So.
And the scout to find them.
AUS 今天的那个抽奖，你还是有机会可以抽到，预测一下这个最终比数。
Of course, he can make a archery range, but
it would be kind of crazy if
你没有去领，为什么
？Went for like, which he want. Actually, he might. He's already gathering wood and gold. He's going for men at armor.
你干嘛不领
？Never mind. Viper is Roos.
你不需要啊，你不需要啊。
Viper is Roos.
还是你不知道怎么领
I thought it was the other. Yeah, because okay, the Muslim was picking the stuff. Okay, so Viper is playing as the Rus. Muslim is playing as the English. If
So I am not stupid. I just trusted you.
yeah. Well, I mean.
你看过之后，你发现你用不到。
Yeah. That's not the smartest thing in the world, my friend.
你要确定
Okay, if Abbey of Kings, what's
你确定你用不到？那我
round that you need to be in to start healing?
你想让出来抽2份，
That's not the question I asked you. I asked you.
要确定哦，确定哦，
You
确定哦。
said not big enough.
Yeah, not big
What's
enough.
the radius? Yes.
It's like I don't know, 6 tiles.
好，那我们今天加码，抽2张，
Does it
抽
heal
2张。
ships?
最终预测最接近的2位观
Can
众
you，put it beside
或是准确
the water,
预测
have a
最
dog
终比
healing
数的
your
2位
ships,
观
and
众
then having the-
I
抽
don't
2张，
think
好
heals
好。
like
Okay.
ships. Can scholars heal ships?
No.
Then why would the abbey do it?
Well, no one knows because no one makes the stupid thing.
I mean, the ship. You need to repair the ship. You can't heal the ship.
Oh. Okay. You just crushed my dreams right there with logic. It heals ships, says Twitch chat, but I refuse to believe it. I don't believe anything coming from some guy in Twitch chat. Never. I've learned that lesson
哎，
very
我又要
long
把
ago.
那个改掉了。
Lots of sheep being brought in from the Muslim. Here we go to the point of views. Sitting at
等一下啊。
a steady 90 heart rate. He knows how much
晚
this
上好，
show
晚上
match
好。
means. Bragging rights, I suppose. No real money on the line, but both players extremely competitive, and they both want to win, especially with all the talk in between the games. We go to Viper's point of view now, and Viper is fishing there. Remember the Rus ships, or the Rus fishing boats. I guess they're fishing boats. in this
假的
game. I
啦。
always call them fishing ships, and then everyone makes
那我
this
就
fish and chips joke.
Yes, same.
Yeah, it's like it's the oldest joke in the book, and everyone thinks it's original. It's like, was he
会有团战比赛吗？之后应该会有，应该会有。晚上好，
For me.
Yeah,
晚上好，晚上好。
it's we're
刚刚
really,
没有晚上好。
we get bullied a
I know.
lot. I know. That's why he's not playing the game as often, folks. It's because
I mean,
you're
I have an
bullying him.
excuse. It's not my mother language, but you?
好的，各位，由于昨天中奖的观众朋友
Jesus.
愿意让出昨天的点卡，那今天我们总共抽2张750块，12点截
Yeah, you
止，
can't correct me.
请大家把你最终的比数预测
You've lost that high
谁
ground. You
赢
can't correct me
几比
anymore.
几，留在艾菲卡聊天
You've
室，
already
我们
lost
12
it.
点
So there's the
截
landmark
止，
Abbey of Kings.
好，12 点
And
截
it's going to
止
be。forward there from the Muslim. Why forward?
I think he wants his units on the choke and
Okay.
healed.
Okay. So if he wanted that, why not even more forward?
那个 AUS 你的 YouTube 的账号是哪一个
Goes for the wall off
你有
immediately.
你是我会员吗？不是。
Interesting to see if he goes for a dock here or any outposts.
你在学什么日
How would
文
you？play
那你学日
this
文不
if
问
you
我，
were playing as
我就
English
学日文，
speakers
我就住日
here
本的
with。the landmark limitation.
And I was forced to do play?
Yeah.
Obviously, I would never play this matchup. But I guess I would wall, make some longbows with an archery range.
Yeah.
And then go castle. I don't think there's another way to play it. You need to apply some pressure on water, and at the same time, you must not fall behind in eco. Because right now, for some reason, the English galleys are not performing as good as they should.
今天是
The Muslim
BO
now
9啊
loses 2 villagers.
BO
While in there.
9 啊。
That is absolutely brutal. Great conversion there from Viper to take those out right away, and it's got that ship now patrolling along. The walls are up, I believe, from the Muslim on each ford. Yeah, he's got a wall up there, he's got a wall up there, and a wall in the middle, of course. And he did actually tap that. So I think there's no way for Viper to now get across without busting through those walls or converting into a transport ship, which I rarely see on this map.
That could work.
Yeah.
You get 4 knights.
And they
You-
never expect it, right? Because they expect you to go through the land crossing.
I mean, I would prefer to make the transport ship, transfer the 4 knights, and then make it back into a fishing boat.
That was a cute little circle around the scout there.
They're dancing.
They are dancing with these scouts. Not the most useful unit in the world anymore, but there's nothing else to do on the land currently. And Muslim looks like he's building up resources, so might be going up to Castle Age. Viper, though, with that food income from the ships, he's going to be adding more fishing boats. will probably be up first. So
今天抽奖方式比较奇特一点，所以我要记一下。然后等一下交给系统最终去抽。
That's it.
公平公正的，好吧？大家。
And then he needs to play either pike longbow or knights, depending on how he wants to approach the game afterwards. But I would say like the only thing that is gonna be standard no matter what is one.
今天抽2张啊，抽2张啊。
Down those ships.
Okay. So it's still a factor here, and there's the attack ship for Viper coming over. It's gonna be able to snipe the scouts. The Muslim has to back up, and they're both laughing right now. What are they saying? What would you be saying in this situation?
I'm Rush. It's over.
You know, Marine Lord says you make a lot of noise in the room. He says the sound of your keyboard.
有观众朋友是只看那个4代的吗？就是我这频道只看4代，应该没有吧？很少吧？
It's better.
Okay. Yeah, I saw
因为我还是转播2代居多啊。
Yeah. Do you think like does going out into the fields and farming for a full day do you think that'll help you if you take like time off the game for a week, or would that possibly make it worse?
I think some exercise won't do harm.
Yeah. Okay.
As long as I know my limits, it shouldn't affect me.
Okay. Well, that's a good sign, especially if you can compete in future events coming up, notably Golden League. Maybe see a good performance from the Mista. Obviously, that'll depend on your schedule. But we see here Viper still adding fishing boats. He's got 3 attack ships now. He's got a lot of resources in the bank, but it's the Muslim that actually heads up to the next stage first. And where's the landmark from him? There it is, the White Tower. And that'll help to secure the water here.
Because you can make a sprinkle.
Yeah.
Because the White Tower is actually a stable, a barrack, an archery.
等一下，我会给大家看我是怎么抽的哈。
You said it wasn't a terrible landmark.
No, I said that it's a good landmark.
我就是上网用那个随机抽奖的，然后加总，然后照顺序给这个观众的，大家都是公平、公正、公开。公平、公正、公开。他今天抽2张，今天抽2张。
Push here, or at least clear up the water, and of course that's going to hold that choke point on the water in that location. Double TC though from Viper with the Roos, and that's the reason he's not up yet. He's got 900 food in the bank, 600 gold, so definitely thinking about it. And he's still on stones, so is he thinking about a keep of his own?
I think so.
It's definitely not another TC, right? Surely not with the fish and all the eco already.
Like if you would go for a second ascender, I think he should already make it, right? He has the resources to do it. I think he just wants to contest the middle with a keep, just to feel sure.
5比3，南韩赢。
If he puts a keep in the middle, does he wall off the sides too?
I think you have to wall the sides. No matter which player you are, you want to have a wall and a game.
没事啦，我就只有抽今天而已啊，就简单弄一下而已。
And 45 villagers for Viper. Sorry, economic units.
1代直接跳4代。
33 for the Muslim, and that high trade house. We'll see how much gold that's bringing in. No hunting cabin in view.
There is one.
好，我非常阳春的，因为今天抽奖方式跟前几天不一样啊。你们这个，你们的这个笔数我都放在这边啦，好不好？你们的账号啊，我都放这里。今天是抽奖这个机会最高的啊！现在不到20个人预测，然后抽2张，比昨天跟前天好太多了。还有30分钟，还有30分钟。
Whether it's impacted, what are those? Those are 2. That's a barracks and a blacksmith. No, that's 2 blacksmiths.
What's there? Oh no, it doesn't touch.
Okay, 126 gold per minute from that high trade house. So that's pretty good income,
that's pretty
honestly.
Good,
yeah, that's like having a relic.
And he's gonna get 500 bounty, so that's gonna go up to 160 at some point.
You have consistent food over there too, so great stuff. And the English now, there is one sprinkled.
我等一下会用这个抽奖方
That's
式
the logical thing.
哦，我会用这个抽奖方式，比如说，最终我们预测成功的玩家选手，观众有两位好了，就是奇数是你，偶数是他，哦2位，奇数是你，偶数是他，然后我们就用轮盘去抽，好不好？很简单吧？很简单吧？很简单吧？ 他没抽到的话，怪系统了，不是怪我了。我没有这个人工什么内线操作的。
Okay. So dragon at the front, fishing boats dragging the nets across the water, and big walls.
That's a lot of villagers.
Is this Beasty?
They would be stone walls. If
Oh, true. Yeah, and they would be like that would be the third layer.
Yes.
Yeah, and he'd slowly start
And
building them on
you
your
see walls
side.
on the right? There's no walls on the right, so it's definitely not Beasty.
Yeah.
现在我们只有1、2、3、4、5、6、7、8、9、10、11、12、13、14、15、16、17、18、19、20、21、22、23位观众朋友们选2位。
He's got the wood upgrade, he's got the mining upgrade, and he's got wheelbarrows. So Viper's eco looking really, really good here. Another boat goes down. Man, Springles feel really good against boats.
They're really good at killing fishing boats.
All right. Walls are complete. The Muslim setting up for the long game, except they're wooden walls. And
他们怎么会打蒙古高原？
44 villagers for him.
这要玩很久这场。
59 eco units. He's not added any extra fishing boats for obvious reasons, because his other fishing boats have been sniped down, and he did.
那我统计一下，我看看大家看好谁比较多。今天看好小李的比较多啊。 如果你们不是真正的想要支持选手，你们可以用这个投资这个分散风险哦，投给这个 Beastqyt 啊。现在投给小李的人居多，所以假设 Beastqyt 最终赢的话，抽的人就比较少了。应该没有人为了这个750这样弄哦。虽然还是希望大家依照自己看比赛的经验。 预测最终的结果啦，好不好
It's a normal keep.
It's a normal keep in every way, except that helps you age up. And of course, look at all those units available.
Yeah, you can
It's
pretty
just
much.
beautiful.
And the most important thing about it is about
ADA.
that it works as a stable and as a siege workshop.
Yeah.
Especially as a siege workshop.
Gives you some options. More farms being added from the Muslim. We're stalemating here. As Springald's fight on this side, he needs to bring that Springald back before the attack ships show up. Were those attack ships, did they have dragons on the front?
Yes, they did.
They did have dragons on the front. See, this is why I have you along, because you're looking at things like that. I'm not looking at any of that. I'm looking at the stats. Warrior Monk here, bringing in a relic now from Viper. Viper has 2 relics on the way, still no
对啊，为什么没有 ADA 啊
from the Muslim. We might see H4. We might see stone walls. We might see a big battle here. Both players obviously so motivated to win, having been kicked out of the tournament. Viper doesn't want to lose another set, that's for sure.
Didn't I tell you that we're gonna have a serious game?
You did. Yeah. Just with landmarks that we don't see very often. So that's it's pretty refreshing actually as Viper goes
ADA
for survival.
ADA 观众可以再预测一次吗？拍谁？ 没有赚到你哦，还好你有跟我讲。
So he's going to be getting the deer from that high.
好，我现在持续更新，我就放这里。
Where is the
我就放这边。
Where is the second board? I see this one. He's probably eating it.
现在24位啊，24位。
He's eating it.
Wouldn't start that close to his base.
No, why not?
我看一下 ADA 刚刚哪边有留言，我这落掉，对不起。等一下，我拉上去看。
Maybe I don't know. We'll find out soon. He's going for another.
完蛋了，眼脱了，对不起。我往上看一下，
See, he's preparing for the long game. Both of these players.
聊天室应该不会吃留言才对啊。我6看了，等一下，我往上拉。
Villagers for the Muslims, very nice. And Viper is about to build his H4 landmark, which is the what is it? The
好
Beastyqt.
OK。
No.
Oh, okay.
It's Kaya.
Okay.
The Kaya castle.
Okay, the Kaya castle. We'll see once it comes out. Ooh, the keep gets denied. Keep gets denied from DeMuslim.
冠军战抽奖2张750点数。
Wisely placed back from there, so he's going to be fine. The army can't chase him. And there it is.
怎么不能那个存档？
Beastyqt Tower.
为什么不能存档？
Beastyqt Tower.
另存为
It's a keep
抽奖
with all the emplacements ready up and
750。
ready to shoot.
And it's right across from the Age 3 landmark from
为什么
DeMuslim.
不能改名字？算了，就这样。
How much range does it have with those emplacements? Can it range the?
I think it's 10 range.
10
I think
range.
it doesn't have anything specific to it, apart from the fact that it starts with like cannons and sprinkles.
So it's just
等一下12点前我会再刷一次这个给大家看笔数哦，有漏掉的再告诉我。哦，有漏掉的再告诉我。我应该是没有漏掉。
Viper, of course, with Roos can go for the extra range.
好，这边
We can see all those emplacements there firing.
有漏掉的再补一下哦。
Zoom in on that landmark. That is a beautiful landmark there.
名字要清掉，
Looks
靠
really small
腰
though for what it is. Look at that.
And it shoots a cannon from
冠军战预测点数2张750。
Actually beautiful. Where do they like?
哦，有了。
That
好了
cannon looks like it's in someone's room.
Yes.
There's no space.
好，这边
There's no space for this cannon. It should be on the balcony somewhere there, but it is not. Sacred Site now captured. Both of the Sacred Sites captured for Viper. So DeMuslim needs to push out soon.
小李5比1，好。
But he has no military.
今天压小李的人非常的多啊。
It's going to be tough. 9 minutes and 40 seconds.
The traps are coming as well.
Traps are on the way.
Viper.
And DeMuslim getting boiling oil. He's getting some upgrades. But still,
Is he getting Imperial though?
no military.
And no Imperial.
And only 90 gold a minute.
He's dead.
Oh, no, you can't say that. No.
我等一下再弄到旁边去。
Always have to hype it up.
不，我说等一下再弄到这个荧幕上面给大家做最后确认。
Well played.
小李之前有来台湾打星海，我知道。
I like it. That's the most energy we've had here. I like it. All right, so Stone Walls.
要在艾菲卡 TV 聊天室留下你最终的预测冠军跟比数最接近的2位，或者是直接预测成功的2位观众。 我们会抽出这个2张点卡送给您。
Okay, there's a longbowman and a crossbowman.
Indeed, he has no units, the Muslim, right?
Yeah, he's got 3 springles. That's it. And there's 8.5
在
minutes
这个
left
地方
on the sacred sites.
在
And
这
his
地方
opponent is driving down his landmark. He seems a little lost, maybe. He's getting emplacements though on the outposts.
But he will find his way.
He will find his way. Okay. Oh, there's the caster energy. I like it. He's definitely not dead. All right, units still over on this side here from Viper. Hasn't done anything.
是说那个，如果大家以后觉得我短波4代不错的话，你们可以把这个连接加到我的最爱啦，因为这样子看也比较快啊。 但是我不一定下一个黄金联赛会在这里播，还不确定。但是就是冬季联赛还有这个 N4C 嘛，我几乎都是在艾菲卡播。
Because the moment that keep goes down, then suddenly there's nothing that stops Viper for just like walking through to his own base, and it's really important to take into consideration that 2 of his 3 current landmarks are in the front.
Yeah.
So then it's only 1 landmark.
Yeah.
And then we have a landmark victory.
And Viper's probably going to have a big ball of siege when he comes across too. So potential to snipe that. Lots of stone in the bank though from DeMuslim. So he's dropping a keep on this side. Has enough stone for another
VIP 机体全上啊 ，DeMuslim 没上，他英国打罗斯，那这盘 VIP 赢。
Although Viper is probably going to be pushing through the middle soon. The keep is being repaired, and the keep actually, or the white tower or whatever it's called, actually staying up here. But
我先跟大家讲一下哦，真的，如果小李冠军，因为艾菲卡它主要也是韩国总部嘛。之前大家知道这个消息吗？之前小李8强赛确定进入到这个德国柏林的时候，艾菲卡的单位为了小李的一句话，他说他想跟马瑞诺对战看看，就是当练习。当时2月28、2月27那个台湾的连假的时候，艾菲卡帮小李办了一个邀请赛，邀请 Viper、邀请马瑞诺跟他对打，这样子。就是很支持小李的意思，好不好？然后呢，那时候当时小李是3-2打赢 Marino 哦，我知道很少人知道这件事情。他在那个时候3-2打赢 Marino， 因为那是邀请赛，我就想说啊，应该是练兵啊什么之类的，没有想到梦想成真。
Making another trap and preparing to push across. Once he hits 200 pop, that's
没有想到是会梦想成真的，就是
那 push. And Muslim is still at 160, so it's missing arm.
那刚好，因为我们也是在艾菲卡转播嘛，算是他国家的，就是这个 RTS 的转播单位。啊，你们如果平常有看韩妹的话，应该你们看艾菲卡就知道了，因为我平常会看星海啦。我私底下会看星海，虽然我看不太懂。我星海争霸我没有玩，就跟大家一样没有玩，而是我对 RTS 就是也是很喜欢，所以有时候我可能想要休闲放松的时候，我就去看一下星海啊。我就是在那个艾菲卡上面看星海，因为在那个 Twitch 上面没有星海的比赛啊，有啦，但是因为毕竟艾菲卡是韩国的，韩国那边比较多人在用嘛，就大家也都知道，就是星海的话，韩国玩家都很强，所以就直接看星海。我也听不懂韩文啊，说真的，我听不懂韩文啊。没有看到你的名字，好。我有看啊，我有看那个。好像真的有漏掉不知道为什么我有漏掉。好，补一下。
Even if you were about to GG, it ends the game pretty quickly to send the villagers
forward. Like 2 minutes
forward.
later, it's done.
Yeah.
You either win or lose. Most likely you will lose, but worth a try.
Yeah, 0.1% chance is still a chance.
2-1 Marino, 3-2 Viper. 看小李呢？点加沙瓦工真的。
So his farms are generating gold. That's such a nice visual to see that pop up like that. The Muslim's gonna have good gold income here. He's got lots of food in the bank, and he's building up his army. And we can see the English matching up against the Rus here in late imp as Viper loops all of his army around to that north side. He's not pushing through the center there. He's going to go in through the top, but there's a lot of cliffs there. It's going to be weird pathing and a weird approach.
南韩主播会讲 GG 思密达，会啊，他会讲啊。
I
have no idea. But what for the gold mines maybe. But he doesn't really need the gold mines. Now what I've noticed is that I see no Waynard Palace.
小李是玩中国很强的吗？对。
Maybe he thinks that he actually get that like it's there's a timer like the Mongolian one.
Or like the Delhi one that produces the elephants.
Yes, but actually you need to click it.
Yeah. It is no, he should know that. He should know that, right?
Right.
How many players here would know that? Out of 8?
Out of 8? Why not out of 10?
Because there's only 8 players.
快要12点了，快要12点了。
That's not a good number though. 8. Okay.
我自己预测5-3，小李胜。
Okay. Villagers going down over there, building the wall.
平常 Viper 打比赛、表演赛我都看，你知道吗？但是今天我真的太紧张了，我现在完全表演赛是拿来当抽奖活动的时间。
Maybe Viper was thinking, I'll take out these landmarks and then I'll go in from behind and snipe the other landmarks.
Maybe, but he doesn't have an army to actually snipe them. Like his army on the right side is not like an army that will snipe landmarks.
He's got a couple mangonels. There's some strelts. Yeah, I guess so. Doesn't really have.
It should be 100 horsemen if you want to snipe a landmark.
160 horsemen.
81.
Okay, I knew you were gonna know exactly.
No, that was my population.
我是觉得啦，这个比赛，
so actually closer to 160 then.
因为哦，大家其实可以去想一下。4代虽然看的人没有多，玩的人也没有多，其实是因为 RTS 本来现在玩的人就不多了。我觉得有1万人，超过1万人或15000的观众去收看，其实以现在的年代来说，我觉得 RTS 就很成功了。因为现在目前还是手游啊、当道啊、PS5 啊、Switch 啊，就电脑的游戏，我是觉得，尤其是这种硬核的竞技类的 RTS， 入门门槛比较高的关系，对啊。其实大家也可以去思考一下，其实4代并不是说真的很烂，应该是说玩家现在普遍不会去用电脑去玩。就比如说，如果你们是台北人的话，你看，比如说你们是上班族，假设啦，你在捷运上搭车通勤，开车，1个小时这样，你在捷运上一定肯定是玩手机啊，不会玩电脑啊，所以其实我对于这个《世纪帝国》，不管是2也好，还是4也好，也没有说很悲观啦，因为其实以现在目前的市场发展，我觉得《世纪帝国》表现得不错。
And 127 total population for Muslim, so he's really struggling. Gets a good snipe on the Springald, but gets another good snipe on the Springald. And another good snipe on the Springald. What is Viper doing here?
He's giving him a chance.
He's giving him a chance. He's in on the farms. He's pushing in. He's
like, I'm gonna pay you back for the Springles that you took. I'm gonna take your Springles with me.
All right, lots of men-at-arms pushing in now from Viper. Viper also sitting on the stone there. Keep over.
4跟2是同一个制作团队吗？不是。
He's queuing the Waynard army.
Ah, so he knows.
Now he found out. Like maybe he thought he would see the army coming out. He's like, why is it not coming out? And then he clicked it.
I think he knew the whole time.
And then
he's got a big head.
And then he just forgot.
Yeah, and then he forgot.
Happens.
It's not something you see very often though, so
it happens.
Can you blame him? He should know after playing against you.
He should.
Yeah, he should have watched that game.
失落方舟是什么？是 RTS 吗？失落方舟是什么游戏？
I don't think you will ever want to watch that game.
最近很多韩国的那个聊天室的网友进来就问说这是什么游戏，然后我都没办法回。
I think he couldn't even watch the highlights after it happened. He just kind of dipped outside. Lots of longbows there for Muslim. He's got 29 now. Looks like 15 Streltsy on the field for Viper. He's got 10 men-at-arms, a crossbow, 3 trebuchets, and 4 Springalds. And he's just kind of slowly pushing. Still
94536，你的预测有啊？我给你看。
Viper and still 2,000 stone.
这里啊，94536，5比4嘛 ，Beasty 嘛。有。
Trebs and keeps.
He's got 3 trebs, I guess. Does he need more? Do you like 9?
Yes, 9 is a good number.
9 is a good number, okay. And losing more Springalds. Muslim's holding on here.
Yeah, that's a lot of longbows.
It's a lot of longbows.
我现在就是因为，其实如果正常要预测的话，我觉得 Beasty 是真的比较强啊。可是因为小李他已经。这1-2天无我状态，我现在没办法预测这个小李他的功力到底有多深，你知道吗？你如果是以一个积分赛的表现来看，我一定是投给 Beasty 的，我一定投给 Beasty 的。你看看他那个后期，你看看他的多线操作 ，Beasty 那个插塔这么精美，你不投给 Beasty， 你投给谁？对不对？但是小李昨天那个营运，哦。 我吐了
What is。going on here?
我是建议
Because this
我是
is
建议
happening
明天我上这个
and
4
he's
场的
doing
转播档的时候
absolutely nothing.
大家自己去复习。
The last
把把
time
史诗，我没有
he got
骗大
caught
家
off guard.
发
Let's see if
誓
he gets
把
caught
把
off
史
guard
诗。
again. He doesn't go forward.
昨天
He
有看
pulls
的
back
比
a
赛
little
的
bit.
朋友
Viper
们
waiting
应该
for
也
the
都知道，
production to
把
come
把
through
史
and-
诗
Oh my goodness, look at that.
真的不
Viper
夸
with
张。
no
昨天的
military.
比赛真的不夸张，很
He's
恶心
popping
的
up
那种
now.
强度。
So many horsemen or horses making their way onto the field.
Do they have all the upgrades for the horses? Yes, he does.
He's got all the upgrades.
350 HP.
350 HP. Are longbows good against that? Yeah, I don't know.
Maybe you have 200 of them.
Yeah, maybe. 200 longbows needed.
就我昨天有分享说，我觉得真正最强的那种防守功力是不是死村？是你不止不死村，你还可以在被乱的情况下，你经济配置没有被乱到，这是最强防守。昨天小李那个防守，
Go horseman, which is
Yeah.
cheaper.
哇，我真的是，
It's for content, man.
他经济是屌赢这个 Marino 配置。
Oh wow.
大家昨天看那个蒙古那一场，
Actually has
Marino
transfer here.
可以赢的，可是他的黄金大乱，配置已经跟不上。可是同样的，Marino 猛攻 Leenock 的时候，他的经济没有乱，很强，很强，很强，真的。
95 military on the field for Muslim, so
哇，
he's
很
got
很
a
夸
lot
张啊，
of
很夸
longbows, a
张
lot
哦
of，
看了
siege
都觉得
though,
很扯。
and it's very out of position.
好，现在 Viper 要推进了是吗？
He ignores them. He can always take them out later. There we go. Snipes one, runs in.
Viper 现在心里想，好了啦，差不多了啦，我也想要去看一下这个冠军赛了啦。
Cavalry kind of caught him off guard, and he's going to lose siege units. He has horse archers behind attacking, and Viper will manage to snipe quite a bit here.
把屎吃，
There's more
好
following
好
too.
好恶哦。
What do you do now as the Muslim? Your army is out of position.
好，再跟大家报告一下哈，我们下礼拜2还是礼拜3会转播这个4组回归3打3，然后礼拜4、礼拜5会转播索科特拉岛大师赛，会在我的 YouTube 上面转播。就如果你是4代的朋友，对2代有兴趣的话，也可以过来看。那如果你是原本2代的观众朋友们，有时间也可以过来看。好，那我们4代的比赛。 今天是最后一场，然后黄金联赛目前转播未定，好吧？但是3月19号外卡赛应该有的话，我也没办法转播，因为2代的4组回归冠军战是下个礼拜周末，我应该是没有办法转播4代的比赛，跟大家报告一下。
And they haven't really made any headway on either
好啦
side of
，11点
this
50
river.
啦，最后10分钟预测咯，最后10分钟，我等一下关投票了。
Horsemen, knights as well on the field. More horsemen in production.
最后10分钟，
80 military on the field.
最后10分
Muslim
钟。
with 99. And he still has his longbows alive, still has his crossbows alive, still has his springwolds alive. Is that 46 longbows now on the field from the Muslim?
It is 46 and 24 crossbow now.
That's a tough mass to push for sure.
我看一下有什么比赛哈，跟大家报告一下。
So their attack speed is like
神话世纪3月26号有比赛，神话世纪，
it's not a good
但是名单上面没有 Mista。
We can see why as
然后呢，神话世纪的这个比赛啊，1000块美金而已，1000块美金，难怪大家都要玩4代。然后近期还有什么比赛呢？我跟大家报告一下。2代的话，4月份有黑森林大赛，黑森林。 然后黄金联赛的话，从3月底到5月底，为期整整2个月，会打这个12.5万美金的大赛，这是4代的部分。然后还有2代的比赛也很多，真的也是说真的是播不完啊，播不完。
I would just go only horseman.
Only horseman.
Just like ignore all those archers.
还有这个深水联赛、职业联赛。也还没播2代的，一场我都还没播。
Pushing everything back from the Muslim. His army is split. He needs to move his trebs back up onto the top of the field and try and snipe these mangonels.
神话还有人在玩吗？有啊，有啊。
Yeah, horse archers seem so
还是有。
It's a really bad unit to make against longbowman.
S953。好，我看。有啦，有啦，有啦。
They're gonna start healing up again, and it's more horsemen coming onto the field. So he's listening to you. He just needs to cut the cav archer.
Yes.
S953，我看看啊。该不会没算到你吧？哎，为什么我没有算到你啊？好，等一下再检查一下哈。S953。
He's got Trebs moving up now. He's got Mangonels on the left side, and the Muslim just needs to keep backing up from this army. Viper, no food in the bank, but look at that income, 3,000 per minute. So that's going to replenish, and it means his queue can remain full. 82 military population to Muslim.
真的啦，我漏掉那么多。
And now he's moving
完蛋，我
further
眼
and
脱
further
了，是不
away
是
from his landmarks.
You see 3,000 foot per minute. I see 30 horsemen per minute.
30 horsemen per minute. He's got 17 in the queue. That's pretty good. He switched, and look, he's just driving him away. He keeps chasing after these longbows, and now barracks being added from the Muslim. He wants to switch into some
what are the
spearmen.
Trebs doing? What are the Muslims Viper's Trebs doing?
I don't know where.
Oh,
are they attacking
They're
the
going
landmarks?
for the landmarks. Yes.
Landmark is going down, and that's the Wingard Palace where he's producing.
CL 可以再帮我补一下那个预测吗？好啦，他们这比赛不重要啦，表演赛。
Yeah, if you have 3,000 foot per minute.
哎呀 ，Google 表格之后有固定有做抽奖活动，在那个啦，这个也是算是临时啊。
What a god! Landmark has been destroyed, and I believe he only has one. Correct? He's got one left.
He went in parallel. Yes.
Yeah, the Muslim
taps
out. That was a good game. Viper.
好，现在11:51分啊，最后9分钟。
The Muslims laughing as
我
well.
得给大家再看一下我们这里的抽奖啊，
We saw a little bit of variety.
1个、2个、3个、4、5、6、7、8、9、10、11、12、13、14、15、16、17、18、
Yeah, except without the longbows at the beginning.
19、20、21、22、23、24、25、26、27、28、29、30、31、32、33、34、35、36、37、37位。我虽然有37位，但是最接近比数的才有抽奖机会哦。啊，完全预测成功的，那就是直接中了。
I'm only good at giving interviews.
我有没有看妹子台啊？有啊，怎么会没有
So what do you think about that concept for like a show match or for like a mini tournament or something?
我现在没有登录啊，我现在没有登录啊。我也有一个账号，但我没有登录。
You can make some really interesting games.
What do you think the rules, like unique rules, should be for something like that?
You shouldn't ask me that.
Oh yeah, he just said he's like.
我们的台在那个，我们的台在这个妹子台旁边呢。
You've had a week to think about it, then I asked.
台在妹子台旁边。
Yeah, I think it's super interesting. If we could get like a draft set up like the Civ draft, where you could draft your opponent's landmarks, it might be a little bit interesting. It might provide a little bit of variety, especially with the changes coming in the next patch. Happy birthday, dude! Thank you for joining me. I appreciate it. I know
今天是 Mista 的生日啊，
as well, and
看起来很
I hope to
cute，
hear
很
Caster
cute。
Mista more often in the future because I like his energy. I like his vibe.
As I said to you earlier, I can only.
比数的部分必须在艾菲卡 TV 上面留言才有办法。
Just like a minute of silence as you're watching the game.
I'm like, why are you doing this?
要艾菲卡的这个在上面留言才有。
Viper and the Muslim, and I wonder if they're going to interview themselves actually. Bye, chat.
Very awkward, honestly, and just sit here in silence. But I guess I've ruined that idea.
think Nila does that every time, so it's kind of old.
Isn't the Mister coming over here to interview? He's very good at it. Oh, he's saying yes, he's going to do it.
Oh yeah, he's like thumbs up, right? It's his birthday. We allow him.
Happy birthday, the Mister.
Okay, that was a weird dance.
Yo. You don't have a mic?
Why are you touching us?
I do, but then I can't hold both of you at the same time.
Ha.
哦哟 ，Beasty 在后面一个默默的微笑啊，默默的微笑，
strategy though.
默默的微笑。
Why'd you give him Delhi?
I mean, Delhi are pretty decent, right? But Tower Victory is like bugged half the time, I think. I was like, well, after you gave me HRV, I was like, okay, it's kind of decent.
好，最后6分钟，最后6分
Get some
钟。
mana arms in there and just go
好，
for
最后6分钟。
healing from both sides. My healing wasn't as good.
No, your healing was. I think you went into that fight with a lot of confidence, and you came out with your head down.
Dude, the way I envisioned that was a fight that would last forever. No units dying, we're just fighting for like 5 minutes straight.
His archer lasted forever. His archer would not go down. The one you had on the field would not go down, and yeah, Delhi looked.
我等一下还会最后再顺一次这个所有有留言的观众朋友们哦，再给大家检查一下哦。
One person's trade line looked a lot better than the other person's trade line. You added trade really early. You kind of delayed adding trade. Would you play that differently if you had a chance?
Yeah, but I think it's actually super hard for Abbasid against French.
Yeah.
Like, without the economic wing, they're kind of bad. Like, it's got to be said. Like, so I thought about the market. I'm like, yeah, his market kind of sucks. You know, it's a bit of a waste of a landmark. But all his stuff is cheaper, like naturally.
Yeah.
And then it's like he's building workers faster than me too. And it's like,
安安啊。
is okay, but it doesn't.
AA 有预测这个比数吗？最终比数，今天有抽奖哦，最后5分钟了。下面看这个时间表啊。我是代抽的啊，我是代抽的啊。那我刚刚有说我抽奖的方式，等一下我会用那个俄罗斯轮盘啊。
That seemed rough. Also, you were trading for food at the beginning. How many of your traders did you have on food? How many did you have on gold?
I was trying to put every trader.
没要抽哦。
You have to actually
你们怎么都
select every single trader to make them.
750块 Steam 游戏打折的话，也是可以买一个游戏的。
Would you play with that again on a different map?
也是可以买一款游戏的。
It's shit, but like.
好啦。
But like, it's still better than what like because I figured out when I gave him Abbasid trade wing.
Yeah.
He can't really use that in Feudal Age, so he has like no bonuses entering Feudal Age.
你连开电脑的动力都没有。
All at once. I was like, can you afford that without economic wings?
这么惨。
No was the answer. Yeah, so I felt kind of fine there. I didn't know how it was gonna evolve. I thought he was actually going fast castle at one point, so I wanted to go aggressive. And then at the same time as I moved forward, he came on my side, so it was a bit of a base trade. But I killed Wills from him. He didn't really get to kill Wills from me. I think from that point it was kind of over.
Did you know the map? We weren't there for it, but did you know the map going into Game 3 when you picked the civs?
Yeah, we did.
Really?
He said we were gonna. He was like, oh,
推荐我游戏，是说推荐我吗？
Yeah, I didn't
我
wanna
没
do
时间玩游
I
戏
thought
啊
it was，kind of fun.
不要推荐我。
The really not used landmarks.
现在没时间玩。
So it was like, do I pick China? Because you can pretty much use both of the two at the first, and then I could use the Imperial Palace thing, but I thought that's not as fun. So I wanted to see with all the trashy ones.
好啦，再3分钟哦，准时12点我们就截止了。
With their really bad ones. And I don't know what English.
准时12点
Once it was
截止
getting。to a game where it was like network of castles and stuff, if I had a lot of spearmen, it could have been a lot better. But I felt like I just started off very behind. But I can't take water. Like there's no chance. I can't get archers to deny.
哎呦，小李今天是穿衬衫吗？他打这个冠军战，他穿衬衫，
I'm not sure.
他不会卡到吗？他不会卡到吗？
But it was a fun game.
Yeah, it was interesting to see, and like Mystic called it at the beginning. He's like, neither of the landmarks are absolutely terrible for both of these civs, so it's going to be pretty even, except Abbey of the Kings.
Yeah,
that was the only one that was.
That one is horrible.
Pretty useless. But
hey,
least,
they
like,
increased their radius, didn't they? Healing radius.
They're making it so it heals more.
Yeah.
Oh, faster.
6 per 1 second. 6
instead
HP.
of 4 per 1.5.
我有感觉我很像格数露营啊，跟他们也是住在德国，然后今天打完要回家了。
I think it's supposed to work on every unit.
It's
no?
infantry and archers. That's what.
Oh,
Gurley
not
said
cavalry.
in the chat, but it's bugged.
It's bugged.
Yeah, so it's 10% infantry and archers, if I remember.
So it's not even the 15.
我觉得他们现在闲聊很多是那种兄弟之间舍不得回他们国家，就想要直接都在德国搞基在一起了。
Then he went for because he kind of had a decent start on that map I felt, and then he went for an attack, and I was like, oh, nice. Like I'm so thankful.
他们想要在德国搞基耶，不想回自己的国家了。
That was an interesting decision from you, Viper. Which civs did we miss out on? Chinese and Mongols.
Yeah.
Okay, so you guys wanted to avoid the Mongol trade then.
今天还没有看到 Marino 出现呢，是不是有点憔悴呢？担心他哎。今天这个画面 Marino 都没有在后面经过 ，Beasty 走来走去，不知道在干嘛。哦，在发功蓄力。Marino 今天没出来哎。
You just let China win the game kind of thing.
难过。
So yeah, it's a rough one because most civs do have an obvious choice of landmarks.
啊 ，Viper 是最早被淘汰的，现在在这边玩得很开心啊。
I think it needs to be reworked entirely. Like, if I could say something, I think English need because right now they have the very linear "I'm going to attack you" option. I would love them to have an economic option that means that they get pressured too, or
Viper 表示2代我还有队友扛着，没事啦。我冠军战再回去就再打就好了。哇 ，VP 不回家。Lucifer 跟 Fortix 不见了，哎，对耶，有没有已经回家了？这么难过，这么快，多留1天都没有。回西班牙去了？不会吧，不会吧？哎，12点了，好，喂，那我先把这个标题改一下啊。抽奖结束。
Super mill, the Omega mill.
Yeah. Like double the effect of farms.
That's Chinese granaries, man.
That's true.
Yeah.
好
We have super mills already.
Let's see what people can do with the new Abbey of Kings update, though, in the next patch.
抽奖结束了。这个抽奖是再讲一下这个抽奖的方式哈。只有在艾菲卡 TV 上面有预测的观众朋友们，我们才能做抽奖的活动。然后抽奖的方式是预测成功的观众朋友们，假设都是5比3，假设最终是小李5比3，跟我一样预测5比3，那就是从这些观众里面抽2位，然后我们会寄点数给你，就这样。好，那我再给大家看一下，有没有漏掉什么？
Okay, well, congratulations, Viper. You won. You take it.
2张都是打完比赛才抽吗？
The best player that was in that room with
当然啦啊！我不知道最终比数我怎么抽。这好问题啊！好问题啊！
And we are gonna go. Do we have highlights over that guy?
Viper 的女友跟 Viper 长得一模一样，眼镜的那个边框长得一模一样。
Best of 9 at N4C Leenock versus Beastqyt. I hope you're ready.
OK.
Highlights from a previous show match. Thank you for tuning in.
Do the queen wave.
好，大家再看一下你们有没有落掉什么啊？一位，我现在全部顺哦，已经结束了哈。5比3小李，5比4 Beasty，5比4 Beasty，5比3小李，5比4小李，这个是。
are insane here for both players as Viper looks for more villagers to target and Muslim takes out so much of the trade from his opponent.
5比3 Beasty，5比4小李，5比4小李，5比1小李，5比3小李，5比3小李，5比4小李，5比2 Beasty，5比2小李，5比4小李，5比1小李，5比3小李，5比2小李，5比4 Beasty，5比3 Beasty，5比3。 小李5比2小李5比4 Beasty5比1小李 5比4 Beastqyt， 5比3 Beastqyt， 5比2小李，5比4 Beastqyt， 5比3小李，5比3 Beastqyt， 5比3 Beastqyt， 5比4小李，5比3 Beastqyt， 5比3小李，5比3 Beastqyt， 5比3 Beastqyt， 5比3小李，5比3 Beastqyt。
Maybe a strategy win, forcing the Muslim to go for the opposite and getting that.
哦，你的没有进去。
He is literally the strongest.
Yes.
哦，5比4小李，好，最后了，就这样了。所以没有人预测5比0哈，没有人预测5比0。
Right now, I think there's no chance.
万一是一个5比0会怎样吗？杀神破天荒5比0。
好， your total population.
There's definitely a chance for a comeback.
那为了预防这个事后诸葛比数出现，所以我们今天总共，我再算一下有总共几位观众啊？谢谢你们的这个预测。1、2、3、4、5、6、7、8、9、10、11、12、13、14、15。16、17、18、19、20、21、22、23、24、25、26、27、28、29、30、31。32、33、34、35、36、37、38、39。39抽2， 39抽2。好，公平、公正、公开。
No, he might have actually gone down. What would you give that strategy?
我去厕所一下，1分钟回来。哦，等一下，大家宵夜准备好啊！今天是最后一天了 ，BO9 BO9。
1 out of 10 for Viper. How would you rate his performance at N4C? Out of 10.
He played good. He kept playing better the more games.
Yeah. Do you think he's going to be dangerous in Golden League?
I think every single person here is dangerous.
Yeah. He wants to switch into some
what are the
spearmen
Trebs doing? What are the Muslims Viper's Trebs doing?
I don't know where Viper's Trebs are.
Oh,
are they attacking
They're
the
going
landmarks?
for the landmarks. Yes.
Landmark is going down, and that's the Wingard Palace where he's producing the multiple units at a time.
And then on the town center is left.
Horse Archer's looking pretty good now.
Yeah, if you have 3,000 food per minute.
Now do the caster version of that. Oh my god, brilliant play! Viper, what a god! Landmark has been destroyed, and I believe he only has one, correct? He's got one left?
When you're paralleled, yes.
Yeah, the Muslim taps out. That was a good game. Viper getting the economy set up, and he's laughing, and the Muslim's laughing as well. He held on for quite a while, but...
We are back for the last time in the HelloFresh Ankerkraut kitchen. For the last time,
yes,
you will cook dinner for us. How was the week for you?
Very, very good. Was very funny. Was a pleasure for me to be here. Thank you.
I got great feedback exclusively, honestly. Like, people were
nice.
so happy, and the brunch was so nice every single day.
Nice.
People were really happy. I actually had like similar tournaments before, and I saw the 17-year-olds grabbing some Burger King from time to time. Didn't see any of that this time.
Nice.
So
Thank
yeah,
you.
that should be a compliment for you. It was really, really nice. Maybe let's talk about what are the final dishes for N4C from HelloFresh and Ankerkraut.
We had the pork tenderloin with king oyster mushroom cream sauce. With mini potato dumplings.
Exactly.
Yeah, okay. And as a vegetarian, we have fettuccine with truffle oil and oyster mushrooms.
Okay.
Also in the cream sauce.
Really nice. And we already had those pasta last week, and I like them so much. We have them again. And
I make one meal for you?
Yeah.
Okay.
Make one portion for me as well.
好啦 ，H02、10、103，您是最后一位，抽40位。哦，没有，后面没有抽奖了，已经12点过了，已经12点过了。我们现在就是等冠军赛了。
It feels really bulletproof, step by step. You can see all the ingredients there as well. And then You can make delicious meals.
说真的，他这个工商每一天都 Hello Fresh， 说真的，我蛮想吃看看的。
15 minutes.
我看起来觉得蛮好吃的。
That's quick.
他如果台湾有据点，我可能会想要吃看看。
Absolutely delicious. I can only recommend it. You can use the codes down below.
我先把这个记录存档起来。
And if you want to go for some spices that we used multiple times. You can obviously get those using the code down below as well and get a surprise spice. What's the spices in here today?
Today I have here a spice mix for mushrooms. This.
Okay.
It's a spice mix. It's with dried mushrooms in it, and yeah.
Okay.
Very nice.
Yeah, it was really intense.
Some pepper symphony.
Okay.
And salt.
Okay, sweet. Why do I always see people eat pasta with like a spoon and a fork? Is that a typical Italian thing?
I always eat it with a spoon.
Okay. I always feel like super sophisticated if I eat it with the fork and with the pasta, with the spoon there as well. I will grab one mushroom.
结果我这个记录档前面一个多小时都在做抽奖活动。
It's as good as last week. Absolutely love it.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Hello Fresh.
哦，最后的大决战要来了，大结局要来了。
So good. And thanks for all the collaboration and thanks for your great cooking. We will see each other in the finals with Leenock against Beastqyt. Who's your favorite?
还没看比赛啦。
Take it away.
他说 Leenock。
Leenock also my favorite as well, but you guys know I've got to be a little bit fair when it comes to
连厨师，连厨师都给 Leenock， 他知道 Leenock 是不是？他不是只在煮 pasta 的吗？他有在看 C 帝国吗？其实与其问他什么意大利面什么的。我的话，如果我是主持人，我就会问他说：“那你知道世纪帝国4有几个文明吗？”他答不出来，我请他回家。我请他回家。哇塞，你跟我们住1个多礼拜，然后你在这边给我煮 pasta， 我们有几个文明他妈的不知道。回家。
Interesting. Okay. Actually a bit looser. Nice. Well, okay, what were the scores for today? The Viper versus the Muslim, 2-1 for the Viper. And the first
好啦，我们预测已经结束了，就是40位了，就是40位了。
Yeah, don't worry too much about that other one. It's
昨天那个左边的主播，他是叫做 Drango， 他有 YouTube 的频道，7-8万人订阅吧。他预测小李5比1。他预测小李5比1，我预测5比3。我不知道其他人预测什么了，等下可以问一下。小李5比3。
So system, what's how it's going to work? We also only have 7 maps. So basically, we have 7 maps. I randomly drew one to begin with. It's going to be Mongolian Heights as game number 1. Then both of them got an extra in addition to that. So Beastqyt picked Mongolian Heights, so we might see it twice.
各位来了。
He picked Lipany, so we could see those twice.
现场哦，小李他今天穿 T 恤，不，他穿衬衫，他已经想要正式的拿下冠军，然后受采访了吗？是吗？他为什么今天穿的这么正式啊？
So just to clarify, Beasty
小李今天他穿的好正式哎。
But it also the random map that was drawn was Mongolian Heights, so very good for him. He'll be happy with that. But then, so just to clarify, so obviously 8 civilizations, 9 games. We're probably going to see Delhi at least once here. Well, you'd suspect maybe even twice. But we won't be seeing it more than that because, as you mentioned, players have got a ban going into that 9th game.
重要的日子哦。
To ban Delhi then, right? Maybe Delhi loses twice and they rethink, okay, maybe Abbasid.
最后一天哦，我很紧张啊，我很
We
紧
see
张。
the second Abbasid ban of the tournament potentially.
Potentially. I will have some random player facts prepared for you again, and then more in depth than 7 out of 10 strategy and bold. Leenock actually played Abbasid.
好，各位那个
Defeated on the Abbasid dynasty, impressive. And I remember
最终报告。今天的冠军赛 BO9 结束之后，我会马上抽出预测成功的2位观众朋友们，分别各1张的 Steam 点数750块的点数。那如果没有待到最后也没有关系，请大家关注一下我的 YouTube 的社群。 YouTube 的社群。那如果2位观众朋友都有看到最后，我明天就不会发文了。所以如果没有在这现场的话，我会发文大家就稍微关注一下我的 YouTube 的社群的公告。好，然后不要好了，我明天也发个公告好了，把这3天获奖的观众朋友们都告诉大家公平、公正、公开。然后这个比赛3月19号黄金联赛12.5万的美金大赛外卡赛事在下周末开始。那目前不一定会转播看行程，然后看之后看怎么样啦。那有一些民间玩家也是准备要参战嘛，包含像 Larry 还有一些南韩选手也是默默的，除了小李以外的选手也都有在练习，所以我们就期待着。那我自己的频道会回归2代的转播平日会有这个战队3打32代的转播，也会有这个单挑局的佐科特拉岛大师赛的转播大家都可以持续关注一下这个频道。那还没有订阅频道的观众朋友们也帮我就是订阅一下，如果你喜欢世纪帝国的话我们这个频道是专门在转播比赛的。感谢大家的支持。那冠军战 BO9 输单是可以出的，所以这边的 ban pick 策略可以考虑说，看对手哪一张图会选输单，我用烂的文明去换他输单。比如说现在胜率最低的，不要说胜率最低的，可能比较没有那么强势的，比如说像是英国或是其实说真的，现在没有什么弱势的文明。其实现在4代的文明是这样的，每一张图它能出场的文明有最强，比如说高山神谷，大家几乎都拿神罗，可是神罗他怕蒙古，可是通常你不会去想要选蒙古在高山神谷，因为蒙古它可以出场的地图很多，所以其实今天的冠军战，文明的对抗跟他的剪刀手部我觉得是非常重要的，所以这边今天的策略 ban pick 策略其实我们要仔细来看我个人觉得要仔细来看
arrive at 10:45 at night.
Yeah.
My last video is scheduled for about 2 hours after that. So then I have to have a video ready in 8 hours after that one. So
Okay.
yeah, I gave myself a window of about 10 hours.
Okay, solid.
Should be fine.
Should be fine.
不知道大家怎么觉得呢？ 那
那
昨天 Marino 虽然是打输 Leenock， 当然他有几局 Marino 不是打得特别漂亮，比如说像是神罗的部分，神罗内战那一场，还有关键局蒙古打法国那一场，经济调配在最后可能因为压力的情况下，扛不住。那 Beasty 的防守功力，我认为是比 Marino 更强的。所以小李的后期跟 Beasty 的后期，我可能还是会先给 Beasty 1票。虽然我给小李5-3，但是以这个比赛经验值来看的话 ，Beasty 他是沙场老将了，可能在比赛经验值冠军战这种高强度的比赛里面，可能 Beasty 还是经验较为优秀。那小李的话，我觉得他文明几乎是没有什么破口，都很熟练。他苦练型玩家，然后加上他真的进入那个状态，我觉得他让我感觉到一种势不可挡的感觉。IP 破蛋之后慢慢进化，确实。
was a bit questionable on his end. He actually shared quite a lot of his strategies. He actually shared quite a bit of his approach to the civ and map drafting.
Yeah, it was quite interesting. He's quite a mastermind as well. He's mentioned that he sat down for a couple of hours, looked at Leenock's match history in this tournament, and he said, "Okay, well, hold on. Leenock's only played the English."
之后还会玩艾尔登法环吗？想玩，但是没有时间。我预测之后有直播，我会回去玩2代。
Plus, he also knows, okay, if you're
好
Mongolian height civs, if I pick a
，Beasty 选了一个蒙古高原，这个图小李不太会打。哦，这个图确实他不太会打。昨天前天吗？前天小李赢 Mista 蒙古高原，是因为 Mista 他中国不会玩。蒙古高原不是小李擅长的地图，力怕你 OK。
Looking at each individual game, but also preparing the matchups, preparing the drafts.
那小李的话，阿拔斯没有输过。Beasty 比较擅长的是蒙古、罗斯这种游牧文明，加上他打塔攻，有他一套的想法。打塔攻最强的应该目前我觉得应该是 Beasty。英国的话 ，Beasty 跟 Leenock 都差不多。我曾经 Leenock 也花很多时间在玩英国，后来他花更多时间玩中国跟阿拔斯之后。英国现在不是他最强的文明。在这游戏刚出的时候，小李他练了很多把英国，后来没有再练英国。所以英国的话，以这个插塔流来看的话，Beasty 一票，以 Beasty 一票，我个人觉得是 Beasty 一票。然后
，What
if he like a high jump over the camera?
Oh yeah, it's impressive. It's good stuff. He's a tall guy as well, so you know he's got a lot of flexibility for his height.
还有什么文明呢？神罗的话也是 Beasty， 神罗 Beasty 一票，英国 Beasty 一票，蒙古 Beasty 一票，罗斯 Beasty 一票。怎么办？我怎么都给 Beasty 啊？然后我自己预测小李5-3。这样子合理的转播，好像 Beasty 比较强怎么办？我需要小李变成超级赛亚人啊，再变一次啊！哦，这边已经在。Beasty 是在喝拿铁吗？还是什么
？It's not actually chocolate milk, it's coffee.
很 chill 啊，哇！
It's chocolate milk. You know, as a gamer, I'm
好，那这边我们看一下双方的这个地方Beasty 这边是3-1 Vortex， 然后现在是以第2名姿态进到这个4强赛，然后4-3 Vortex， 然后他的手速是241，小李272。小李的手速会不会太夸张啊？那 Beasty 的最高胜率是神罗跟阿拔斯，没有赢过英国，可是他的英国很爱插塔。然后最常玩的是法国，这是 Beasty 的部分。那小李的这边是有赢过星海2的比赛哦，然后还有是阿拔斯3-0，不对，昨天赢的是4-0，这个官方没有更新哦。然后现在是全世界玩世纪帝国4第9位多的玩家苦练型玩家，所以前面1到8名到底是谁呢？我不知道，但是不是这几位职业选手。所以还是有很狂热的一般玩家玩的场次比小李还要多，但是全世界第9也可以证明他是一个非常苦练的南韩选手，非常苦练。根据这个官方报道，他打了2700多场游戏出到现在，他打了2700多场，非常可怕的场次。我个人如果私心的话，我真的希望小李赢，因为他非常努力。我有跟他稍微聊天过，在他还没有出名的时候，就是像朋友，因为我要加他好友嘛。那他是非常非常谦虚的 玩家，我觉得他有机会。那 Beasty 的话是砂糖老将，也很厉害，就看谁强谁就拿冠军。好，各位观众朋友，今天的冠军赛 BO9，我们来到最后一天的 N4C 10万美金大赛。今天我们世纪帝国4的电竞元年最高额的奖金正式开始。那第一张图是蒙古高原 Beasty 选的罗斯打英国。那这个 Beastqyt 的策略，这张图罗斯比较强哦，因为这个图楚河汉界，罗斯拖到一个中后盘，弩炮的这个优势，加上他的阵地战，英国是很难去抗衡的。那昨天，小李也是用英国去打罗斯，后来我是提到了。小李他做这个地图的 Beastqyt， 他有机会是用烂的文明去打对手强的文明。这个节奏是他思维上有预测到的，就是Beasty 先拿这个蒙古高原，可能他在支盘就是会玩罗斯，因为在过去的记录里面 ，Beasty 在这个地图也是玩罗斯。英国打罗斯的话，这张图基本上是7-3开，罗斯7，英国3。那昨天小李这张图英国也是输，那我觉得算是 Beastqyt 上的策略吧。这一盘1-0 Beasty 胜，我看好 Beasty 胜，因为罗斯在这张图的表现，我觉得还是略胜一筹。包含他在中间的河流处，渔船是不用收食物到码头里面的。假设这边是打长弓兵，不打河流战的话，打长弓兵，你的罗斯的渔船也是可以切换成攻击模式。那你的长弓兵虽然射程比较远一点，但是必须控得尽善尽美，你才有办法去控制到这个河流上的经济。那包含这张图很容易拖到这个中后盘中后盘英国是打不赢罗斯的，基本上打不赢。你英国打装甲步兵，罗斯有这个射手卫队，阵地战直接被他蹦甲的，非常难打。这边 Beasty 是罗斯双斥候开局，看起来 Leenock 也是双斥候开局，但是这边的羊全部都在 Beasty 这边，狼也在 Beasty 这里。Holy moly！ 第一盘这边全部都在 Beasty 这边，很快的我们可以看出这整盘的策略哦。这边 Beasty 开始上这个幕墙，那 Beasty 他在8位选手里面是属于非常爱盖围墙的玩家，因为他的 meta 是属于这种大后期操作多线，跟2代 Viper 是有点像的。OK， 这边小李先围中央。有看昨天比赛的观众朋友们应该知道，昨天小李在这张图后面完全没有办法抗衡的最大原因就是罗斯 Marino 他用骑士直接窜进来打这英国，他是先围上下2侧才围中央，结果 Marino 直接从中央突入进，Fortix 啊。Fortix 还是谁忘记了？忘记是哪一场了，反正就是英国中间没有围好，先围上下路，结果直接被突入一波。这边有机会抓掉 Beasty 一村，小李这边，现在小李嘴巴没有张很开啊，现在还没有到无我状态啊。OK，BC 这边是把上路、下路、中路全部的河流处都要围死。那这一盘小李应该是同样的策略，上路、下路、中路全部围死，然后用长弓兵去做骚扰。双方打这一盘的节奏拉得不错，在积分赛双方打这张图，英国、罗斯都有在练，节奏没有像现在来的这么好。大概跟的就是封建上来就开始会乱掉。好，那这边现在目前就是长弓兵去控这个河流，然后拖延罗斯的经济。那等一下看一下罗斯这边能多少时间上城堡时代。那基本上这张图，10场罗斯10场都会走3-1修道院，会走3-1修道院。
still yet to add in a second town center.
因为这张图地图不大，你的遗迹很快就会可以先收到你的修道院里面，然后3-1修道院给你的这个是僧侣战士减免嘛，你后面还可以转这个军事去打。哦，基本上这个图不会有人出高等贸易所。哦，积分赛到今天是包含外卡赛，总共12天的赛程。我有转播的比赛，我没有看过有罗斯出高等贸易所。哦，这张图没有，全部都是3-1修道院。哦，直接上城堡拿遗迹，被动收入加起来，河流控制，然后拖到中后盘就是罗斯的天下。哇，小李这边下路这里还是没有围死。哦，这边残血一村，残血的一滴血。这边很极限啊。现在小李
，another fishing boat comes out at this point for Beasty, but that's not what he needs at this point. He needs to get more attack ships out, but he can't convert them because Leenock just keeps sniping. This is terrible for Beastqyt.
Beasty 他没有把罗斯的船转为攻击模式啊？怎么了？怎么了 ？Beasty 这里。
This is absolutely massive. So Beastqyt making a pretty big mistake there, sending down the.
现在主播也在讲啊 ，Beasty 这里打错了，他太放松了。你这边只要罗斯派2艘船转为攻击部队，你就可以直接吃掉这些长弓兵。但是 Beasty 没有在做这件事情。天哪！小李，小李昨天过了 Marino 之后，完全形态了。但是这一盘目前看起来是 Beasty 自己失误哦，这里是 Beasty 失误。现在出了早期骑士要来清这些长弓兵，可是这一波长弓兵被吃掉，无所谓了，因为你已经换掉河流上所有的船了。哇，这一波一来往差很多啊！这个节奏比昨天小李输给罗斯的那个节奏完全是不一样的。昨天小李打罗斯，这个图同样他玩英国，他河流上清不掉任何一艘船。不要跟我说英国打赢罗斯哦，这个图。Beasty 后面还有什么高野市区，罗斯也不能玩了，因为罗斯能出场的目前2张强势的图就是这一张图跟高野市区。那比赛也还没结束，不过目前以节奏来看的话，风向倒在小李这里，现在持续做河流上的骚扰，又死一艘船，我的天呐 ，B 哥 Beasty 今天怎么了？没有看昨天比赛吗 ？Beasty 昨天没有看比赛，不知道小李会这样打，完蛋了。我要键盘3间加了，因为我们昨天确实哦，我们有看昨天4强赛，观众朋友应该都知道，昨天小李也是这样打的，围死上路，围死下路，围死中路，然后用长弓兵去打的这一套。现在村民数是40对34，现在小李开始走这个轮手，不会落后这个时代太多。等一下英国可以走双 TC 王宫开农一波，虽然打到后期罗斯的阵容还是占优，现在走3-1修道院 ，OK。 以 Beasty 的打法，他城堡估计是不敢出来打英国，因为他会想要拖到后期，因为拖到后期是 Beasty 的 meta。但是这一盘，如果小李能抓到 Beasty 这个 meta 的心理策略的话，他可以，也许可以像 Viper 这样，我大胆开农。我甚至开到3TC 大胆开农，小李有可能是会这样打的，因为他昨天虽然都打得很沉稳，我说他打很沉稳，可是他在最后一盘大家应该有看到哈，他那个 Siege Push 大封建推到马瑞诺差点裤子都湿湿的，要狂起来他也是会狂啊，衬衫人家直接扣直接全一排整个拔掉。哇，这边好细腻耶，多转一烧。哇哇哇哇哇！小李的状态看起来真的已经开无双喽，开无双喽，节奏不错，节奏不错。现在小李也走这个城堡王宫2TC， 看一下 Beasty 有没有要转 2TC。应该是有转2TC 啦 ，Beasty 的节奏应该都是打后期。OK， 现在 Beasty 也有2TC， 转骑士，转骑士。现在小李没有情报。蒙古高原这张图有一个比较大的问题点，就是没有情报，你看不到对手后面在干嘛。小李在这张图曾经玩神罗输给罗斯嘛 ，Beasty 输给罗斯。哦，没有情报。现在小李打的比较偏稳哦，2TC 没有到3TC，没有情报的情况下，稳稳去拖到后期，虽然后期英国稍烂一些，但也还 OK。官方现在这个节奏都是可以接受的。现在3A修道院圣女战士开始捡遗迹，这张图 Beasty 的本岛里有3个遗迹，也是算是帮忙到 Beasty 这里。小李真的有在进化，有啊，我之前有说啊，小李他每次打完比赛之后，从之前外卡赛没人默默无名的时候，他打完比赛，我不是说吗？我转播到早上吗？然后我看到小李他打完比赛，他早上还不睡觉，他还开台，而且大量在看他的 RP， 所以我真的觉得他很认真，他很认真，又很谦虚。有一次他中国不知道是打谁，然后逆转获胜，我就跟他说你是最强的中国玩家。他说他并不是，他说他会就是打好就是比赛这样，就是很谦虚的，很谦虚的。这边骑士走了，小李有强，他有时间去应对这些骑士，但是这边是打一个先露几只骑士给你看。那小李现在需要去猜测说，后面 Beasty 是真的骑士，还是只有少量骑士，还是后面有藏什么？是强军士还是开农，还是怎么样的？那以这个上帝视角看的话 ，Beasty 是想要打后期，没错，跟他的 meta 是比较吻合的。所以这边小李不需要去过度反应，不用去出到太多军事去守，因为这一盘的节奏城堡不会打出什么东西，基本上不会打出什么东西。这一盘的决战的地方应该是帝王的中期，等到那个装甲步兵机体上来，英国必须决战。如果你让罗斯的弩炮阵跟射手卫队这个阵地战成型之后，加上 BC 这里有3个遗迹，英国很难赢，英国真的难赢。
He's got a pretty big brain, this guy. He knows exactly where his enemy is going and how he's going to play. But yeah, preemptive wall's doing a great job. They're going to be stopping those.
现在这边 Beasty 想要，我有抢这个野猪， 差10赏金到500。哇 ，Beasty 把这遗迹 snake 掉，4遗迹。小李不知道这遗迹被偷走了。现在 Beasty 开始发功。小李现在这一盘遗迹被偷走，对这个后期的部署，这部分确实是 Beasty 的强项哦。昨天那个 Beasty 打 Vortex 的神罗内战第一把。Beasty 已经向世人展现过他打后期营运多线地图控制的这个能力 ，Beasty 已经向世人展示过了。现在2个圣地加4遗迹，这个节奏小李不妙，后期阵容打不赢。现在我想要知道小李他怎么打后续这一盘。他应该知道他遗迹被偷走了。这个打法就真的很像 Viper。我有5个遗迹，我慢慢跟你打后期，我后期也很强。相对来说，心里的压力不会这么大。
Well, you said that in the late game, English are pretty crazy. We could see beautiful.
现在这压力很大啊！小李现在是出骑士一些，没有出很多的军事，但是也没有说真的完全开农起来。目前也是还是2TC 的情况。分名数67对上81。这一盘 Beasty 很有机会，这个东西又是 Beasty 会玩的，就是打多线。Vortex 昨天就是这样给他玩死。哦，这边出不去。那4强赛昨天有看观众朋友再介绍一下这个，没有看4强赛观众朋友再介绍一下昨天 Beasty 是怎么赢的。他基本上不会正面对刚，他就是上面一队，下面一队打骚扰多线。那再跟大家复习一下，因为常常大家新手可能会觉得说，听不懂我在说什么。多线的意思在2代《世纪帝国2代》里面，就是比如说这一张图，我们河流处有上路、下路跟中路。那这些顶尖玩家，他的打法如果是像 Viper、像 Beasty 这样打法的话，他不会把军队都集中在中路或是哪一路，他会去用算的，比如说我上面放10只骑士，下面放10只骑士，然后依照对手过来防守的数量来做 counter， 因为每一个文明再强，它就是200匹，它就是200匹。所以有一些顶尖玩家，他的打法是，我不会跟你一波正面对刚，然后比阵容的，我打你多线，用交换比去慢慢去 snowball 的这种营运方式。我们称为在2代的世界里面，在世纪帝国的世界里面，我自己把它称为是多线操作，因为你的画面是切到很多，比如说上路、下路、中路哪边，我们都称为多线操作。那 Beasty 很擅长打这个多线操作。
As we talked about earlier today, he says, if I get to make the high armoring, if I get to have the extra range on my springalds, I'm going to be a very happy camper. And we can see he's throwing away a couple of.
有一点像是那种美工刀慢慢在割你的肉的感觉，不是拿那种菜刀，但是就是慢慢割你的肉的感觉。现在小李这一包村民被抓到。没有死村，但是经济被大乱。这一盘小李这个节奏慢慢的不是很好啊。现在是73对上103村。哦哟。这一盘有点小不妙哦，对小李来说小不妙哦。现在15已经爆棚了，但是这个黄金拿不到。小李现在也不敢开第3个 TC。 现在 Beasty 的投石车真的是大量，这个阵地战已经慢慢给他弄起来了。Beasty 有5个遗迹，5个遗迹螺丝。小李的嘴巴可能今天第一把不够开。 但是这图本来正常看的话是7-3开啦，螺丝7嘛。那 Beasty 上来到帝王，直接转射手卫队。哇，这一盘除了封建那个 Beasty 中掉渔船以外，后面的营运城堡打回来，偷掉遗迹都很漂亮。
There's going to be absolutely nothing that Leenock can do to stop that. Even knights, even fully upgraded knights with biology and all that good stuff, yeah, it's not going to work.
Okay, well, certainly tricky scenario, especially
用汤匙是刮痧的意思吗？
Really wearing the shines, but maybe being pushed into that direction. While we see more upgrades for Beastqyt.
哇
，already has 12 range.
这一盘危险了，
Now will
这一盘危险了，小李危险了。
And those mangonels will instantly shoot after getting the attack command.
不过应该对小李心态还好啦，因为他昨天英国也是输这个，拿来送头的。哦，那这样子投给 BC 的观众朋友们，有比较接近那个投票哈，获奖几率稍微往前一步走，迈进。
He is one of the most walling players on the ladder that we see, at least on the top level.
OK， 现在小李也要上来了，小李也要上来了。BC 现在车子开进来，小李会爆但是 BC 也不急，因为他有5个遗迹，慢慢玩。
At the moment, so he's quite happy. But we see mangonel upgrades coming through here. Still just doing so many raids and being really pesky and annoying here. Slowly keeping Leenock's village account down. And now
现在已经过河盖一个前置堡，航空兵很难推，后面还有投石车。这边小李，等一下上帝王的配兵会选择是什么呢？英国就是打步兵嘛。 或是打长弓兵嘛，可是这2个东西被工程器跟射手卫队吃，痛苦了，痛苦了，痛苦了，这一把痛苦了。现在小李上来帝王，村民数91对126，现在 BC 有5个遗迹。现在在讲话的国外主播说小李5比1。 但小李这边第一盘可能要输了，等于说他还要赢5盘，才会预测成功。Beasty 这边开到3移，3个 TC 去了。
And this is just also the super methodical play, right? But we saw him lose, but against Roos earlier in this tournament.
这边小李在准备的是。
哦，有，
哎，等一下哦，等一下哦。这边是塞尔维亚版本的问零一吗？这个东西我怎么好像似曾相识啊 ？Beasty， 你这个东西我似曾相识哎，怎么办啊？ 刚开始在拉了，这东西很讨厌。哇，不要啊！
Beastqyt already killing 2 landmarks quite easily here at the front. Wingard Palace was at the front as well, right? Oh yeah, look at that.
BC 心里想着，为了这个奖金，我面子不要了啦，我要当乌龟啊！我要龟起来啊 ！Leenock 这边是要 counter 吗？还是做什么策略？打换家会吗？
with a huge amount of military up towards the north here.
Yeah, wants to make something happen, but look at that. Warrior among scouts hit plus the triple wall that we showed earlier.
哦，这里要打换家。
But that won't be great news. I think Beastqyt can even be a bit more aggressive towards the center.
He deleted the pillars, he didn't delete the walls. If we head back towards that north, you can see his units just standing idly by. He's made a little bit of a mistake right there.
Traffic
now,
jam.
He's, why aren't you guys going through? And now he realizes, so the pillars are different units to those walls. That's the difference. And now we see a whole bunch of reactive wooden fortresses coming down. And at the same time, Beasty on the front line.
前线用起手烧这个火炮，然后 Beasty 没有部队在前线，全部拉到上路。可是这边 OP 的罗斯幕墙又在那边发功。哇，这边为了奖金，我要当乌龟，我当乌龟，我归起来，我归起来。 哇，这里看到罗斯这个战术，我有一点想吐，我有点想吐。哇，继承意志啊！ Beasty 现在如果我这一把有剪精华的话，我上面左上角字幕我一定写 OS。干，老子为了这个钱，我愿意当 Win02，我愿意当这个 Win02，归起来玩啊！ 哇 ，Beasty， 你加入到这个Win01的阵营去了。那现在小李想要偷家，偷不到，全部满满的是幕墙。现在军事量是86对上74，但是国库完全是不一样。Beasty 这一盘应该是稳稳胜利，没问题。
A hole in the wall down here broken through, so he could at least come from behind. Because you can see all the siege.
除非德国柏林大停电。现在这边冲上去了。那边投石车没有注意，但是城堡够多，城堡够多。你看看这个木门。 你看看这个木门，官方有看到这个木门吗？还不下修，至少也开像2代这样门打开，军事可以冲进去吧？哦，这不合理，这不合理。现在转了一个 Carvacher 是 Beasty 罗斯大成型，哇，这一把我看不到什么希望了。
The Trebs can actually be used to snipe away the bombards as well. Now we see Leenock down towards the south. Going to be trying again. We'll check from Beasty's perspective, see whether he spots this and whether he looks to potentially defend on this.
哇，死乌龟！
So Leenock got to be careful, but at the same time,
现在这个中央正门有3、4座堡在那边。
5k food, 5k gold. He can easily make a tech switch happen if he wanted to. He could easily go
哇，
for
这一盘没机会，这一盘真的很难打，没机会。国库不一样，5遗迹罗斯这个图。
Yeah, if he wanted to do 80 houses, he definitely could, Nelly.
我觉得可以啦，用英国去输掉这个罗斯，我觉得可以。 BO9是一个精神之战啊，体力之战啊，要这个高强度打9盘很累啊。这边后面又是强哥 Quick Wall 啊？什么 Quick Wall？ Beasty 今天 ID 打完可以改一下。哇，不行，这个没了，这没了。
Yeah, but it's just so difficult to do. It looks like there might have been a bit of a gap in the wall. I don't think he was prepared for that, but huge amount of units still.
哦，漏洞帝国吗？漏洞从哪里进去的？牧区旁边进去了。进去是进去了，但是国库完全不一样。
Playing very slowly, very methodically, and slowly pushing towards that. Only a single landmark remains, and if he wanted to, he could go for a snipe very easily.
现在这边有2个 TC， 这一趟进来，小李是来看一下地标在哪里啊？但是这里门口保推，木造要塞加保推。
Remember, behind this, he has 5 relics and a sacred site.
All the production back here. Let's take a look.
哦，罗斯的那个墙，不要说罗斯的墙，包含那个石墙不能用军事去打，我都觉得很奇怪。太 peace 了，太 peace 了。
From Beastqyt W, 3 landmarks down.
哪有游戏城门那个开的，然后敌军进不去？你古时候打仗你会这样吗？不会吧？哎，我先跟大家讲一下，这个东西不是我现在看到才在靠腰的，是我之前在转播每一次有看到这个墙，我都会讲，我就等他改，现在这个王宫要被拔掉，地标剩下。
Beastqyt might take game number 1 and
GG
Leenock didn't really expect it.
Yeah, Leenock's still sitting there. You can see him microing
Look at
out his
Beastqyt, the game's not over.
The game's over. Leenock did not expect that. Leenock barely paying attention there. You saw the villagers move at the last second, but Beasty was already sipping the chocolate milk.
Wow.
It was
Beasty 的拿铁直接喝起来了。Leenock 今天是无我状态，但是他连最后地标。
So methodical, not a single mistake made the entire game. I mean, with the exception of those fishing boats, but I'm happy to forgive that.
但是没关系，小李反正他是日常英国输给这个罗斯。啊，1-0 ，Beasty 胜 ，Beasty 胜。
It's such a difficult matchup to play. You know, 2 weeks ago you would have said, "Oh yeah, English quite good at preventing that early boom," but we saw Beasty just do so well, walling up, grabbing the relics, taking the sacred sites, 3rd town center as well. He was never falling behind on the economy, and then he went into the late game with just so much siege. It's just, I think the way that he plays it, it's so difficult to play against. I've got no idea. I really have no idea. It's I'd love to hear what the Brains Trust has got. Obviously, we've got plenty of pros on site here.
I think they are.
这一盘大家不用太慌啦。如果是小李的支持者，不用太慌，因为昨天有说小李在玩这张图，他基本上是英国能偷到一胜就偷，没偷到也没关系，因为他是用换的。
We have. So will we see potentially the Mongols coming out again here for Leenock? He's obviously got them available, not playing them in the first game. You can see him down there reaching.
OK.
Looks like it's going to be
但3为王。
Very interesting.
英国，不是英国，法国、蒙古，法国、蒙古，法国、蒙古。
In my books, very healthy for Leenock, but.
法国、蒙古。
It will be the same matchup. It's going to be Leenock with Mongols, Beastqyt.
昨天 Marino 法国，小李蒙古。
In my books, Mongols slightly stronger.
Yep.
But French can certainly contest it, especially if they get a keep up in the center.
Yeah, I think that's really it. It's about getting that keep up in the center, making sure that the keep
小李
stays
这一
alive,
把，
and that you're able to stay.
昨天
survive
那一把
until
14集
maybe
内
late.
容
So I think that's really the
今天会打出来吗？
Marine Lord obviously struggled yesterday. He went up against so many of those springled outposts. They're just very difficult to deal with. So I wouldn't be surprised if we see maybe 2 or even 4 trebuchets come out from Beastqyt, just so he can focus those down one by one.
Well, that's obviously like already late castle age thinking, right? We have to go through a lot of steps before that. Still, King of the Hill, we think about one sacred site in the center. We think about all the gold and stone in the center. But one of the major things is that we only have those 2 tiny wood lines. And if Mongols goes tower rush, if Mongols get some aggression on those, it actually gets tricky for French to get wood.
Yeah, that's a really good point. And typically,
这一盘我
we
压
make sure that we get the
Leenock
best
赢。
possible seeds here, so that it's fair for both
我
players.
这一盘我压英国赢，蒙古赢啊，蒙古赢。
Even with doing that, it can be difficult on a map like this to have a safe wood line.
Yeah, and also like fair map doesn't mean you have a safe wood line, right? Fair map is more like both have one forward or both have one defensive.
小李的蒙古也是高几率会去插塔的，我跟 Mista 是不一样。那关于现在蒙古到底要不要插塔，其实现在流派是有分2派啊。
Yeah, that's a really good point.
有些高手说不要了，有些说要啊。小李是会插塔的 ，Mista 是不插塔的。 Viper 是不差他的。我觉得这个 meta 还是需要再摸一下啦，没有一定说要差不差什么，还是要看地形跟对道的文明。那打法国的话，我觉得也是看对手地形。如果他的家里原本的金矿区是在前置位的话，那可以去查。
And on the other side, Leenock had the same matchup yesterday, did get the W, but Beastqyt saw that game and might have analyzed something that he can do better than Marinelot yesterday.
Yeah, I'd be curious to see how he plays it. You can see that.
晚上好，晚上好。
Interestingly, Leenock also plays Mongols quite a bit. It's one of his most played civilizations. So typically, you don't think of him as too much of a Mongol lamer. But I guess we can talk.
好，各位观众朋友们，今天的冠军赛 BO9 来到了第二盘。第二张图是占山为王，法国打蒙古。法国打蒙古算是55对45的那种感觉。蒙古可能是55，但是到这个中后盘，假设法国先上来盖堡，在这个中央的话，那蒙古就不好打了。前中盘蒙古要打出相对的压制力。那 Beasty 打蒙古有一个优势是在于观念上有个优势，因为他玩蒙古也会打插塔流，他对于蒙古插塔流流程非常的了若指掌。这张图 Beasty 超级好的，至少金矿区是在后置位，不好搞，不好搞。小李现在开局是直接不管羊，他是要看地图的位置。大家可以去发现，这里小李的可汗他不是往边边角角啊，或者去找羊，他要看位置。他现在看到金矿区在这个位置，但是偏后置位。看要不要出发，看要不要出发。哦，出发了，出发了，出发了。后面补军营 ，OK。长枪兵2只加村民1只，加带箭塔过去。
Yeah, it depends on how much he wants to invest here. Obviously, we'll take a look now on Beasty's perspective. He should be
这边路上会遇到狼吗
You can see the scout going to be coming back. It might actually miss it here.
Beasty 在后面绕，但是没有看到村民走了。
I guess he does spot the barracks on the Uvu, so he knows it's coming. And the difficult thing for him is going to be knowing where it comes. Obviously, the goal.
OK， 现在看到了，现在看到这个长枪兵了。Beasty 看到长枪兵 ，Beasty 看到这个小村民了。现在可汗过来，顺便把这个羊都杀一杀。哦，对法国来说，前期羊的数量是非常重要的。
Really shady move by Leenock, and yeah, Drongo is looking at me being really mad because that's what I did to him in the show match earlier. By the way, I won that 1-2-0.
2只羊掉了。 3只羊要掉了，有机会吗？哦，掉3只羊。这边长枪兵到。
Maybe if we go professional scout, we might get to those a bit later. And now the big question: first tower really aggressive. Deleted the mining camp, so he will give up that area. Deleted it so that if it get burned down later on. The Mongol player won't get the extra 20.
这个箭塔吃的很里面啊。小李这个箭塔不只是吃你的金，他还想要甚至控到你的一些木。BC 把营地低调，不想让蒙古烧，直接放弃，跟昨天 Marino 的打法是一样的。
Trying to defend the villager there. Why is he not splitting those 2 spearmen? Just send 1 forward to 1 scout. Beastqyt avoiding all hits. Good job there. But that tower is going to go up. It's going to be tricky.
Yeah, some decent wood gathering right here. He's going to be able to guarantee that he gets that really.
这个牧区守不住哦 ，Beasty， 他的牧区下路离得有点 不是说远啊，就这个土木区会离得远是正常的。它下路有2群鹿，然后还有一个木。如果蒙古持续给压力在下路，等一下逼迫下路，鹿群守住，木区也控住，这一盘 Beasty 就很难打了。现在他这个问题点就是 Beasty 的第1块金被控住，他第2块金在左侧后方。很漂亮 ，Leenock 现在的箭塔的位置非常漂亮。现在基本上2只箭塔算是可以控住Beasty 后面的2块金。然后他的路如果真的等一下法国要走专业斥候的话，7点钟方向有2群鹿嘛，也是有机会守住的。现在转到这边来 ，OK。
Yeah, I think that can be a smart move, but we can see Beastqyt instead of
可汗已经在等了，
standard sort of scouts that you would do,
可汗在等了。
actually going to be going into a knight, as well as
这边小攻出来，可汗往后拉。
scouts out here with the transition into professional scouts, but
OK， 这边出骑手。
interestingly a knight, so we'll check in on him, we'll make sure we keep an eye on exactly what he's
压力很
producing.
大
We've got a stable back
我怕等一下看到后面我又开始失智啊。
to a little bit smarter.
那边马就
towards that spearman and horseman mix.
Yeah, and he knows how open Beastqyt's map is, right? He knows, okay, I pushed
文
you
明
away.
直接拉回去了 ，OK。
So you will have to play along feudal age. So actually, that's pretty damn smart.
小李又开始打回那个沉稳的他。
Yeah, actually, it's a really good point.
这个拉回去我觉得非常 OK， 因为那2只箭塔目前吃到2块金，不需要再冒险再继续往前插了，而且牧区也相对来说阶段性任务已经成功了。这边 Beasty 要上来插箭塔，但是这里可汗看到这个箭塔跟昨天的 Marino 是异曲同工之妙，异曲同工之妙。现在这个节奏，昨天小李就已经打过同样的对局了。哦，这边吃到一波小李的村民，哎呦，他没有先把残血先拉掉。哦，这边哦，村民先死一只，旁边还在死一只，哇，好亏。
That is so nice. And Leenock, I think a defensive tower there might have been something. Maybe if Audokia pushed you away from the gold so early that he couldn't really go for any.
哇，小李的注意力今天是没有那么佳啊。无我状态是没办法一直持续开下去的吗？太吃这个精力了。现在村民数24对上29，这2村影响蛮大的哦。
This sort of tower opening, we've seen players like the Mister go for a handful of archers, so normally about 5 or 6, and then you
现在 Beasty
6 or 7 scouts. It depends, and it's quite a bit that they invest.
大量挖石头。Beasty 现在开始挖石头，他是等一下要干嘛？升级箭塔，还是要走2TC？ 想要走2TC 吗？ 这时间点挖石头盖堡，等一下走城堡盖堡不太可能哦。
Keeps his gold mine afloat, and kind of looking like he might even think about going up to the 3rd age.
他如果是双 TC 的话，走这个鹿群那2边2侧的这个 TC 位置会很好哦。几乎就是我几乎不用点专业斥候，我就可以把鹿肉收在我家里门口。
How much Leenock is pumping out right now, and he realizes that he's got to be careful. We can see another archer coming out as well. He's also getting arrow slits on that outpost and dropping a second outpost down. He knows that this could be a real sticking point here.
这个就跟 Marino 不一样了。Marino 昨天是单箭塔，打一个双箭塔，打得很沉稳，怕等一下小李城堡上来第一波先刷掉他。
Yeah, I think that's a pretty smart move. But definitely props to Beasty for opening up with a knight in this matchup. Getting onto that gold mine, doing so much damage, taking out the 2 villages really did a lot of work. And now we're seeing a blacksmith coming down. So he's really thinking about sticking in feudal here.
Beasty 石头挖了2趟，不挖了。
I think I would have liked to see some walls at the left-hand side just preventing some raids, but maybe thought, okay, double tower there, not a lot of villagers there. He doesn't really need it.
Yeah, more villagers now coming out towards that gold mine as well. We see him actually taking out these.
这个节奏对小李没有像昨天打 Marino 这么好哦。现在 Beasty 的这个法国的流程比 Marino 好。
And then puts the mill down after. Such a smart move.
And he will have the perfect positioning there, in between 4 carcasses, the 5th one pretty close as well. So that's a more efficient mill.
现在 Beasty 的攻势不断的骚扰。哦，然后引进掉了3、4村有了、哦，生命数拉到8村了。小李过来这边 counter 一波，可是没有逛到任何东西。目前有吗？那边的鹿群离那个箭塔很近，没弄到。哇，小李都没弄到。哇，今天他没弄到。
Smart move here. I like the way that he's playing, and now you see those horsemen beginning to run in towards the archers. They're going to be falling back towards those outposts. Double outpost here, very strong. Going to be firing off towards the horsemen. Horsemen still yet to get that +1.
哇 ，BC 现在这一盘的法国打得很好啊，比 Marino 昨天好，比 Marino 昨天好。
Leenock here being the Mongol player, so that's pretty sweet for him. Now some walls at the bottom and some raid into the berries without an erection.
现在那个牧区没有去弄。
Without a what?
Without what?
I don't know. I just thought I heard something there. I just got to make
sure. 牧区，这4村会死，这4村很重要。这边直接吃野猪。
You can see what's happening in chat. That'll explain it for you. But now it looks like these villagers going to be falling back.
哇，只掉1村而已啊！只掉1村，这边再偷1村，这边再偷1村，这边骑手控兵，哇，小李这边的控兵，骑手2只直接贴小弓，这边长枪兵尽量有在戳，这边同样的 Beasty 也在射这个长枪兵，现在可汗往后拉。 骑手不走了，直接戳了，直接戳了。哦，这边双方的控兵都拉好拉满，打得很漂亮，打得很漂亮，双方都打得很漂亮。那现在这一局的节奏是昨天比较靠向小李，但这一盘目前 Beasty 封建时代守得非常的好。哦，如果看昨天比赛，大家可以看到那个 Marino 他在野外，他在野外有开这个农田，被小李弄到很多次哦。但现在 Beasty 他没有被弄到，他没有在野外撒田。 这个节奏目前对法国来说跟得不错。那中后盘法国有城堡的关系，现在就是抢中央了。哦，现在抢中央。
Most likely separate out going next to the gold. Still would like to see 1-2 towers for Leenock because that gold feels really exposed.
I'd love to take a look at the sacred site and see exactly where castles or keeps are going to be placed because you can see that there's quite a few interesting. Speaking of keeps, he immediately puts that down on the stone mine, so it's probably going to be Keep Mania in the middle here. Both players obviously aware that there's only one sacred site. We see a bit of a raid coming up towards the north here. Spears getting in on the action as well. Looking like they're going to be out microed in this position. Horseman going to be trying to stab it to death. Manages to get the kill as well. Both players reaching the 3rd age now.
双方几乎同时上城堡，但是这一盘已经被偷掉太多村了。小李这一盘被偷掉太多村，这是昨天 Marino 没有做到的事情。
At the same time, I think that Leenock still heading into the mid game at a pretty decent spot. Hasn't lost a huge amount of villagers, obviously only down 6, and you're always going to be behind.
Beasty 也进化了吗？难道打 Fortix 4比3 ？Beasty 也进化了吗？天哪！他们这个强度状态已经是一天比一天强哎。
It's not easy to get the full scouting of your opponent.
一天比一天强。
On an army composition. And if you go
村民数40对47。
Feel like the greatest choice against French.
Yeah, I agree with you. French typically seem to be very happy just to drop in a whole lot of spears. Obviously, when they've got the keeps up as well.
现在这个地图控制 蒙古还没有机会上来，心跳不够快，小李没有被逼到绝境，不会无我。
Typically, you see players on food at this point, but we do see it's going to be gold for him. So not going to be looking towards stone, but more outposts coming up in the middle here. So I would expect that we start to see a fair few keeps getting put down around this central sacred.
现在 Beasty 慢慢在部署他的墙。这边弄到蒙古不要的，老练骑士不要的，一直打到这个蒙古的村民。现在这个节奏对小李来说越来越不妙了，先手打不到 Beasty 这里的 meta 又开始发功。
And Leenock now looking to come online. He's 10 villages behind, but keep in mind he's got that Uber, he's got that stone, he's got that double production. And now we see the very first outpost towards that central sacred site going down for Leenock. This is it.
Beasty 已经要挖宝出来了，城堡要盖了。
He could get the keep up earlier. Goes from the bottom side though, so won't really contest that first tower. Actually, he's moving quite far away. I thought he would be building the keep now.
Yeah, here he goes. So going to be getting the first keep down on the
OK， 这边盖堡了。
Interestingly, a little bit of a hill. We can see.
哇，这一把的节奏现在对小李慢慢的不妙喽，不妙喽。被砍到太多村民了。
One of the things I'd like to take a look at is just the angle, or if we could get a bit of a zoom in on that keep and have a look at the landscape of this, because keep in mind there's going to be springles that are coming in, and they've got that little bit of a bug with regard to how they have vision. So I'd love to get a better eye of exactly how that landscape plays out over the sacred.
现在蒙古上来插箭塔，但是打阵地战的话，蒙古不吃香。
He's really going to be fighting uphill against this sacred site, but he is quite happy in that he's defensive down in that position towards the south, but not going to have line of sight coming up the hill. Whereas Leenock coming down the hill, he's going to have that line of sight for his trebuchet. He's going to have it for his springlords as well.
现在看一下小李要怎么打。现在等一下 Beasty 对他又要上幕墙，因为他不想要让这个蒙古打游击战。金跳的上限是160，因为昨天Marino 有跳到160去。我这边会砍到很多村吗？老练皇家骑士也过来了。2村，这边尽量砍，但是骑士的血不够多。现在开始窜进来杀喽！哦哟，互相伤害，互相伤害。现在小李做这尝试是 OK 的，因为想要把这个主动权拿回来。但是 Beasty 在玩这一招，他很强。
He's focusing on his channeling his inner Marine Lord right now. There is so many raids coming in all over this map against Beastqyt. You can see him holding on, but Abulatrier in a good spot here. Got a great meat shield in front. Just those archers going to be.
现在法国的弓弩兵开始 OP 起来。蒙古等一下很难处理这个东西。现在这个教长不是教长，僧侣卡在那个胜利边缘在卡。现在村民数是45对上57，微微的被 snowball。现在哪里来的长枪兵从后面 ？What？
Sacred site, we take a look towards the middle. He does actually manage to get that sprinkled in placement up.
哦，这边小李把圣地拿回来，卡着，先卡着。
If he didn't do that, that sacred site would have been ticking, and it would have given.
现在小李积极的想要把这个主动权拿到他手上，但是 Beasty 快把墙给围死了。哇！如果等一下被逼到一个没有机会去杀到法国后面的话，那 Beasty 的胜算是比较大的。这边是57对上47。
This one is still pretty even, and both players aware of the winning condition. Both players aware of the importance of the sacred site, but neither one guaranteed to really control it.
Yeah, now we see more raids heading into the base of Leenock. You see a couple of knights down towards that position. Leenock sitting idly by, but does have that. He's got that monastery up, or the. Probably going to be looking to get a shaman out there.
现在 Beasty 还开始捡遗迹啊！ 哦，这里要包夹一波，后面是死路，包一波，戳，哇，戳到，哇！
Feels like raids might be deciding this game, and then Beastqyt with the potential to wall the whole map, just in a better setup.
And once again, we see another Monk lying with its face on the ground, getting
现在要上来抢黄金哦，要上来抢黄金哦。小李昨天差一点是在低地黄金都没有拿到。那这张图大家可以看到很畸形的是，石头全部在上侧，黄金全部在下侧。 大家有发现这个图吗？小李在上位，他拿的是石头，就卡的石头比较多。可是小李的黄金控制有控到吗？并没有。这个黄金需要第二个建塔，但是现在已经黄金也吃得干干净净了，差不多可以搬家。
Yeah, really nicely done there by Beastqyt, and now another keep going to be going down in the center.
哦，现在高地堡来一个。
Beastqyt already with the trebuchet. He knows exactly how Leenock plays this matchup. He's done all the thinking that he needs to, and he's confident he's come up with a strategy to counterplay against Leenock, and he wants to take this game. He wants to move the set towards a 2-0 lead for himself.
Population incredibly close here, and both players feeling the pressure.
现在 BC 持续给压力，地图控制 BC 真的好强啊！不管你是支持 BC 还是支持小李，他们两个都很强，风格不同。
Yeah, at this point in time, Leenock is in a difficult position. This sacred site, it's not held by anybody, but at the same time, Beastqyt is slowly moving towards that. Also going to be dropping down a second town center, ensuring that throughout the late game, he's able to keep up with his enemy.
阵地我先不急着拿。
But Beastqyt up about 17 villages at this point in time, and it's going to really start to.
现在村民数大幅落后，输了17村。
That was killing the monks. Oh, but misstep there, a bit too far to the right-hand side, in my opinion, and loses another monk. What? That's like the third one, the fourth one there.
Yeah, it's quite a lot of monks that have gone down. Unfortunately, yeah, not the most sacred of sites.
现在小李有在用巨头砸吗？
But I mean, at this point in time, BC's looking very solid. I don't see how he's really going to lose this game. Typically, in this position, Leenock would have needed to have done a little bit more damage in the early game, and at the same time, look to try and hold the sacred site. At this point in the game against Marine Lord, he'd already held the sacred site for about 6 or 7 minutes, and was now forcing Marine Lord to come and attack him. He didn't have the keep up on the middle of the sacred site, but Beastie's got 2. He's also got a trebuchet out.
哦，上面有巨头。这边好多村民哎。要 counter。来得及。
Stone walls coming up at the back here, looking to really defend his base.
Could be that villager though. Could be some dead army. They alone wouldn't fight too well. I think you can walk through this. And yes, you could, but Leenock doesn't want to commit. Wants to focus on the center. Military lead on his side. Economy lead.
在后面在投射，但是村民数46、44对上72。小李也不敢开 TC 了，是在小李家里被乱杀，小李家里被乱杀。
And it's going to be quite open for him. But at the same time, bit of a raid back towards Leenock's woodline. Have a look at that. Villagers doing their best to get out there. They got the
这个多线好可怕。
So going to be taking minimal losses here, but now you can see a couple of spears getting in on the
action too. 的多线好可怕。
Sending them far enough. Try to run to the top, but needs to send them into the town center. Now more spearmen are coming.
哇，这一盘小李可能要输了。
He didn't even send them into the town center.
2-0 Beastqyt。我们今天抽奖。 跟我走小李的很多人啊。妙了，不妙了。
I'm pretty sure. Let's take a look.
That's 2. Where's the second one?
Was that the first one? Okay. My bad.
All right. Traction trebuchet starting to build up. He's got 3 traction trebuchets out now, compared to only the 1 trebuchet of his enemy. But the Knight's running in. Now keep in mind there's spears here looking to protect, but at the same time he doesn't care too much about those. We see the forces now beginning to move in as well. He needs to get these trebuchets out of here. A lot of defensive units. You can see the Yam network buffing up those units from down the hill, and at the same time Beastqyt
看这公弩兵出来，用巨头砸。
Actually managed to take out one of the cavalry units there. All the spears going to be coming around. Beastqyt's got to wake up. He fell asleep at the keyboard once again. Manages.
我以为是英国的2代战狼号，用巨头来砸兵。
Leenock's looking pretty scary. That's a lot of units.
Yeah, but it's 45 spearmen. Aussie Drongo underscore in between. Is that really what we want to see?
现在这个村民数是41对上74。Beasty 再去 raid 一波，这一盘小李夹不住了，经济上不来了，永远不会到帝王，永远不会。那现在 Beasty 只需要大量挖石头，慢慢跟你拖在中央。痛苦啊，痛苦啊！我过来了，过来抢了。
But what are they going to achieve? Okay, if they break through the wall here, I can absolutely see a raid happening. Beastqyt has a TC behind this one though, so can save 10 villagers quite easily. Sprinkles for the defense. It just feels like Beastqyt should add some more archers. And I still believe that Leenock has a good army composition now, but he can't really push the center. I think we need to see either some Sprinkles or Mangonels himself.
现在完全出长枪兵在打，垃圾海。
Good change. He was going for greased axles. Definitely doesn't need to grease his axles at this point. Probably needs to focus a bit more on his rocks. Get those mangonels out. As you know, mangonel doesn't need a
哇，这个一击要再这样选回去。
Siege units in the game, much better than that dirty trebuchet. But we see a 4th relic now being picked up for Beasty.
And still has
我状态没开啊，小李今天。
9 minutes 30.
嘴巴没有打开啊。现在还要再盖一个堡吗？现在全部都是弓弩兵，这个长枪兵要等死了。目前这一局谁领先啊？这一局是 Beasty 领先啊，91开了，91开了。哇，小李如果是用蒙古输这一盘，这一盘对他的士气就会有影响，真的是会有影响的那一种。
Doesn't have the greatest wood income though, so I don't see him going for it too much. Now goes for another trap. Will go up to 5. Good against all those key, but still he's getting raided over and over again. That's simply
Beasty.
Yeah, this is really tough to deal with, and we see
又来了
places. It looks like Spear's going to be coming out trying to deal with it. A couple of Spears turning around, and I say a couple, but realistically it was like 60 spears.
47寸对93
struggling a little bit, but Sprinkled outpost in the back of the base going to be helping out a huge amount here. These stone walls going up and forcing.
小李那个手表可能真的要拔掉了。有时候台湾人是这样的啦，信邪不信邪不知道，但是选手有时候也是有一些癖好，比如说 Viper 就是很爱拿黄色，比赛没拿黄色他就浑身不对劲，这也算是一种癖好啊。有时候拿某种颜色、某种状态下，你就是打得特别好，也不知道为什么。这边用巨头来砸这个骑士。现在要决战了，49村要欧了，不欧不行了，这个经济再拖下去没办法。现在大量的是长枪兵跟巨头。
3 mangonels, the secret counter to 55 spearmen.
And they're nicely positioned in the back there, and Beastqyt, he just knows, okay, everything is going right for me. Everything is going for the long game that I love to play. He's ahead in villagers. Military is looking crazy good for him as well, although we see 100 military for Leenock, but it just feels like it's not really happening.
但小李是完全垃圾海啊，103军事，51村全出军事了。因为在农研没办法。
Is active when those spears are underneath, and I think it works out to be about 20 damage that gets put down on every single one of those spears. So you're going to be really careful with it. But now we see him moving up, and another
先一发弩炮过去打。
getting a little bit too far ahead of itself as we see the traction trebuchets raining down rocks on that outpost, and
再一个堡，
now looking to get that third.
不知道 BC 中间有几个堡，3、4个堡，全倒了。
Oh God, 110 military, but he needs to make something happen. And Beastqyt.
哇，小李这一盘已经没有力了。昨天打 Marino 把全身吃奶力气花掉了，这边直接冲上一波了。这边100军士 全军冲锋，长枪兵，长枪兵全部冲上去，弓弩兵爽吃，后面长枪兵没了。城堡太多，哇！嘣！投石车有砸到，但是经济输太多。投石车有砸到，但是经济输太多。后面这边 Beasty 还在后面乱杀。Beasty 心里想着：谢谢你帮我把Marino干掉，没有对手了，要2-0了。谢谢你，谢谢你，小李。谢谢你把这个魔王干掉。2-0，再喝一口拿铁，漱一下口。哎呀，舒服哦，没有 Marino 了。那对面这个状态，今天我没有开。现在把 T 恤换回来。哇，现在小李2-0，蒙古输掉哦，这一盘他蒙古输。
Sacred Site never even close to being taken.
Yeah, absolutely crazy, right? He even wanted to get there a bit earlier. The nice tower actually defended quite a bit for Leenock, but all those raids over and over again. I think he killed at least 40 villages that we witnessed.
Yeah, the consequence of being the Mongols, you don't get to wall up, so it really hurts, especially playing at this high level where French are going to be looking to kill villagers all the time. They have access to those knights.
没有猜5-0 Beasty 的，那就是5-1的 Beasty。昨天的发展不说了啦，反正先讲一下这盘 Beasty 赢的关键点。第一个，封建骑士有做到事情；第二个，他插了双箭塔在金矿区。昨天Marino输这一盘，前中盘被弄到，就是野外开农田。第一个，第二个，金矿没有双箭塔，就这2个地方，其他其实内容是一模一样的。然后今天小李的反应没有昨天快。
You have to walk back, but he never had to walk back because he used those villages in the center to take stone and then to build castles and then to build outposts and to build God knows what. There was just so much going in there. Really well played from Beastqyt. He's up 2-0 in this series. We'll be heading into game 3 very shortly. Do we know what the map's going to be, Nilly?
It will be another pick for Leenock. The loser of the previous game will decide what map we are playing next. As you all know, we have 7 standard maps, and each player got to pick an additional map, so we could see a map twice here. Leenock picked Lipany, so we could see Lipany twice. Goes for Altai first, though.
Interesting that he goes for Altai here. So there's a few mind games that might go on here. Leenock wants to play Chinese on this map because it's very good against English, but English already taken out. Actually, those are switched around at the top. Those 2 civilizations. We'll have to make sure that those flags are fixed up. It was Leenock who played the English in the first game, and the Rus were played by Beastqyt in that first game. So we'll get that fixed up. But, I mean, Leenock wants to play the Chinese here. It's very easy for Beastqyt to counterpick this with Holy Roman Empire, but if he does that, it means that he's not going to be able to use them on Hillendale, which is where he wants to use them. He does have the Delhi Sultanate available to him, so we could potentially see the Delhi Sultanate come out here.
Beastqyt looks a bit annoyed, right? It's not like the super focus, and Leenock, he just feels like in the zone. He's like drawn into the screen, and we will see the civilizations. Ooh.
English Delhi. So, interesting play there by Beasty, going for the English, calling the bluff. Leenock saying...
Is he smiling? Is he smiling after this?
Beasty?
Yeah.
I think
so. It does look like it.
I think he's very happy with this, because Beasty wanted to go up against Leenock's... Or he was very aware that the Chinese might come out, and he called the bluff. He said, all right, I'm playing English. Let's see your Chinese. But he was obviously too scared because he knew the Holy Roman Empire was still in his deck. And so he said, I'll roll the dice. I'll go with the Delhi. Now, a couple of things about the Delhi for Leenock. Doesn't play them too much. Beastqyt is going to the extent of saying he doesn't even know when to build the mosque.
Really?
不过 Beasty 都算是先把强的文明先拿出来了。
A little bit of homework, a little bit of research for the other players or from the other players, because heading into this game number 3, it's going to be important. It's going to need more than the strength of Delhi to carry him up against the powerful English of Beastqyt.
It's just so important that Leenock wins this game, right? Delhi has to convert the W here. it is another home map for Leenock. It is his pick, and English considered to be one of these civilizations with a lower win rate, still around 50%, slightly lower than that maybe. And Beastqyt, I think, didn't his dad say he never won with the English in this tournament yet?
Correct.
This has to be a win for Leenock. Looks really bad if he doesn't convert.
Looks really bad, and yeah, that's.
那我心跳又开始慢慢飙起来了。
If Leenock wins here, as you mentioned, it's so important that he gets his deli out there and that he wins with it. Deli at this point in time, it's a free win. And so if you're not converting that,
我目前有站边吗？有啊，我说小李5比3。
A free win because they haven't used their deli yet. So you're really behind, and that basically takes you up to 4-0 in the set. So we'll look to see how these players play it out.
No wins with English.
No wins with English. So
played Civ French. Story checks out so far.
Definitely does. He did well with French in that last game.
小李加油
Not so much, but
！Beasty 很猛，
up 2-0 in this set. Leenock, if there's ever been a time
他那个
to lift
大
right
局
now,
观
it is
跟
now.
那
If you're a
个
fan of
多
Leenock,
线
let
真
me
的
see
太
it in the
强。
chat. Let me know if you're a fan of Leenock. If you want to see him fighting, let me know. But at the same time, if you're interested, if you're a fan of the Beastqyt, Nearly, I reckon they should say that as well.
And yeah.
这个澳洲的主播已经预测失败了，他是5比1 Leenock。
You can maybe send some energy. Well, nearly energy in Leenock's direction here. He obviously does not want to go down 3-0. He does not want to get the L with Delhi, and this is our man who is leading
奖金是我的，
in this best of 9. Whoever gets
俄罗斯盖城墙不让你打。哦，这边拿苏丹出来压压惊了，拿苏丹出来压压惊了。可是 Beasty 拿一个烂的文明跟他换，哎呦，怎么办啊？
Sorry, English are great Civ on the map Altai. They're the words I was looking for, Nearly. A little bit hard to get those out. I think he's going to be pretty happy with this matchup.
Well, that's the big question mark, right? Especially Altai. How do we really get control over those sacred sites at the edge?
各位观众朋友，我们今天的冠军赛来到了第3盘，第3张图是阿尔泰。哦，阿尔泰选英国可以啊，可是苏丹还是比较强。 目前是2比0，塞尔维亚选手2比0。地图来到了阿尔泰，没有阿拔斯，也没有中国，哦，是打一个英国打苏丹。那这一把 Leenock 拿苏丹，其实他不想想太多了啦，就先拿一个最强的文明出来压压惊，因为再输掉就3比0。
So, now one scout being played by Leenock, and as we know, Delhi, they are opening with the mill, going for the berries, so really
Beasty 这边
like how many scouts will he find, and this is what they're clicking in Dark Edge. We don't see too much happening, but actually there's a lot of stuff happening on their screens.
Yeah, you can see Leenock, the APM, going ham. He is one of our highest. In fact, he is the highest APM player in the tournament.
今天为什么小李他的心跳这么低啊
？300, 310 was it? Yeah. So that means in those big fights, he's getting up really high, and you can see him collecting up the sheep right now. Now, keep in mind, he's actually on berries back at home, so he's not in a rush to get back to there.
Absolutely not. And now he is coming up with the mosque. Not sure if that's a perfect timing. We have to ask Beastqyt there, who felt like mosque timings weren't on point. 10 more gold to be collected, and then we're going up. As we can see, English player Beastqyt already on the way to the fuel age. Obviously, council hall no.
手速200多，
That's a bit of a surprise.
他们这样子200多的话，等于说比 Larry 还要快。Larry 的手速在2代里面是220几，小李到270。
Pretty safe wood line towards the back if he gets attacked.
Beasty 240，
really going to be preventing the sacred sites from being captured.
滑鼠会给他们弄坏掉，说真的。
He's playing the English.
Okay, but don't you want to see like is he going archer and is he going stable, or is it that obvious that Leenock has to open the stable?
Yeah, that's a good question actually. In this matchup, you'd expect to see a stable come out, and maybe a stable in an archery range. But by the same token, Leenock could look to try and mix things up. But I suspect that Beasty's going to be very happy just playing defensive longbows, at least initially. Maybe
BO9 赛事还没有，现在是第3盘而已，还有机会。不过前面这 Beasty 第2盘真的他打得很漂亮。第1盘是文明有优势，第2盘真的确实打得很漂亮。那现在这一盘苏丹有优势，不过英国在这张图的表现不差。 哦，阿尔泰英国是可以出场的，而且胜率也蛮高。
Yeah, and we can see Beasty going to be collecting some sheep here on the back line as well. So a couple of Leenock sheep over towards his side. He manages to find.
那这一场如果小李没有赢的话，那基本上苏丹没有赢，那真的压力就后面真的会溃堤啊，会溃堤。所以也是算是小李这把是完全没有办法输。
And it looks like the stable does get scouted by Beastqyt here, so he knows exactly what his enemy is up to. And at the same time, we can see Leenock is producing a whole bunch of stuff over on the right-hand side of your screen. Still yet to get some of those upgrades, though. This is really important. A lot of people will forget this playing the deli. If it's not one of their main civs, they forget to get these economic upgrades. And now finally he gets it. We saw Vodka there clicking it. Almost looked like he clicked it for him.
OK， 现在德里开始发飙，经济随便点，军事等一下兵工厂随便点。打大封建的话，英国打前面可以打赢，后面经济可能就会跟不上。
Yeah, we'll probably look to see him play a 1-1-1. It's quite strong. Yeah, there we go. So already adding that in. So I wouldn't be surprised if we see a.
如果小李要先拿这一盘的话，就直接大封建了。等这个苏丹封建的机体全部免费点上来之后，这边持续给英国压力，不让他上城堡，走王宫。基本上英国封建中盘跟后盘全部都会打不赢苏丹。那英国如果能上城堡的话，他有这个王宫2TC 是有机会夹一波。拖到后期的，那当然后期苏丹也不弱，他还有这个塔像什么的，就看一下这边的发展。
Okay, the order was different. I was like reading it from left to right on the overlay. Okay, this makes way more sense.
现在先围这个2点钟方向，先把圣地先围起来。哦，打苏丹，哦要围圣地。遗迹尽量能围也围。
We do see Beastqyt moving out with the villager, does catch a wolf, but he manages to deal with it.
但小李是没有发现 Beasty 在做这件事情啊，情报不够。骑手下去哪里？小李骑手下去哪？能闻到吗？
Clever play indeed. Look at that. Leenock still getting more upgrade there. And oh, that's actually the wrong side, no? Don't you want to wall in front of it?
Yeah, you do.
Beasty 的幕墙怎么了
So he might be looking to do an outpost behind the wall, and then that way he can sort of deny the units. But yeah, I feel like
他没有把圣地围在他这一侧。
He might be thinking about coming towards the center and just walling him out from that angle instead. I don't know. Interesting. Outpost up in the middle though, going to be protecting this sacred site.
现在这个哨站已经开起来了。
Bonus as well. Glowing units going to be screaming a little bit louder with their straw borers. And but now the production is really starting to kick off. He's got that scholar inside the archery range.
Still, like, what's the KD in this game? It feels like 0-0, right?
Yeah.
7.5 minutes in, no real units dying.
小李还它里面还有油可以烧吗？会从外卡赛这样子一路打到冠军吗？
Ooh, interesting choice.
Very interesting.
Oh my
Something that you
god.
normally see Delhi players do. You don't typically see it out of English players, but yeah.
Beasty 他已经把那个墙用的淋漓尽致，可是他的墙除了第一把像那个 Win 01以外，其他局的墙他都很会凑啊。这个是学者想要偷去偷12点钟方向的遗迹吗？小李他的学者走了。 他要走这种丁字窟，丁字沟。我讲到丁字库去了。他要这样拐回来拿遗迹耶，偷遗迹偷这样，但是遇到2只狼。小李，你遇到2只狼怎么办？
Yeah, you can outrun them if you've got that piety upgrade. It allows you to stay a little bit alive a little bit longer, but you got to do the ring of the rosy.
骑手赶快过去帮。
Dying in this situation. If he picks up a third wolf, He's going to be in for a tough time, but Horseman running up to help him out.
这边也是2只狼。小李想移机啊，上下路都各2只狼，在那边凑。
I don't want to say it, but it feels a bit like a small match point to me for Leenock. Or like for Beastqyt, like Leenock needs to win this.
Yeah, I agree with you.
哇，这个小李这把运气，还有1只狼。小李，你放1只骑手在那里啊，还有1只狼在那里。这边要卡圣地仙，这边有1只狼，先处理掉。Beasty 现在想说，奇怪，我上路不是已经围死了吗？你怎么到那边去卡圣地的？然后他如果带太多的长弓兵过去的话，被补给一波，那边有很多的骑手是有机会吃掉的。Beasty 会过去吗？啊，这样子弄这个幕墙 ，OK， 这也是可以，不演。那移机顺便打包带走，等一下移机有机会的话打包带走。
Those sacred sites, and we really see why English just having such a strong army, not the most mobile one, but really strong early on. And Delhi, they need to wait for the upgrades still.
哇，这边 raid 一波 Beasty.
Little bit of a raid coming in on the gold mine towards the back of Beastqyt's base. We see one villager does go down.
掉一村。
Second villager almost goes down, but you got to be careful here. This town center is like a Gatling gun, but with arrows. It fires very, very quickly.
现在村民数是34对37，但是现在来 counter 的是 Beasty 长弓兵15只，现在在点这个一级射。
Interesting. I guess he's got outposts there to defend it. That's one of the things to note. But at the same time,
Beasty 这里也是打得非常压制啊，他没有要上城堡的意思，没有任何想要上城堡。这边小李没有在看，小李今天心跳不够快，这边骑手回来吃一波，但是这里有一个箭塔，会打，只有一个箭塔打了，冲了。
If he loses this game, he's going to be in a terrible position. But at the same time, he's got so many horsemen here.
这边直接上去吃一波，这边箭塔。
This is not good right now for Beastqyt. A lot of these units.
这边长枪兵剩2只，1只没了，没长枪兵了，全吃了，哇，全吃了。
He still did find some villager kills, so it was good for him in that regard. But now the whole army is getting cleared up. The tower will fall behind this, and Leenock happy to take this fight this way.
Yeah, that's exactly it. And as the feudal age continues on, it's only going to grow stronger for Leenock.
那个苏丹大封建还是够猛啊！你看看那个上面的那个机体，那个经济科技，为什么现在苏丹不能放？
He's got the first of the sacred sites. He's going to be working towards the second as well as the third. Now a battering ram comes down. Like
大封建来了，这边吃掉一波。
He's about to hit third gear, and then he's going to press the NOS.
有没有机会是偷掉人家的苏丹
？Did Leenock play double blacksmith here because siege engineer is already finishing and he has another upgrade, or is he just queuing up everything in the blacksmith? Seems like one blacksmith.
现在对移机根本不重要了。他小李想说你慢慢围，我不上城堡了，我没有要上，我就直接卡一波。
Berries at the left-hand side.
Yeah, really smart move here by Leenock.
这边大量骑手小弓冲车，直接反推一波。上面的圣地被 Beasty 抢回来吗？中间的圣地控制失去掉之后，2个圣地。 哦，还有一坨兵。现在机体的部分，苏丹还没成型啊，他后面更强。现在是4村对4村，但是军事现在小李比较多，这果实解放。 那边长弓兵要 snake， 想偷， 小李有看到，哇，差一滴！哦哟，这一盘小李专注力想办法拉回来。现在一路反推到英国家，这一盘小李有机会先拿回一盘。现在这个科技有上吗？上来了，哇，极限哦！这个如果科技被点掉，英国GG。现在走城堡了，哇！这边 Beasty 看到这个城堡上来，应该会真的喊 GG。苏丹还是太强了，苏丹太强。现在直接起手大量冲一波，这边小攻后面输出长枪兵，慢慢去交换。Even though you've got that +1 ranged armor that Leenock's got, if you get underneath that town center, you're going to be losing a lot of units. That thing goes absolutely ham. 小李先拿一盘苏丹压压惊，但是有可能等一下 Beasty 也会拿苏丹。Also, all those upgrades, those juicy economic upgrades. Maybe go for the sacred side at the top. Obviously, the one at the bottom still walled in. 这边冲车没有往后拉，冲车没有往后拉，冲车现在在闲置，他顶这个什么？他是顶农田。Men at arms just feels so likely. Yes. Both of those units seem really, really good into this composition. Even at this point, 哦，加减顶农田。Lancer or full knight into spears. As long as they're H2 spears, you're absolutely fine with it. Sacred side up towards the north gets captured. 不过这边小李要上城堡了。But once again, you're playing up against the Delhi, and you know he's now entering into third gear. He's about to
more barracks, more scholars. Look at that, triple barracks with 2 with scholars inside, so roughly 5 barrack production.
现在 BC
and men at arms should just be flying.
扛得住吗？
That should be a pretty big push, and still so many resources in the bank. Didn't really press the production yet.
Not yet, not yet.
现在 Beasty 把他的军队全部拉出来，要欧一波了。装甲步兵出来，这一盘结束。装甲步兵出来，这盘结束。在小李右边的科技排得满满的。老练骑手，步兵类的全点了。哎，他们这个比数也是我们的那个点数之战哦，点数之争。
Yeah, so even though he's lost the sacred sites, he's used that gold that it generated to get him up to the next stage, enables his scholars to capture those relics. He's got 2 already, and quite far away ones. He's got a safe one back behind him, and another one with the map.
一击没拿到，
He's done a great job.
但是装甲步兵来了，这个果实区小李分明。今天反应是不是比较慢啊？小李今天反应好像比较慢哎，他不会在冠军战前面靠吧？
Leenock dropping down a little bit. He's got a lift right now. He's got plenty of resources in the bank. He's got 5 men at arms on the way.
昨天有靠，反应好慢。
How many scholars did he lose in this game? Like 6, 7 already, and we're only 17 minutes in. Men at arms now need to take the fight. Horsemen are coming in as well, but that's not enough numbers. He will lose more villagers.
Yeah, the men at arms going to be pushing.
小李今天为什么这村民反应比较慢啊？而且是跟昨天比起来慢很多。有靠，现在盖第2个 TC 可以理解，但是现在这盘赢是 OK 的，因为苏丹是很强的。但是今天那个反应好像没有很快，为什么？哇，集中力没有上来哎。我觉得如果通常要解释这种状况，就是你昨天打马瑞诺这个大魔王，你把全身的吃奶力气都拿去弄昨天了。
Yeah, this is looking better for Beastqyt. He's managed to hold up until this point and obviously delayed the sacred sites being captured by Leenock. That one down to the south still yet to be taken. And keep in mind, there's a relic
现在英国上到城堡，那这一盘还有机会啊 ！Beasty， 这一局正常来说要直接洗掉英国的。
Now the second town center being dropped, not your typical Delhi move.
并在这里大量闲置村民。我不知道为什么今天小李怪怪的，好像怪怪的。第3盘开始有点怪怪，肚子不舒服，心跳也不够快啊，心跳怎么那么沉？奇怪的，不是说140在跳了吗？
Really good job. Beasty can't really afford the upgrades, though. As you can see, now he has enough gold to go for the veteran upgrade. Indeed, does that.
对啊，你看他今天心跳为什么那么低啊？
He keeps his longbow mass alive. I think Leenock needs to add some siege.
Yeah, definitely seems that way. Leenock has. Ooh. Hello. Nice little keep in the middle of the map.
哦，现在直接在高地盖堡。
To make his own siege, whether he looks for battering rams or trebuchets, it's going to be one of those two. But it's going to take time for him to get there. If we take a look at the blacksmith, I'm assuming that we don't have siege engineering coming through just yet for Beastqyt. We'll take a look, and yeah, no siege engineering just yet. So probably going to have to go into trebuchets because that looks like a very strong keep.
Yeah, nice position there in the center of the map, and Beastqyt
他今天的专注力，要么昨天失眠太嗨，要么就是没有昨天快啊，而且是有一段小落差了，可能体力已经跟不上了。昨天他是后置位打 Marino 嘛，打到早上睡不到，可能没有8小时，不知道。 太累了，我觉得他可能太累了。打 Marino 真的也是盘辛苦啊。那现在如果是苏丹这样跟英国开这个状态，不像昨天那种。
We have to question though, was it like
我会讲
Leenock's mistake, or was it just the beauty of Beastqyt, who was so active, who actively walled in landmarks, who actively tried to
因为这个村民数没拉开，63村对55。当然，现在苏丹还是大幅领先，因为经济科技是领先很多的。但现在没有推进去，就代表你给这个 Beasty 后期操作起来，他有机会是用大局观吃掉你的哦。
This is an interesting playstyle from Leenock. Interesting to note, he went with the House of Learning, didn't go with the compound of the defender here.
Okay, compound of the defender obviously not really the best thing.
你通常打 Viper 打这种 Beasty 这种后期很强的，
Yeah, but it reduces
你拿一个强的文明，你也是想要赶快收掉这比赛，因为他们后期很猛，你会被他一点一点的被他吃掉。
Those extra attack for those men at arms and all the other upgrades.
Yeah, definitely is.
现在双宝插在脸上，但是其实大家可以发现，英国的经济是没有输太多，科技输没错，但是没有整体来说，因为英国农田有加成。
And well, then he can put them to the front, can collect some more stone, can even build more of those keep, and can just get more control. Which is Leenock now getting on other ways.
Leenock still yet to siege down any of the walls down towards this south point. And not
哎，
even
小李
really
点
sending
专
units,
业
not
伺
interested
候
in sending units down here. We see a bit of a raid coming.
来了，你看看这个 Beast， 你让他火起来，不要哦。
Barry's exposed.
哇，小李，你后面有人要控康你了，要开始要跟你弄一下了。
29 versus 29. 3 relics captured for Leenock at this point. Nice little raid towards the back here. Beasty with a was that a bit of an esports
scratch? Yeah.
Never want to be doing one of those. Not in the middle of a $100,000 tournament, that's for sure. But you can see him now moving up towards the north, looking to secure up the stone of his enemy.
哦，骑士来了，后面有防守吗？小李会有发现吗？他如果这里完全没发现，我严重怀疑他昨天靠太多。
Let's see if Leenock spots this before the villagers go down. It doesn't look like it. Warning siren going to go.
小李
He's still not getting there. Now they come in. So plenty of villagers moving in. Looks like 3 have gone down so far, 4 potentially.
Yeah, now we have 4, maybe even more. Luckily, the town center is relatively close by. Will help them out, but only 10 villagers can hide into the town center, so that's not going to.
昨天是无我模式，今天是贤者模式吗？
Killers here against the knights, and they will continue finding some kills. Beautiful raid for Beastqyt. Now a solid 10 villagers ahead after he finishes the raid, but obviously showed his cards, showed that he.
小李的10强可能等一下拉一下吧，但是这一局如果用苏丹完成这样，那真的，我觉得今天5比0，5比1哦，5比1哦。除了苏丹这一把能赢以外，其他这个状态不行哎。
So much stone now taken away.
现在玩保推了，但是巨头在他脸上。
Then you can't really repair, and that's a nice defense again. Leenock just pushes in even further. Population so close though. Aussie Drongo.
Yeah, we see those longbows looking to try and take out a few of those villagers before the keep gets up. They're actually going to be forced back, so that keep going to be going
这边
down.
变成爷爷堡。
Manages to get up. Those knights still in the back of the base, doing absolute work there for Beastqyt. Just making
完蛋了，小李他这一盘慢慢节奏又被吃了。现在又给 Beasty 又拖到后面。哦，这里要再上来拼一波。这个宝是可以的吗？你会掉更多村民哎，小李。小李已经失去冷静了，我也失去冷静了。
So active there for Beastqyt, who is now raiding at 3 different angles.
Yeah, raids coming down absolutely everywhere. The capital town center going to be falling back for these villagers, managing to pick up a couple villages here on the farms, and at the same time, those guys get.
苏丹剩下54村、52村。
No stone. It was not completed. It actually was killed.
Oh, that's terrible.
小李的城堡直接被拆掉了，不是低调。石头剩158。
Look at all of the knights. Once again, we're seeing a consequence of no walls. When you try and play this no wall challenge up against Beastqyt, a master of the late game, you get punished.
Ooh, we have to take a look at the base though of Beastqyt. How much wood does he have at control? Nothing here. Some at the top running dry. That's maybe 2,000 wood left. This one is fully controlled, and he I think only has 1 gold spot left. So I think the longer Leenock can hold this fortification, the better it is for him.
Men at Arms trying to deal with these knights. In the backline, but just having
连续失误3、4波，苏丹输给英国，你敢信？
This is a massive game for Beastqyt. If he can win this, it is a significant break point for him because he's still got the deli that he can use. He's still got the HRE. Oh my god, another raid coming in now, Nilly.
Beastqyt playing the tournament of his life. What is he achieving? Look at that. So many raids coming in. He's so active. And Leenock, he has the front control, but maybe needed more.
现在聊天室出现了韩国的观众啊，我不敢说哎，我不敢说现在 Leenock 打得像大便哎。不是，他今天状态怎么掉这么多啊？有敲吗？是敲了还是啥？
Oh, this is so good for Beastqyt here. Villager-wise, more than double.
42村对85，前面一个爷爷堡也没有低调城堡。这个衬衫是魔咒吗？是衬衫？ 还是什么关系？我不知道啊。
Yeah, if he can get that keep up, he's going to be in a great position because then that forces Leenock to be making his own trebuchets, and then that forces him to be behind. So really smart move there from Beasty to not necessarily delay the game, but to continue having a significant villager advantage. That's what it is for him because right now he's up about 40 villagers. The longer this game goes on, the more resources he's collecting over his opponent.
But it's just constant raids. Leenock is not learning. Where are the walls? Where's the protection? He doesn't keep spearmen there. Now, finally, he realizes maybe I need to put something on the map to prevent those raids because they are crazy good by Beastqyt.
And now sends out villagers to go build the walls. Once again, a little bit of
41村、39村。
The deli can build walls with their infantry, so it's one of the consequences of not playing enough deli on the ladder. Keep in mind, Leenock's played 2,000 ladder games, but not a lot of those have been with the deli.
It feels like those ladder games only started in December as well, so he really got them in quite some short time. Now villagers even being sent out, and the light is still alive. Leenock, it just looks like every single map he's a step behind right now. More villagers dying.
More villagers dying, down to 37 now.
Leenock,
it's not looking pretty right now. This is almost a 3 times villager.
苏丹3 TC 回农。
A third town center going to get thrown down here for Leenock. He knows he's behind. And he knows he needs to lift, so that's what he's going to be doing. That's his Hail Mary. But
苏丹再强也不会就是你落后30，你已经落后60几村了。你打得赢回来，我完了。衬衫有毒，我的预言有毒吗？我也没有说真的很毒奶啊，说真的，我也是有预测成功，但是今天这个。
You know, very easily obtainable, not doing so. Leenock making a bit of a mistake.
哇 ，Marino 现在心里在想说，干你老师，昨天的那个 Leenock 跟今天是还我钱呐、还我钱呐、Marino 想说，打我打的这么用力啊，今天是怎么了？
Reclaiming so much area, and he will be maybe a bit surprised. Like, shouldn't Delhi have more?
Yeah, I think that's definitely it, but he knows that he's prevented these sacred sites, and we see another raid coming in with Beasty. I love the way he leaves two knights on one of the villages and then sends 4 off into another direction. Really smart moves from him. 42 villages now for Leenock. Beastqyt on the other side, 83 military, 100 villages.
昨天4强赛非常精彩，今天这个一路被这样压着打。
It's not looking pretty right now for Leenock. He's trying to keep his head above water. At the same time, we've seen Elephant starting to come out, a pretty effective counter against the composition that Beastqyt has got. So we'll see how they do, because keep in mind, they can be very powerful. They can pack a punch when it comes to these fights, but Beastqyt just going to be sitting back, playing it safe, not overextending. We saw it in the early game. He overextended. It almost cost him the game. He manages to keep his head above water now, so he's looking good. But you know, it's about not pushing out any further for him. He really needs to wait until he gets Imperial.
小李应该是太紧张，要么太紧张，要么就是有偷靠。 要么什么我不知道。Beasty 很强没错，可是昨天的小李真的也很强，但状态怪怪的呢。
Oh, that's so good, and Beastqyt gets control over that crazy hill. Now the network of citadels there as well. Not only 25% extra damage, but 50%.
他今天反应都很慢啊，现在越打越慢了。
Beastqyt, he is just in full control, major hill control.
Yeah, and Leenock going to be fighting uphill quite literally.
那个宝都已经压在门口了，他还没反应。
Right now, he can barely see out of his base. He can see in front of his nose just barely. It's so hard for him to fight this.
Beastqyt moves in now. Springled fight. He wants to trade off. Actually, Delhi quite behind, and once you're behind, it's so tricky to come back.
55村对上109，小李有3遗机，可是这个后期，这个后期 Beasty 真的是会把小李玩死啊！今天这个节奏。
And once again, I mean, it's really been the story of this tournament. If I was going to come back,
我觉得他有顶不住压力耶，然后或者是什么我不知道了，还是因为昨天没有人看好他，所以他轻松玩。今天他啊，我知道了啦，我们太多人压小李了啦，妈！哇，我希望他重振旗鼓哎，这一盘还有机会，苏丹他还有机会，为什么？他的经济科技全赢，只要再换他夹一波10分钟，苏丹能回来，苏丹能回来，他这个文明就是很强。现在经济科技其实都能回来，只是 Beasty 纯粹单纯的就是一波 red。 打到小李一个不知道在干嘛，死一大堆村，大概17、80村了吧。但现在问题是 Beasty 可能不会让他拖到后面，不会让他拖到后面。
160 population though, so Leenock is increasing. Both players staying in castle age, and I think if we get to the like 200 versus 200 pop fight with some elephants mixed in, I actually like the position of Delhi more.
心跳没有在动哎。小李140心跳的你在哪里？ 飙起来啊！飙起来啊！这个图还有一个很大的问题是牧区，地图控制没有。
Not really 60 villagers against 115, but relatively speaking for sure.
现在再盖个堡，怎么办啊？是我害了你吗，小李？5比3，我害了你，对不起。
Elephants now pushing in.
大象直接刚。
Much HP. Where are the scholars though? Where is the healing for those elephants? Don't really see that. Could have been a nice addition. Traps now pushing forward.
现在直接刚了，现在大象直接顶了，现在直接淹了，满满的都是城堡。这如果不是这不是大象，如果这不是大象的话，哪一个文明可以这样刚？
Those longbows do get back. They're going to be slowly but steadily tapping away at those elephants and look to take them out.
苏丹发飙，大象直接硬扛。这里有几只长弓兵啊？40个长弓兵打大象打不死。
Yeah, they're killing 3 trebuchets there. That's absolutely massive. Villagers coming in clutch. We now see Chang coming out for Beastqyt. You can see that he's got a little bit of a breathe going through right there. He's feeling good about himself. Heart rate up to 123.
没有幕了，没有幕了，小李没有幕了，苏丹他要输了呢，苏丹呢？苏丹呢
？He's typically up around that 140, 150 mark. He's sitting at 101. You can see a little bit of an esports head shake right there. Leenock knows he might be in trouble. Still holding himself above water for this point in time. He's trying his best. Doesn't want to tap out. Knows how important it is to stay in this game.
现在这个澳洲的主播会不会很内疚啊？怎么办？我昨天帮小李预测5比1，讲太快了。我也讲太快了，5比3。帝王了，哇哟！小李现在要被关起来。
I don't know how Leenock comes back from that.
He's trying to make something happen with some traps here. Obviously, crazy behind there when it comes to the population army count. Not really too scary. 37 here. Yeah, he still has 3 relics. Yeah, he has lots of nice upgrades.
Beasty 帝王。
Beastqyt reaches Imperial Age. Instant enclosure.
Yeah, Leenock knows he's in trouble. Yeah, instant enclosures. He knows what he's doing. I mean, and this is the thing. I mean, Beasty, he loves his English, hasn't been particularly successful with them this tournament, but this is such a difficult game.
我就真的很不了解，层出上来，有时代的优势，装甲步兵好啦，他打宝锤就算了。 不讲那宝的。
Long esports scratch by Leenock there.
It's not looking pretty for him. Look at the forces coming out right now, and also going to be
一只骑士可以把你苏丹杀成这样。
down here towards his position. You can see them unfolding on those outposts at the same time, moving down towards his position.
现在要直接开了。
Upgrades coming through yet for any of the units from Beastqyt?
Not really, and that makes it so weird that he's trying to force some engagement. I'm a bit surprised there.
哇，那其实对小李来说，第2名也是很厉害的啦。说真的，进步已经很快了，真的很快。他这个有点像是七龙珠超级赛亚人第3阶打这个魔人仆有时效性啊。 打变回黑法，真的是打回变黑法。
Finding some Mangonauts for Leenock could maybe take a better fight then, but as we saw, Beastqyt he should have the Springles. He should
好，这边帝王地标打回去， 但 Beasty 完全就不急啊。
Quite nice, but obviously 16 for those traps.
Yeah, what he needs to do here is fire ground on the keep of his enemy, so he doesn't actually need to have line of sight on it. He can just fire.
Beasty 完全不急啊。
Where that keep is, and that will do the damage. And you can see he's doing a huge amount of damage right there. So Leenock finding a critical mass of.
那 Beasty 在转步兵，慢慢来啊。
In that he's got a decent massive siege beginning to build up, and now those spears coming in from the north.
这边冲上去了，城堡拆掉了，最后2只大象，后面还有几只弩兵。
The attention of the elephants has turned towards them.
这边反推，小李反推。
Pushing this one back, indeed. Only 30 population behind now. Man at Arms obviously good against Longbows. Elephants great against Longbows. Those Mangonauts won't really find the efficiency because
城堡打帝王。
Now Springnotes are pushing forward and still lots of traps.
Two Mangonels now being
现在投石车有机会哦。投石车没了，投石车没了。这边巨头要砸吗？5发投出去，然后往后拉，往后拉，巨头往后拉，巨头往后拉。
Q by Beastqyt though, elite Man at Arms and 22 in the queue. What's happening there? Observer could maybe show us, but it doesn't really matter. Beastqyt another double fist pump has to be super happy.
拿铁喝完了，再去喝一下。
Against Delhi on his English as well, unvictorious English. I don't know if that's a word. I don't think.
小李，你昨天的你去哪？他去厕所了。
He is now victorious against Leenock's Delhi. It looks like Leenock might be coming out just to have a little bit of a cool down, maybe go for a bit of a shower. He's going to need some time after that one. Going up against the English as the Delhi, you always feel like you're going to win that one, but
he should have. He should have. Leenock will take a small break, and obviously we.
小李是不是身体虚脱啊？
And we have the great Mr. One of the divas on this tournament, actually being very, very careful on how he sets everything up. And I looked over his shoulder and asked him a bit, Mister, what is your setup routine? And he gave us all the insights. Take a quick look. We are back in 3 minutes with more Beastqyt and Leenock.
I'm here with the Mister, and he is very picky when it comes to his setup, and he wants to give us some more intel. Mister, what are you thinking about? What do you care when setting up for a tournament game?
Nah, it's obviously really important to have my funds together, and I always have one guy charging while the other guy is working. Now I have some distances here that are actually from my own house, so I always want my mousepad to be in a kind of pointy way towards me at this distance, and 2.5 of this distance is the distance of my monitor, so I can always have the same distance with my my point of view. Now, as you can see here, I'm actually
这边好多 Leenock。
slightly to the right.
小李5比1获胜。
Gives me space.
小李5比1获胜，这个我可以先删掉了。
This box, I had to get these boxes in order to raise the monitor because I always like my
这个还有机会。这个也有机会，这个都还有机会。我来看一下，有一些已经要被淘汰，我先。小李5比1，再见了。小李5比1的都再见了。小李5比2再见了。小李5比2的再见了。小李5比1。小李5比2。小李5比2。 小李5比1。小李5比2。等一下5比3的话，只要 Beasty 再赢一场，我们大量的人都要被刷掉了。 这边是 Beasty 小李5比4，我应该没漏掉。好。
With a smile in the end there.
Wow. Wasn't that just absolutely beautiful? I can't believe the extent he
传一
goes
下，
to,
传一下。
to make sure his setup is perfect.
Yeah, and he also crops.
我也要去洗脸一下。
Because he doesn't want to move his head that much.
Wow, we got to get this guy a 17-inch monitor for the next one, I think. That is, yeah, it's pretty wild the extent that he goes to get comfortable. A lot of players seem to not fuss too much about it, but obviously it's very important to him.
Yeah.
I think I found myself a little bit similar of a position today going up against a certain Nilly. Nilly, I hate to throw you under the bus right now, but You gave me the equivalent of a laptop keyboard with a mouse bought at a supermarket.
We agreed on this 3 days ago, and you did nothing.
Literally, Marine Lord's mum was using those hotkeys. It was absolutely terrible.
I restarted the first game after the hotkeys weren't great, and you just went through with it. Like, why am I to blame here?
Because I have honor.
You don't have honor.
I have honor.
You play a game, and after you lose, you try to...
I have honor.
No, that's simply not true.
If I say it enough, it makes it true.
No. That's a trick my girlfriend always tries to use on me as well, but no, it doesn't. It doesn't.
Logic. Straight through the honor. All right, well, game 4, not too long away, actually. Yeah, game 4, not too long away. At the moment, 3-0 for Beastqyt. I mean, I'd almost be tempted to call it 4-0 because he's got Delhi up his sleeve still. And how do you deal with a Delhi of a person who actually plays the Civ at a competitive level?
Well, maybe with English. Maybe you try to go with quite some longbowmen, some spearmen, try to wall off those sacred sites and not give him control of those.
Okay, all right. I like the way that you're thinking. Yeah, that's pretty good. That's pretty good. Obviously, heading into the next game, we don't know what the map's going to be yet.
Players are taking a small break there. They ask us for a 5-minute break. We gave it to them, obviously. Best of 9 can be pretty exhausting, and we want to have the highest level of games. So, makes a lot of sense. Give them some rest. Games have been pretty intense.
Yeah.
And even though we feel sometimes, okay, there was not a lot of fighting happening in the last 2-3 minutes, we always see when we jump into their PVs, their keyboards are burning.
Yeah, absolutely burning up.
我要开喝了。
I saw the keyboard of Leenock. There was a point where it started lifting up.
Yeah. The other day, the fire extinguisher.
哇，我要来麻醉我自己了。
That is true. Yeah. So you got to be careful. I think there's obviously OHS issues that get into it, but. Game 4, we don't have a map just yet. What's your suspicions? What's your predictions? Obviously, Leenock still has that Lipany up his sleeve.
I think double Lipany. I think if you pick Lipany as your home map, you have to pick Lipany at one point.
Yeah.
Right? Because we still have potential 6 more maps. 2 of them would be Lipany, and we would have a repeat of Mongolian Heights, kind of the home map of Beastqyt.
Yeah. So, are we going to potentially see Abbasid Dynasty come out for him, do you think? Abbasid, obviously a ban that was used by the Mister, of all people, in that first round up against Leenock.
He goes for Dry Arabia now.
Interesting.
Abbasid makes, I think, more sense on Lipany. I think we want to see something really aggressive here. I wouldn't be surprised if we see French. Maybe he wants to pick HRE as well, but we still have... And we go for Abbasid.
苏丹打阿拔
Delhi
斯
for Beastqyt. He wants to finish it.
I think he's going to be very happy with this. Obviously, Leenock could have gone for French here. I think that would have made a lot of sense. French quite good on Dry Arabia.
现在小李玩他第二，这是最强的阿拔斯。Beasty 不想等了，他拿苏丹了，教你怎么玩呢
？Maybe trying to avoid playing against the Delhi. Kind of, you know, maybe he's thinking if I save Lipany, then he's going to pick the Delhi into that. But I think it makes sense here to go for Delhi, and I'm looking forward to seeing a real clinic coming out from Beastqyt. I don't know exactly how Leenock's going to face it, but if there's ever been a time to lift, it is right now. He's down 3-0.
心里有点痛痛的。
I'm going to try my best to not lose my train of thought. He's down 3-0 in this set, probably going to be 4-0, and that means he's going to be heading into almost an impossible mountain to climb. He will have to reverse sweep it if he loses this game.
现在仁川机场原本是要接机的，会不会原来有接机排场，现在变没有了？会不会？会那么现实吗？
That's true. Yeah, he's had.
原本有那个回国有那个彩带，然后给你看那个看板第一名，然后3700万韩元这样子。
We'll have to see how he looks to play it.
那个彩蛋啊，不是彩蛋，那个花球啊什么的都没了。
No, that was the quarterfinals. Where Leenock came back 4-3, right?
Correct.
Yeah, because he played against Marine Lord, and that was a pretty clean 4-1.
Yeah, very, very clean game. Yeah, beautiful series there. But I guess at this point, Beastie probably be a little bit happy that he's up against Leenock today. He's doing very well so far, 3-0. Obviously, Leenock knocking him out definitely took off a lot of the potential threat that came through from Marine Lord there as well.
Crazy. And so many people saw how dominant he was. Like 5-0 in sets, 15-3 in maps, and suddenly he drops down 4-1 against a single player. Leenock in absolute prime shape yesterday, a crazy performance, and he is looking to repeat such a performance again. down 3-0 in those. Beastqyt looking incredibly strong. As you can see, APM earlier, as mentioned, pretty damn high for
小李加油啊
Beastqyt, that's our man leading 3-0.
输没关系，状态要回来。
Welcome to game number 4 in the grand final of N4C, the $100,000 Age of Empires 4 tournament. Spawning in the east side.
好的，各位观众朋友们，今天的冠军战 BO9 来到了第4盘，小李没有开张，心跳持续，平均在100在玩。昨天的140呢？ 肾上腺素没有打，不够嗨。
For Leenock with the opposite dynasty here, also going for berries to begin.
第4把是阿拔斯打苏丹，阿拉伯。我跟大家报告一下，阿拔斯虽然是小李最强文明，但是他很怕苏丹，他非常怕苏丹。他是一个可以跟阿拔斯对农，前期没有办法给苏丹任何压力。Beasty 这一盘拿苏丹不仅仅是想要赶快结束，刚刚好也是算到了小李的心理。这一盘真的，如果阿拔斯没过，那就5-0了，真的就5-0。
it doesn't work because of the design. Like it doesn't work with the design of the Civ. They'd look to do something else. I think that's a really core component of their design.
Damn, those people are fast on the keyboard. Now upping to
小李今天嘴巴都没有开啊。
Mr. Leenock goes for the stragglers.
加油啊
Well, all looks pretty solid. Sheep amount quite nice as well. Not a lot of scouting.
现在心跳非常的平静。
And now goes for the lumber camp. What are the openings here? Do we see stable from Abbasid?
Yeah, a little bit curious of the openings. We could potentially see the stable coming out. Delhi a little bit more prone to going the barracks. Always great to drop that down in transition and pop that scholar in there as quickly as possible. You can really start to pump out those spears. Got to be careful, but I wouldn't be surprised if we do see Leenock head down towards his enemy's base and try and work out exactly what he's got going on down there.
Okay, so no big surprises in the
前几天小李就在说他很累了，他很累了，真的是气力放尽了吗？
3 on gold, obviously wants to collect up to 125 there, Mr. Leenock. And did he just research? Oh yeah, he went for wheelbarrow, Leenock.
Yeah, interesting build order here. So might be looking to go for that early stable. You can see he did start on berries, so opening up with the I guess the standard mill these days, but we do see sometimes players avoid.
现在双方可能这一局会对农，可是变成很奇异的是阿拔斯。
Okay, well, obviously both players
能放苏丹这么舒服吗？打大封建，阿拔斯也没有优势。
Now the barracks opening here by Beastqyt. Maybe some spearmen, maybe trying to wall in those sacred sites.
Yeah, that's a really good point. So obviously that Dome of the Faith going to be coming up. He'll be dropping out lots of scholars, and he wants to go and capture those sacred sites. If we take a look at the map, it's not a terrible spawn for him. It looks pretty even with regard to the sacred sites. Very central locations, and you'd expect that. Dry Arabia, a very standard map when it comes to those two. Couple wolves coming back here as well. I'm not sure exactly what that was all about. Might be forgetting the civvies up against.
Not really sure either. Maybe he just saw them. Okay, they were between the
这边 Beasty 他选择走的是专业斥候，直接涨到城堡时代，比你开2TC 还快，然后直接可能有机会骑士直接刷起来。 阿拔斯很惨哦，打苏丹是很惨的。他这个科技上来捡鹿肉回来直城，直接刷一波，阿拔斯会很难打。现在小李没有挖石头，这边没有挖石头。
on the side of Leenock here, who's playing the Abbasid dynasty.
小李的理解是，我打苏丹我不能农啊，因为对面那个农起来比我可怕。
Interesting. So we could be seeing a cavalry composition come out for him. We have seen this played to quite success. Marine Lord in particular, a big fan of going for the Horseman and Camel Archer, but it looks like it is going to be Spearman coming out today. So looking to be quite preventative up against those potential cavalry openings.
More upgrades obviously coming in now. Second Scholar, and we see another Archer range. So potentially
这边 Beastqyt 看到一轮情报之后，
Yeah, and when it comes to 1-1-1,
确定小李是打一个单 TC， 马厩军营射箭场 ，OK。他现在要决战了，不能农了，不农了，跟苏丹不能对农。
Extra resources they're getting from holding the techs into more units.
但时间压力还是在小李这里。苏丹等一下科技全上来怎么输？因为刚刚那一盘没赢，真的是会。
You need so many upgrades. If you're fighting against 3 different unit types, you need all the upgrades basically, and that's just so much better for Delhi here. Now some pressure at the front. So far, no real answer to Camel Archer though. Pushes the Delhi player away from berries. Leenock with a nice opening.
Yeah, nice little opening here with the Camel Archer, sensing that there might
这
be a
边
bit
弱
of
攻
an
先
opening,
卡
and
在
indeed
这
there
果
was.
实区。
Beastie going to be trying his best to defend. We see him going for survival
那
techniques
现
into
在是走
professional scouts as well.
双
So
兵工厂，
there is,
哇！
he has actually got horticulture in on the way as well, so probably going to be looking to pick that one up first. But yeah, very nice opening from him here. We can see the military mass beginning to build.
现在小李敢不敢推冲车？
He's going to need a few more scholars out. He's probably going to be looking to capture.
因为现在这个配置苏丹是完全没有兵，他一个双兵工厂。
His raiding won't be that
啊，出兵了。
or at least like the raiding of Leenock won't be that lethal, and it's quite interesting. It just feels like Leenock needs to make something happen, right?
Little bit of a mistake potentially coming out right now from Beastie, losing one of the archers. Second archer might potentially be going down here. You can see the horseman moving up on top of those archers, getting some awesome damage there. Camel Archer is going to be moving up towards that north position. Going to be chasing down a scholar. There's a spearman out here as well, but it's not going to be enough to defend against these camel archers. These guys do so much damage against spears.
小李的局都是要从3-0开始吗？
They have 10 neutral damage or like damage on their own already. Now Horseman
哦，小李的局都是要3-0开始吗？ 但是这边骑手上来了。
Now even House behind this Leenock's macro not 100% on point.
Yeah, Leenock got to be careful in this position. You can see a spear coming out. Archer on the back line. He's doing a decent job of microing back those low health camels. And now some more horsemen going to be coming in. I think these two ones were the ones that dived underneath the town center earlier. Scholars heading out on the map as well. You can see that Beastie is intent on grabbing these sacred sites. A mistake that Leenock did make. Beastie definitely not intent on making this game.
Let's take a look. Horseman still trying to jump onto those archers. I don't think that Spearman edition would really do a lot right now for Beastqyt, and that's why I would probably love to see some more horsemen out by Leenock here.
Yeah, definitely seems like the composition not working out for Leenock right now. So many horsemen out on this map. Beastqyt looking very strong. Sacred Site to the south getting captured up. More scholars moving out. They got to be careful not to get picked off. You see the Camel Archers doing so well to take them down, trying their best to focus down that scholar. Walks away with a couple of health points on it left. If he didn't have the piety upgrade, I don't think he would be surviving today.
Yeah, absolutely not. And this is tricky now. What's the transition going to be? Do you want to stay like this? Leenock actually goes for a second town center, and I have to question that because that will take pressure off the center and will allow Beastqyt to get control over most.
小李还是开了双 TC 区，现在一阵地开始卡了。
Because Beastie's always going to be 2 steps ahead of him. He's going to have access to those sacred sites. He's going to have those technologies as well. So that's why it's important that he gets that down. But the question is whether it was the right time. That is really the big question. Now you can see the sacred site up towards the north was getting captured. Nice little job up towards this position of taking out the monk. It's going to be running not very far before it dies.
And that one doesn't need to be controlled. Just neutral there, so it's one.
现在这里是有个问题是开2T 是可以，但是如果 Beastie 一旦知道开2TC， 刚刚小李打大封建，他冲车推一台稳稳上城堡，没有直接结束，其实都是领先的。
Delhi really beginning to build now. up to 20.
但是现在苏丹大封建那颗机体上来，那很可怕，要被刷掉会被刷掉，小李会被刷掉。
Remember, Leenock unbeaten with Abbasid 4-0 before this game started.
That's a really good point. Beasty, on the other hand, very competent when it comes to the Delhi Sultanate. So I'm curious to see how this game is going to continue to unfold. We now see the Sacred Site up towards the north being captured. Not a lot of units up to here to contest against it.
What are those villagers up to? Maybe a tower?
哇，我现在已经有点心痛啊！我心痛的感觉，我心痛不是说我不支持 Beasty， 是我觉得 Leenock 状态怎么差？已经气力放尽，真的是打马伦有劲。现在先抓学者，尽量去拖。
Because that scholar is down and out. He could turn around and probably fight this position. He does have the camels in advantage, but it looks like he's just going to be falling back towards his base. Not looking good for Leenock right now.
Oh, and Leenock actually will see that Beastqyt is scouted this top area as well, so Horseman could find a good kill, a good spot to raid at the berries then, and that's indeed where we will see those Horsemen go.
Yeah, this is not looking good for Leenock. I'd love to take a look and see Beastie's base because he's just pumping out these horsemen like absolute madman. And look at all the villagers on those berries as well. Very open. You see the horsemen moving around. Going to be able to take out that camel. And this is part of the reason why camels at this point in time aren't the strongest. And now moving in, he's got the scholars forward as well. Obviously, keep in mind, can't grab that extra healing buff that we do see.
哇，今天去厕所没有用，去厕所没有用了。
But he's looking very strong as he begins to push in. I wouldn't be surprised if we saw a ram getting dropped down in the next minute or two.
Uh-oh, and Leenock, yeah, he has the village advantage, but those villagers at the top likely to all fall here, completely unprotected and so far away from home. I think soon we will see Beastie having the advantage there. Now the House of Learning trying to make something happen, but so much army on the field by Beastqyt.
Beastie just putting on an absolute clinic today. Leenock obviously dropping down that sacred site, or rather that second town center, but now losing out all of those villages that he had made in advantage. Sacred site victory coming through for Beastqyt. He's got his villages, he's got all of his technology.
Marino 应该很问号啊。
Now on 3 sacred sites.
Marino 应该很问号，这个人跟我昨天打的是同个人吗
？Yeah, two of them, one of them neutralized, but that's so much army out of position now as well. Not really sure if those villagers ever made it home. And Leenock, yeah, he has a small advantage, but so far away from Castle Age as well.
Yeah, this is so tough for him. You can see he's still got quite a distance before he's able to get up. When this Castle Age comes through from Beastqyt, I don't know how Leenock is going to be able to hold. Castle Age coming through, we'll look towards Leenock, and Leenock, a little bit of an esports head movement right there. Did you see that one nearly? Oh, you hate to see it. You really hate to see it. Falling back towards his sacred site, it's not looking good for Leenock.
Damn, Beastqyt on point today. Look at that. All the upgrades are coming in here as well. Reclaims that sacred site. Soon we'll have 3. The map is so incredibly open. And Leenock, yeah, he still has some choices of good maps after this one. But 4-0 down would be horrible for him.
有人猜5-0 Beastie 吗？好像没有。
No way. Oh, he is on 3 TCs.
Oh, yes way.
All right, maybe there's a chance. When there's a will, there's a way. Look, in this situation, you're so far behind, you got to start throwing out your Hail Marys. And this is exactly what Leenock is doing. So he's hoping that he's able to stay alive for at least the next 3 to 4 minutes and build up a bit of an economic bank. He's going to be looking towards his enemy's base, try and put his attention towards there. But villagers, once again, on the
小李有3 TC， 但是没有任何军事，完全扛不住。城堡打封建。
Just looking like so much control here for Beastqyt.
Farm's going to be coming down for Leenock. He's transitioning at this point.
哦，这边抓到一波。
Pick up with the villagers here. They were heading out to.
这边抓到一波，不错。
I don't even know what they were heading out to, but they were
there probably at the left-hand side. Indeed, that's where they wanted to go. That was an ambitious berry patch, though.
Yeah, that was very curious. Interesting.
这边小李抓到一波，不错。Beastie 拉回家。3 TC 扛住，小李3 TC 扛住。这一波很关键，拖到蛮多时间的。大军撤退了，但是现在胜利有2个。
Archer upgrade, Spearman upgrade, and goes for some elephant here as well. 4 scholars in the queue. Beastqyt is, yeah, production is just out of this world, but we see poorly.
现在小李 奇袭波把军队拉回来之后，先撤退。现在这个经济科技苏丹太强了，要怎么样复制？什么 ？Beasty 偷人家的果实，他苏丹也吃很爽的，跟阿拔斯一样。现在摘一波 Red。
Leenock so quick on these reactions, now going to be moving forward with a bit of military. No villages actually go down, so
哇，那果实对阿拔斯好重要哎，救命丹哎，仙豆哎。Beasty 坏到直接在他那里吃，还盖建塔，过分。但也可以看到现在 Beasty 的状态跟 Leenock 状态一来一往差太多。哇！ 哇，激情又冷静的这个 Leenock 没有来啊，今天不见了，嘴巴没有开啦，无我状态没有啊，没在，心有杂念。
He might be okay if he gets up to castle, which he's doing. If he manages to hold, gets a mangonel or 2 out, it could be bad news for Beasty.
Yeah, actually the defense could be a thing, right? But
现在小李再夹，但是大象来了，苏丹要决战了，这就是刚刚小李没做到的事情。现在3TC 打单 TC， 但是有3个圣地，机体全部都哇！ 这阿拔斯能夹吗？阿拔斯现在上来城堡没？还没。
Second town center for Beasty needs to Wololo somewhere. Wololo. It's
tries to debate it. No.
A preemptive Wololo potentially. Just wants to protect his bro. I'd love to see Beasty right now needs to get a second town center up. Is he in the process of doing that? Is he still thinking about it?
I would be surprised. I think he is more of the guy that probably wants to go for the push. Now, ooh, another attack at the gold. Villagers have to run. This is so ugly for Leenock. He doesn't have a safe gold.
Yeah, this is really bad for him. He's really getting put back into that corner. Up towards the north, it doesn't look like there's too much either. Mainly down to the south, but obviously Beasty has control down there as well. He's all over the map. Raids coming through now on this mill in the center.
他有黄金吗？重点。
Getting stuck in a bit of a weird position.
阿拔斯长枪兵乐色海吗？猛虎那一把这样。
Yeah, and that's a great army, right?
上来城堡了，上来城堡了。
Mass Mangonel. Now goes for the upgrade that we receive.
出投石车加长枪兵吧。
Yeah, knowledge of preservation.
现在要出什么？乐色海啊，乐色海啊！现在只能出乐色海，因为你现在3DC 能打就乐色海，现在没有木了，连木都没有了。
He's got enough almost for that third one as well, and that's the critical mass. If he can get to 3 mangonels, he can really hold on.
Problem is, Leenock, without any gold income, right, needs to use the market to even afford the second mangonel.
Yeah, that's a really good point. He finds it so difficult. He's got a little bit of space now. Beasty's he's backed off a bit, giving him a bit of respect. But now those villagers down towards the south, got to be careful.
Equal population?
Wow, that's a really good point. Look at the villagers, 33 villager difference between these two. Now, obviously, the relics still in Beasty's hands as well. So he's sitting on about how much? 450 plus, 850 passive gold income at the moment.
Crazy.
How many villagers does that work out to be? About 20, 21?
850 is 21.25.
There you go.
Without upgrades.
Yeah,
but he has upgrades, so it's fewer.
So it is impressive math coming out there from Nilly. You're not typically known as the math guy, but now those elephants going to be moving in towards the mangonels, the direct counter, it seems, to those units. But decent math starting to build up. Beasty once again taking out villages of his enemy.
那黄金被控住了。
But look at the difference in population between.
现在要盖堡。
With regard to
好，盖堡。拼了。
The mangonels firing off on the back line. The men at arms going to be coming in. Runs a nice little.
这会是爷爷堡吗
He's got spears. He's got archers. He needs to make sure he's got villagers in there.
Beasty 后面有投石车吗？没有。
Look at the scholars just healing up on that back line.
Men-at-arms all dying at the front. Mangonel still alive, but we obviously find some villager kills. Leenock was heavily ahead. Look at that. Villagers now basically even.
Yeah, big misplay right here from Leenock. He manages to get the keep up, but at the same time loses so many villagers. Keep in mind he's got the 3 TC, so if it comes down to it, he's going to be able to produce lots of villagers, but it's not pretty.
Did he just lose 30 villagers? Leenock down to 56 here. Yeah, he gets some control, but look at how exposed that woodline is as well.
Yeah, this isn't good right now for Leenock. That keep goes up on the front line as well for Beasty. He's going to be really happy with this boiling oil slowly but steadily.
Beasty 是有经济压力，是不是？
Oh, look at that. Could just easily go over.
他打 Vortex 4-3之后，也是一个完全体了。Beasty 经过一整串的淬炼，他也是完全体了。那如果以这个比数来看的话 ，Vortex 是第2名哦。那 Vortex 是不是在哭？我遇到一个好强的人呢，他现在3-0 Leenock 哎，我曾经都快要拿冠军了 Vortex。
Left it a little bit too late.
Yeah, Beasty just so good in his macro and pulled back. Now the elephants are going in again, just trying to find some villager kills, then go back, go for some healing. That's guaranteed damage without any losses for him because he can heal them up.
Yeah, Beasty looking so strong. Keep in mind, this is a best of 9, so it means the player first to get to 5 points wins. Beasty currently sitting 3-0. If he wins this game 4-0, he will be on match point, and Leenock will have to win 5 games straight to even have a chance.
Okay, at least one tower elephant goes down, so reasonable defense.
现在村民数3 TC 输给这个苏丹 ，Snowball 起来了，加上胜利只剩下5分30秒。
Something like that.
It got pretty crazy, but not going to be the case anymore. I know Salami a bit sad that is not going to be happening, but look at the scholars just coming.
压 Beasty 的观众朋友们，那个点数抽到的几率极高啊！
Yeah, and look at all those walls.
我记得好像没有人说什么5-0、5-1的哈。
Full control. He like restricts him to like a quarter or even less of the map.
Yeah, he's playing it really well. Beasty looking so fearsome right now. Elephant's going to continue moving up, and such a great composition that he's got here. Just a couple archers out on that wood line as well.
现在不给小李出去。 又是一个大局观，把你吃掉。
Very strong, very potent. Looking to actually put a keep up towards this northern position, trying to break through here.
Beasty 好猛啊！
They're not doing so. Mangonels, you got to wake up, Mangonels. What are you guys doing? Wake up, fellas. They turn around. It's not looking pretty, Nilly.
Uh-oh, not really firing indeed. Scholars now to the front could take some fights. Are running away.
这边城堡盖了，弩炮往前推，要逼这个投石车的走位。现在大象一大堆，这个学者在这边补血。现在最重要的是什么？你知道吗？没有木材了，跟那个阿尔泰那一盘一样，被关起来了。上一盘。
Saved. Can I shoot here? They didn't really want to die.
Yeah, that was exactly it. They didn't want to die, but 5 relics there for Beastqyt in a single mosque. He's looking incredible at this point in time, pulling ahead on the village account as well. Still looks like just that one town center, as you suggested, going to be coming out for him, so not thinking about that second one just yet. Do we see village fortresses coming out just yet for Beasty?
I don't really think he needs it. Look at that, 3 minutes 45 seconds.
我现在觉得心痛，感觉不是说就是觉得生气小李状态不好，还是什么？觉得很替他可惜啦，觉得替他很可惜。
This is so perfectly played by Beastqyt. He's done such a great job throughout this game.
那可是如果以他从外卡赛这样子一路打到冠军战，已经跌破大家眼镜，已经跌破大家眼镜。
Unfortunate for Leenock, been a bit outplayed when it comes to that extent. But now we see him sitting in the 4th game up against the Delhi. He's trying his best now as that keep going to be going down. Elephants working to do their magic. Springles on the back line preventing any siege from coming out and showing their faces. It's not going to be pretty here for Leenock. It's really not looking good.
Oh, the first dong is coming in, only 3 minutes, and Leenock realizes, damn, it's not looking good for me. You will go up 4-0. Beastqyt looking incredibly strong.
It's got to be the
拿铁喝完再喝水，要收工了。这一件衬衫会不会永远不穿了？
Is it the next potential doping drug that gets banned out, the chocolate milk?
We will look into that together with the Esport Foundation against doping. It looks a bit too strong right now.
It looks very strong. Chocolate milk probably going to have to get banned out in the next tournament, I suspect. But
chocolate milk.
Game 4 going over to Beastqyt as well. A lot of people in the chat right now, big fans of Beasty. You can see them all coming out of the woodworks. They were a bit quiet earlier. Leenock, obviously, a fierce opponent taking out Marine Lord yesterday. But Beasty looking incredibly strong.
Yeah, shockingly strong. Shockingly strong. Leenock actually like jumped from being, okay, you made it to the semifinals, congrats, sadly got Marine Lord, to probably the favorite yesterday evening. And suddenly, like, Beastqyt is putting on this performance.
It's incredible. I mean, as he said before this, he sat down for a few hours and did the math. He had his pen, his paper out, his notepad, everything. And he said, I know exactly what civ he's going to be.
Leenock 的支持者是已经离开了，是不是
comes out just from that single map that was drawn. So really well played to Beastie up until this point. So everything, all of it, all
小李的支持者离开了。
He's obviously played incredibly well. No mistakes coming out from him.
We've
got game 5. Map is Hill and Dale.
And I don't understand that. So quick reminder, everyone. We have 7 maps. And then each player gets an extra home map to play it twice, basically. And Leenock had the chance to pick 4 maps. Can pick Lipany twice and didn't pick it even once. What's going on?
Does he understand that? Like, because
蒙古打
maybe he thought he banned Lipany.
整裸 GG 了。
How do you ban out of 7? Like, I think he
Beastie 刚刚笑了，他猜到了。
I'm pretty sure he understood, yeah.
Well, he's going to be picking the Holy Roman Empire here, going up against
Beastie 刚刚笑，他一看到这个神裸出来，他拿蒙古赢了，counter counter， 5比0， 5比0。
I mean, Mongols up against Holy Roman Empire, it's a very favorable matchup for the Mongols. Mongols obviously not being particularly successful this tournament. Holy Roman Empire, similar run of the mill at the moment.
I've seen Mongols
小李5比3的都再见了。
Did we? Oh, no, we didn't.
我自己也再见了。
Mongols are a civ that is struggling at the moment throughout the tournament, not including any show matches.
Okay.
Let's not talk about it. Don't talk about the show match.
Okay, we will need to think about scenarios. Leenock against Viper, I think, picked Mongols as well on Hill and Dale, right? I think it went into Mongol Mirror, if I remember correctly, because both wanted to snipe HRE there, and both wanted to go for... Yeah.
1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 10 11 12
Why are Mongols so good against HRE?
13 14 15
16
17
typically very good.
17 18 19 20 21 22 23 25好，我们剩25个观众。
It's going to prevent them from gathering up the extra strong resources. Typically, they don't want to move away from that Archon because it's buffing up all the villages around there. But if you put an outpost on those immediate resources, it means you've got to.
基本上这个5比4的 Beastie 5比4的也都可以删了啦。我先找一个5比1跟5比2的。 这个5比4的都离比较远，5比3也离比较远，5比4，这应该没对。5408 5408 CK 在不在？哦，你可能直接会得奖啊。
No, because the Mongol Khan will get to the base and will stop the walls from going up.
5比2。
Okay, I can see
H02 H02 5比2 5比2 Beastie 5比2 H02 准备一下哈 CKJ 5408 H02 你们两个是最接近的，不用抽了，不用抽了，哇。
That's pretty ugly. Also, next step, is there a way to go for Dark Age Men at Arms for HRE?
No.
They only have Fuel Age Men at Arms, right? That's English. Okay.
各位观众朋友，我们今天的冠军战来到了第5盘。 4比0。
We're at the drawing board right now, and that's typically not where you want to be when you're down 4-0 in a.
然后现在是一个神罗打蒙古高3升谷。
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to game number 5 of your grand final for N4C. Beastqyt spawns up in the north side of the map with an absolutely beautiful spawn here. He is sitting right in the pocket. He's got his gold mine. He's got his wood line. He's a happy camper.
And it's the 8k gold mine as well, right?
Yeah.
That kind of reminds me of the game. Didn't he have such a map against Vortex?
On King of the Hill?
Yeah.
Yeah,
we
he
had
did.
the Vortex push then, right?
现在猜来得及吗？当然来不及啊，当然来不及啊。那大家现在猜就好了。
Let's see if we will see something similar here. Certainly pretty easy to get over to the other side, but his over typically should be relatively exposed.
如果是小李的支持者，我们就回顾这个4强赛就好了。哇，今天真的不行。然后连这个文明 Beastqyt 都全部被 Beasty 吃掉，没有一场是对到他想要的，就除了那个第1盘以外，第2盘自己打输，第3盘是最夸张的。
Cut off a bit. Well, okay, maybe not. And you're not interested on me?
No, not really. I'm more.
H01不在哦 ，H01你在不在 ？H01 是压线
Okay.
压住的，结果他不在。
So we're making just random stuff up. Thank you for that. And first villager is being sent to the front, so we are expecting that we also have a barracks next to the ovo there, and we see the early walls. Pretty easy wall off here.
He will be happy with this, and the Uvu is relatively close to the town center. That obviously gets scouted out, so he knows this is on the way, but that wall gonna get up, and a little bit of a mistake by Beasty in not being present at that entrance. We'll have a look and see whether a chop comes through, though, because that is always something that to be aware of. So he might look to do a reactive wall here. I'm curious to see just towards the south side here.
Look at that, goes for the tree. We need to wall around that one. Leenock should see it, has the villager around. Obviously not always easy to wall.
现在有人在伐木偷稿。
It looked like Leenock had his own lumber out or lumberjack out. Needs to make sure he doesn't wall his villager in here. Okay, manages to get through, gets the wall up. Double spear is going to be coming through now. Gonna be able
我想要知道为什么今天 Leenock 的心跳都没在跳。
Leenock, I mean, he's reacted to this well. He's very fortunate that he's got such a short or shallow point. Do we see that villager moving? We see that villager moving. So he's going to be looking to come in at a different angle now.
Okay, 4 spearmen coming over, but obviously Leenock will be up to feudal age way earlier. And now the question, maybe the barracks, maybe 2 men-at-arms will deal with this one pretty easily. Obviously the Khan is still good against those men-at-arms, but the villager can't do much, the spearmen can't do much, and you can heal those men-at-arms with a prelate later.
Yeah, we take a look now at Beastqyt's perspective. You can see that he's just running around. He's got a wolf trailing him at this point in time. Took out a deer as well. It was right on the edge of the map. That's why he's picked that
如果这一盘是 Beasty 赢的话
push it out a bit further. Causes a little bit of an issue. You can see he's running in now, just being annoying here, taking out these deer, just being very cheeky.
我们先公布奖项，然后再做一下 Beasty 的翻译，我们就结束这一次的转播。村民溜进来了。
Making his way around and almost up to the second age. I'll expect that we probably see some sort of archer play coming out from him, but I'm curious to see what the response is going to be with Leenock here.
Okay, spearman split now, and Leenock on the other side, still a bit away from clicking up, has enough wood for a defensive tower if he wanted to. Now waited a bit for it. Oh, he doesn't know if he wants to build it or not.
Yeah, he's definitely thinking about it. You could see it would be a nice little spot up towards the north side of that Archon Chapel. This is a counterplay. He's going for walls here. It's a little bit too late, though. There's no way that wall gets up, so very hopeful wall. But needs to be careful here. We mentioned earlier that if you just get one single attack on that gold mine, that it is going to be going over towards the favor of the enemy. And now we see an archery range coming down a little bit out of position, I'd say. He does look to cancel it. He's going to be moving it back a bit safer. But Outpost is going to go up on that western flank.
Oh, and HRE being forced into archers. Yeah, you will deal with those spearmen quite nicely. Yeah, you will deal with that villager, but you're not really scared.
4号去烧一波，4号去烧一波。哦，村民没有发现，村民。
Obviously no way of healing him, and okay. Leenock, if he's
长枪兵在那边等，往后拉。
Yeah, we now see a second outpost coming up towards the north of that position. Leenock behind this, he is making archers, so he's got that barrack or that archery range up. But keep in mind, this is exactly what Beasty wants. He wants to force out these units. He knows that this is what his enemy.
现在这个箭塔在那边弄。
Leenock got to be careful here. We can see that outpost is going to be firing upon.
现在小李牧区要搬到对面去了。现在这个箭塔吃进来了，小攻出来了。小攻出来了，现在有机会收掉吗？没有机会，因为可汗还活着。这来不及，这来不及，这个牧区要让了，这个牧区要让了。
Beasty obviously up to the second age. He knows that those arrow slits are going to be coming through shortly.
Will the Archon Chapel reach the right-hand side wood line?
It should.
I think it
Oh,
should.
so
No.
close.
But yeah, you can get your prelate there,
H02
build a
观
second
众
prelate.
在不
He's still
在？
reasonably on gold here. So I think it's yeah, he actually built a second prelate. So all good.
Yeah, we can actually see he's gone for a stable here as well. So going to be looking to get out a few more horsemen to help defend. And you can see just how far those outposts are shooting. Are they going all the way? It looks like it's going to the lumber camp. Yeah. Gosh, that does a lot of range, doesn't it? It's just absolutely huge. But now Leenock continuing to add in archers. He's already up to 4 archers. Adds in 5. So we've seen.
刚刚 Beasty 选到蒙古打神罗，他已经笑了，你们有看到吗？全部都照他的牌在走。
Absolutely everywhere. He's going to force him to make a battering ram, surely.
这边蒙古上城堡之后，这一盘就直接会被刷进来，神罗连什么遗迹都拿不到啊，都会 GG 5-0啊。那这样子 Beasty 会创下这个神话 Legendary 传奇耶。第一年10万美金5-0对手哦，但是这一边这一只村民抓的不错。
It's going to be so difficult to stop. The villager does go down, so he's prevented it from happening any further. But at the same time, he's forcing so much out. And look at Beastie's income at this point in time. He's sitting on 532 gold. He's got plenty of food in the bank. He's well on his way up to castle. Whereas Leenock, I mean, he's looking pretty similar. But the burden is definitely going to be on him to get control of those relics.
But honestly, Beastqyt doesn't really have that many units to contest.
现在这个节奏，现在神罗他同时不能出太多的军事，因为他不能上的太晚。他这个文明就是要到城堡捡遗迹，至少也要拿一个遗迹，至少。但是他现在这个升级，小李跟得上吗？看起来可以，可是外面没有军事。你看看那个箭塔，你看看那个可汗，在那边抖。
Yeah, absolutely. And I think even it will be like 2 for now, while the Khan is still annoying. That tower just helping out so much. And it feels like Leenock now evacuating from that front gold, goes for a further back one again. Obviously, that's without the Aachen Chapel, that's without a prelate. And what actually goes for the berries?
Yeah, not really having much of an option here. Would love to go for those deer, but obviously they got.
现在抢城堡哦，小李如果有机会先城堡拿2个遗迹回来。还有机会打这一盘。骑手往后拉。
Also Spearman just popping. We'll find some easy kills there as well. Archers there for the defense against the Khan. Khan so annoying. Quite some nice play by Beastqyt. Both players now on the way to Castle Age. And the big question, do we get enough prelates out? Step it out, no surprise.
Yeah, Stepper out going to be coming down here now. Keep in mind, Beastie's
现在城堡第一波蒙古比较强啊。
It's going to take time for him to do that. Whereas the
他直接溜2只长矛骑兵出来。
As soon as he hits up that third age, he is going to
没有
immediately pick.
BC 没有盖马厩。那小李还有机会。这个可汗会死吗？
Yeah, but we see there's a couple units looping up towards the north. It looks like a horseman together with a couple scouts could potentially line up with this. You see them working their way towards.
这可汗必须死。哦，有机会了。
Classic, like a footy game right now. If anyone's watched Rugby Union or Rugby League, you can see the big shoulder about to come out. New Age begins though. He's going to be buffed up with a little bit more health now and should be able to escape. You can see the horseman slowly but steadily. First relic gets picked up. Second relic in the middle of the map. We'll take a look at it. Was going over. Needs to do a bit of a wall law.
Oh, is he though? Khan goes down. What's happening here? Why did the unit stop? Horseman stopped. Khan stopped. Some real bug there at the right hand side. Maybe the Khan died.
Khan died, but Beastie got up to the castle age at the same time. So a little bit of a weird graphical glitch that happens there. So yeah, very, very rare to see that. But now Blacksmith coming down.
可汗死了，但是灵魂还在啊。世纪帝国4也有咒怨系列，是不是？
Good for him. Good for him. And the horseman still protecting the dead body.
不要连这一盘小李有机会赢都一个 bug 哦。可汗死了，但是可汗不退。鬼魂在那边呢。
That's his title. Double stable coming out right now as well for Beastqyt.
Okay, still triple relic
太小啊，这个。
HRE. Regn's Cathedral gives you 300 gold per minute per relic.
不要因为这样 regame 哦，现在小李是有优势的，夹住一波了，有优势的。
needs to make sure he's got a safe food source, so needs to transition over onto farms. Number 2, needs to make sure he doesn't die. He has achieved the dream of the HRE. He has assembled the 3 legs of Exodia, that being the 3 relics. So now he just needs that chess piece, that final chess piece being the all-important Palace of Swabia. If he gets
但是现在还有一个问题是，
incredibly likely to win this game.
真罗虽然现在有3个遗迹，蒙古还是有机会。现在以这个时间点，有机会强军是刷掉神罗。神罗应该现在能的话，要去盖幕墙。
It's a classic HRE build order. This one, it's the 1-1-1-1-1 build order. But Prelate looking to actually sneak around and grab that relic up towards the north. You can see it being guarded out there, but Leenock really not even just caring about the 3 relics. He wants all 5.
Yeah, why not? Why not? Also takes 2 away from the opponent. Now the spread there. And Leenock knows Beastqyt is coming in for an attack. Beastqyt needs to find some damage against 3 HRE relics.
Yeah, we can see a little bit of a split going on now, looking to wall up towards the south, but it might be a little bit too soon. Oh, he's gonna. Oh, he finds it.
He sees them.
He's gonna be able to pick up these villagers and take them out before that wall goes up. Very well played by Beastqyt, just spotting that out. Now the Lancer Knight comes out, trying to do some damage.
现在蒙古有机会刷一波，有机会刷一波。波鲁鲁
He's feeling good about himself. A little bit of a
这边要4遗迹了。蒙古这里小李力挽狂澜。
Look at the north spot. We've got so many of these lances beginning to rally in.
小李这一盘有机会啊，终于啊。
Beasty is going to push. Leenock wants to force another game. If you want to give Leenock the support, if you want to see more games, this is the moment for you to spam some Neely energy for Leenock in the chat to support your man to give us another game.
You can do it, Leenock, I believe. You know, if there was a crowd here right now, I'm confident there'd be a nice little Korean section. And
现在尼里都在帮小李加油。
They get the air ones. They go Leenock fighting. It would be happening right now, but there's no one else to do it for him. So we got to do it for him, Nilly. Come on, let me hear you say it.
You just did it. Just played on repeat, and Knights over with the defense here. No villagers lost. Actually went for some counter attack. Gold villagers obviously exposed at the front. Town center there, but step out.
小李现在恢复冷静。 开始点这个经济科技以外，开始打一个 counter， 一盘一盘打，曾经落后3盘都拿回来了，但现在落后4盘。车明为什么在发呆？加一波，至少先拿一盘，至少先拿一盘。5比0，我怕回那个仁川机场的时候路径不了。
Nice defense by Beastqyt. Still population lead for him, but as we said multiple times, we think 3 relics for HRE are roughly worth 22.5 villagers.
Yeah, very difficult to stop. But now we see that mass beginning to build some big swings coming in there from our two-handed horsemen. Horsemen?
这一波很大一波，小李有发现。
Now coming in with a pretty big raid there. 3 knights or 3 lancers looking to get in on that wood line. He's overchopped a little bit as well. So
骑士贴上去，骑士贴上去。
He's got to be able to get out of there safely. So
Leenock shows the overchop now.
夹住。
Been a small mistake there potentially.
牧区挖穿了，要不要补一下墙呢？哎，小李从积分赛第1天开始到今天，他从来没有心跳是80几的，他刚刚已经打到80几了，他没有心跳了。 可以电击他吗？
For some spearmen, that Khan still dead. Obviously, we have seen a second Khan there. Another ghost in the main army tries to run to the left-hand side. Leenock, he should not skip Castle Age. I think if he goes to him, there's a good way of dying.
Yep.
It's important that he keeps on building army.
Agreed. He needs to wall up at the front. Ideally, I would love to see more walls coming in from him. It's so important that he gets these walls in because Beastqyt, he plays exactly the same way as Marine Lord does. He loves to just go for this heavy cavalry style and really try and punish his opponent. We can see that now it looks like he's going to be cleaning up these outposts. Hopefully, once he does that, he'll be able to think about walling up that position up towards the north. But until that happens, it's always going to be very
现在
open for
小
Beast.
李的问题是，现在如果打这个骑士战多线的话，今天 Beasty 已经告诉世人我很
Yeah,
强
we'll，take a look at that front gate. You can see those knights going to be working.
神罗有机会上帝王，但是他现在上不了，压力太大，那没关系。骑士现在要打操作了，这边要决战了。哇，这里村民！
Oh, Jesus.
Knights on the wrong side, dealing with the tower there. They needed to protect those villagers, and they are going back to the woodline here. Still some losses, but look at that. More lances are coming in here as well. Beastqyt is going for the kill. He wants the 5-0.
Yeah, but this could be really, really painful for him. He's going to be so careful. He's going to do this immaculately. If he misses any beat, he could potentially lose his entire army in a foul swing. But
小李，你的枪兵枪兵升一下，没有升到老练枪兵。现在已经没有食物出，扛得住吗？你扛得住吗？30村对48。我刚才说你 OK 了，你 OK 了，你 OK 了，你现在不 OK？
17 minutes into the game. Yeah, he defended against the raid. Yes, he will find a kill against the Khan. Probably again.
我们随时都会看到5-0出现哦，有机会哦。 强盖一下吧，允许你当这个问01啊。可汗死了，退了，大军退了。
For Leenock here, I want to see more games. I want to see him hold. I want to see that the 3 relics are carrying him. I want to see more home maps of Beastqyt because from here on, it will be Beastqyt's home maps exclusively. Mongolian Heights still double Lipany in the map pool here.
他那个可汗死了2次，然后那第一只死掉的那个可汗还留在地图上。
In this farm area.
Yeah, it's one of those things. Typically, if you're going to put down your Ark and Chapel,
夹一波，32村打51。
Or a little bit of. Did he get that up? I don't know exactly what happened there. I think he got that wall up. He's now going to be looking to clean up these units as well. He's going to be working towards that position on the front at the same time.
现在终于有老练长枪兵了，谢谢你啊！夹一波，加油，小李，辛苦了，辛苦了。我知道这个你打到亚军已经很强了，但是我这样严重怀疑，这个 Marino 可以提出这个药检。
Kind of even economy right now, and if you do the math at the top, you might find similar numbers there.
哇，这边 Beasty 直接骑士刷一波，现在有老练长枪兵夹起来，还有机会啊，有3遗迹可以。但是现在小李的食物库存不多了，要再夹，再被偷到村民，真的要GG买单了。这边 Leenock 至少赢1盘吧。 这边进来要杀，顾好，夹着，哇，到处都是马。长枪兵全出长枪兵了，全出长枪兵了。
Yeah, Lance is getting a lot of kills now. He's down 22 villagers to his opponent. Not a lot of aggression.
剩下29村 ，Beasty 他的那个骑士攻势之猛烈。29村对54村。
And he's able to hold on. He can actually just push in, go all in right now. But you can see, look at the resources gathered right now for Leenock. He is thinking about imping here.
I think he just cancelled lots of units, right? Maybe a rewall there. No lances are coming over, trying to stop that. Sends the villager back. Tries to rewall a bit further forward, but towers should deny that. But I think even if the lances are breaking at the bottom, it's not enough units. Only 11 military on the field against 25.
Yeah, Leenock looking pretty strong here. He's going to be cleaning up these lances once again.
夹起来，可以，有机会点帝王 TC 回农，先长枪兵，现在这里有几村在盖？你的长枪兵呢？下面，我的眼睛歪掉了。
We can see right now he's half the villagers of his opponent. I don't know if he's going to be able to do this one.
26村、25村、24。
Right, still 3 relics, somewhat walled. Yeah, he will now face sacred site control. 2 relics for Beastqyt as well, so he's setting himself up reasonably well. But we still feel HREs should be superior on this spot.
Well, the villager printer is out, Nilly, and you know what time it is.
Look at the farm. Look at the farm, Eco. There's nothing.
There's nothing. Doesn't need to be anything because it's time, ladies and gentlemen. It's time for the printer to begin.
With what food? With what food?
You don't need food to make villages as the Holy Roman Empire. I think it's like.
现在要回农了，现在神罗要回农。小李，你可不可以先围个墙？允许你围墙好不好？问01现在在加拿大坐着，我忍不住了。小李，谢谢你的 style， 但是你的墙围一下，围一下，夹一波。嘴巴没有打开，嘴巴没有打开，心跳依旧是100在玩。奇怪了，今天真的那个手表有坏掉吗
？900 gold a minute flat, denying these sacred sites now, preventing his enemy from building up. Has he secured his walls all over his base? Let's take a look.
3比2，遗迹3比2，还有机会，神罗还有机会。但是现在 Beasty 看起来想要城堡 all in， 继续 all。那这边这一盘小李应该会赢，应该会赢。现在 Beasty 一样打多线，一样打多线，在下面战士乱弄。
It's such a struggle for him, and if there's any game to pull, it is right now.
How is the army there? What is that game sent by Beastqyt?
How does he know this? He must have spotted it coming through from the line of sight that he's got from the outpost. So manages to outpost.
家里有这个弩兵在等。
He's looking incredibly strong, and once again working towards this
Beasty 的黄金2700，买卖一波，直接可以上帝王，有机会可以上帝王哦。Beasty 他现在出现的问题跟昨天 Marino 是一样的，经济有点控不上来了。Beasty 这一盘没有打得很好，现在4级。Beasty
in the way that he goes for the sacred sites, went for the double relics as well, but now I think he needs to use the market as well. Could be thinking about imping.
Could be thinking about imping. Typically, Mongol late game quite strong. Holy Roman Empire still pretty strong.
蒙古换一下食物吧。
Closing the gap, a little bit of a sit back right there from Beastqyt. He's adjusting himself, getting comfortable for the late game. University going to be coming down, so I'd expect that we might even see some elite lance connects coming out very shortly, Nilly.
Well, upgrades are coming in, so indeed that's the plan.
现在精锐骑士登场，神罗精锐骑士登场，续命一波。现在大家可以看到 Leenock 出骑士 ，Beasty 没有放弃，他现在开始转长枪兵加上弩兵。弩兵等一下做一个 transition， 神罗会很难吃的哦，神罗很难吃这个弩兵啊。
From our Korean star, Leenock trying his best. He's currently down 4-0 in this set. He needs to win this game. If he loses this game, he is out. He is down. He is done. And it wasn't looking pretty at the beginning of the game. For the first 20 minutes, he had units constantly in his base. Now he's finally made it through to Imperial. He's finally got that Palace of Swabia, that village.
保回胜利的感觉啊，小李。现在 Beasty 在囤资源 ，Beasty 在囤资源，他等下上帝王精锐弩兵先点上来，这一盘还没结束。现在小李吃一波，但是这里长枪兵大量不能吃，往后拉。现在 Beasty 往后夹，圣地现在 Beasty 有2个。
Slowly but steadily cleans up the line of sight out for Beasty. I'd love to take a look from his perspective and just see exactly what he sees because he's got so many outposts all over this map, just giving him complete line of sight and now heading up to Imp himself.
Beastqyt, and what is he going for? Probably wants to increase his stone income there.
现在小李的经济71对上69，回农了，回农了。
And wants to have all of them with some bombardment placements.
Yeah, and keep in mind he's also extending his.
但是圣地卡不回来，这个长枪兵一直追着打，这个弩兵一直追着射。
Very successfully chasing down these knights, and that's not something that's typical.
Leenock had 76 villagers, now +6. Pretty crazy job done by the Palace of Swabia. Pretty crazy job done by Leenock. And he is setting himself up for quite some elite Landsknecht.
小李会不会因为食物不习惯落赛？那这样子要告那个 Hello Fresh。
This is really key because it's going to allow him to start pushing out safely, give him a little bit of a playing field that's safety.
Beastqyt 上帝王了，阵地还有2个，而且他也有2个遗迹。虽然神罗还是较优一点，但神罗后面的步兵海有机会吗？
I really want to see Leenock take some stone and just stonewall the sides. It just feels like it's a constant
现在
threat with
还
your paper walls
没
here.
有
Just
打
get
出
some
去。
better control, and then you can focus so much more on the center. Because look at that, he constantly
小李
needs to
现在的
react.
问
And
题
what
是
army
他
are you
这一
really
盘
sending against
他
spearmen
再
and
不出
crossbow?
去，他会被关在里面了。小李，你赶快挖石头出去了，真的。现在这个先手又被 Beastqyt 打到了。
What happened there? He sent the villagers away, but instantly sent them back. Oh, that's going to be some losses. Leenock!
That's alright, he's got the villager printer.
Okay, but still gold in the hand there. Now armies coming over, so spearmen will be dealt with. Even population right now, even Stevens.
Yeah, very even. Siege works coming out as well for Leenock, so looking to invest in those units in the late game. We see on the other side that Siege works coming through for Beastqyt, so both players looking to invest.
小李再夹一波。
Look at this outpost, just providing constant line of sight. He anticipates every single raid.
Absolutely beautiful, and normally you just die to those elite.
Beastqyt 他地图全部都哨站，你打不到他。
He constantly has his eyes on the minimap and reacts perfectly.
Yeah, he's doing such a great job of just keeping his enemy out of his base, so really well done. Considering he doesn't have walls, the outposts are doing a great job of giving him that early heads up, and he's not missing a beat.
93村、96村、94对77。
Units dealing with those towers, one bombard at the front, and well, HIE kind of wants to make a push through the center work right now. Not going to be super easy though.
现在转火炮跟步兵 ，OK， 这个量够多，慢慢吃出去，慢慢吃出去，墙重新上，考虑上个10强吧。小李现在还没有挖石头。
But where? Where is he building those barracks completely far away from the battlefield? Really surprising me.
And now a little bit of a misplay. The Springalds coming forward for a bit of a hug with the Men-at-Arms. Men-at-Arms going to be running back, but you can see how fast those Springalds are. They have got the Yam network bonus. They've got the Siege Works bonus. They are so quick. And now focusing down that bombard on the back line. It's going to be trying to trade.
现在精锐骑士上去贴一波。
Second bombard going to be.
现在精锐上去贴一波 ，Beastqyt 这边弩兵还没升级上来。
Not enough lance connects in here, it seems.
Finally getting some kills against the Mangles in the back though, and apparently it is enough army for.
小李心跳终于上来了。
Leenock, let's go.
He's doing it. He's got 35 idols. He manages.
Let's go, babe. Let's go, babe.
He's got overwhelming numbers. How does he stop this many men-at-arms? It looks like Leenock is lifting, ladies and gentlemen. He might be.
冲啊，小李！
We talked about it. There was the potential that he could come in for a sweep.
李洛克
Looks like he wants to do. He's currently sitting 4-0. If he loses this game, he's out completely. He is just like. He's in top speed.
一盘一盘回打吧。
Days ago, he made a comeback happen from 3-1, came back to 4-3.
后面小李还有罗斯，还有法国，还有他的中国可以玩啊，还有机会啊。只不过 Beastqyt 他还有一个阿巴斯啊。 Beastqyt 他有神罗，后面看一下地图还有什么。这边弩炮，弩炮，弩炮，弩炮，弩炮。
Villagers, if he's quick, he should be able to repair.
Nope.
Not going to get it off.
Great micro there by Beastqyt. Still, I think Leenock in a 30-minute game was not on stone at all today.
Yeah, that's a really good point. I was actually thinking about that a bit earlier. I'd love for him to come out and drop a keep down right outside Beastqyt's base.
Oh, some emplacements on those. They're cheaper for HRE.
That's a really good point. We see him continuing to push forward.
神罗发功。
Going to be neutralizing this sacred site as well, stopping that goal.
现在弩兵勇敢往前走，这蒙古。现在神罗步兵海。
Big shots coming in.
Not enough to take out all those men-at-arms, and now you've made them angry. They've got their torches.
现在投石车有3台，直接人海战术淹上去，这一盘会打成4-1吗？会。会。
I think we might be going through to a game 6 right now, Nilly.
Oh, looks really good. Lots of low HP units there, though. If Beastqyt wanted to micro and look at that, he goes
小李加一波。
He's trying to make something happen, but still so much more reinforcements here for Leenock. Look at all those towers being placed down, but don't think they will finish.
Yeah, this is such a good position right now for Leenock. He's looking incredible, beginning to come through, pushing with those bombards. He's got units on the Razu. The Khan going to be going down if it's not careful. Looks like he was careful.
Careful
拐我一
enough
波。
indeed, and still stays with the army. Villagers are dying, more towers
现在
are
小李
falling here
起
as
死
well.
回
Beastqyt
生，
population, while Leenock is flirting with pop limits.
步兵海直接 snowball， 头也不回的 snowball， 直接往前靠。现在蒙古这个阵地战量不够，杀不死，量太多，神罗的步兵量太多。现在蒙古有火枪兵，但是他的火枪兵不符合历史。这蒙古历史上他有火枪兵吗？没有嘛。4代为什么蒙古会有火枪兵 ？Leenock 讲起你昨天是谁？你昨天是谁？你昨天是超级赛亚人 Leenock。等一下赢了这一盘，请你站起来大吼一声：“我是超级 Leenock， 我回来了！”提振一下士气。不好意思啊，我很喜欢帮人家脑补一些剧情。GG 了，牧场了，羊很多啊，吃到饱啊！399牧场吃到饱。蒙古为什么会有火枪兵啊？是说4代 ？GG。
He's on the scoreboard, ladies and gentlemen. If you wanted to see a reverse sweep, well, I got good news to you. It looks like it's getting started. Leenock gets back on the scoreboard. He's got one game finally, and Beastqyt, you can see a little bit upset, not particularly happy with that one. Leenock going to be celebrating a little bit, maybe a fist bump.
你没有看到小李走路都是有点虚脱的样子。
Went outside the room, then he was like,
yeah, then you do it.
And then he went back again.
Yeah, respectfully, yes. Very well played, though. Very scary. I mean, he was right on the edge there. There was a point where he was down in the villager count, half the amount of villagers that his enemy had. Lancers on the wood line, lancers on the gold mine, lancers everywhere. Dancing around like they just don't care. And then they did care because they died.
Yeah. And their families cared as well. What a crazy game. And Leenock, I think a lesser player would have been completely just flattered because the Lancer spread was so good. Leenock tried to rewall, but there were towers at the side always breaking in, and he just had to put out so many fires.
Yeah, there was fires everywhere. I mean, it was absolutely crazy. The top side open for 23 minutes before it got closed. The bottom side repeatedly broken into. The middle, I mean, over chop.
哦，蒙古历史上有火枪兵是吗？
From the very beginning, we saw it go up, and then the chop through was coming.
蒙古历史上有火枪
He
兵。
really struggled there, but he managed to
那这
keep
样
his
子，
cool.
我历史要重新复习复
Eventually
习
lowered to。below 90, I think he got down to.
Yeah.
Very cool for Leenock.
In his standards, that's like 25 for another person.
Yeah. Mister, he would be beating like maybe twice a minute at that rate. Yeah, it's kind of crazy, but very well played by Leenock. We're looking forward to game number 6. Who would have thunk it? Game number 6 in a grand final and a best of 9.
And also Beastqyt still can pick Mongolian Heights again. We have Lipany twice left in the pool as well.
Yep.
And maybe we can take a quick overview there. That's 3, 5. I'm missing a 4th map. Highview.
Highview, there it is. Got a lot of good options here. Beastie, on the other hand, not a lot of civs to pick from. Look at that. Holy Roman Empire, you wouldn't really want to be playing that on high.
小李应该出法国。
Definitely not. Abbasid, I mean, Abbasid's probably your best bet here. Now, Leenock's going to know that. So he says, all right, what's my counter to Abbasid?
Ooh.
Rus, apparently.
Rus.
Counter.
Yeah, and that could be quite some aggressive play. Quick reminder. Game 6, 7, and 8 will use the remaining civilizations. So Chinese, French,
阿拔斯打罗斯，如果算进去中国，小李能赢的话，法国打神罗也有机会赢。小李还没有放弃，有机会。
And Lipany
我要先去厕所。
map still there as well. So Mongolian Heights and Lipany twice in game 7, 8, and 9.
Beastqyt going to be taking a small break. Just going to be collecting himself. Obviously, he's up in the set at the moment, 4-1. He's on match point, but at the same time, he knows that he's playing up against a train that has attached its first cart and now begins hurtling down the hill much faster because it's got that extra momentum.
Yeah.
He needs to be careful. He needs to take a step back, a couple of deep breaths perhaps, and really reassess the situation. He's got a pretty decent matchup here. I suspect he's going to be happy with this. Abasid into Rus.
High view, Rus is pretty crazy good, I would say.
They are. What do we see coming out from our...
Oh, look at that. He's intense.
That is really intense right now. Leenock, you can see the focus just coming through.
He's a bit nervous.
Yeah, definitely going to be sitting here. He's thinking. He's trying to work it out in his head. He's thinking, all right,
what's turning more? The fan in the background or his head?
No, definitely his head. Yeah, no.
Okay.
The fan sitting about 5,900 RPM at the moment.
Yeah.
His head, at least 7,500.
Okay.
Yeah, it's a fast-moving head. Keep in mind, he's in third gear. But yeah, I think the big thing here is how does Leenock play this? So I don't think Rus is one of his highly played civs. I'd love to go and check right now. Perhaps like maybe Age of Empires 4 World knows this, but how many games has Leenock played? And then how many of those games have been Rus?
Well, we will see that. And meanwhile, I can tell you that Rus obviously great on high view because we have so many more wolves on this map. And with the Rus, you kind of want to collect a big bounty, advancing you in your bounty tiers, and then you can get more gold from your hunting cabins, you can have faster food income, and just 25 extra golds per wolf, and obviously we will see a lot of fight for those deer spots as well.
So going through the games played by Leenock, you can see he's played at the moment.
Overall, not N4C.
Correct, no, overall, at the moment. So the sample size looks to be about, I'm just going to do some quick math here, about 700 games. He's played 200 Chinese games.
So last week only.
Last week only, yeah. 200 Chinese games, 175 Abbasid games, 93 English, 67 French, 42 Holy Roman Empire, and this is where it starts to fall off. Mongols on 16, Rus on 12, and Delhi on 8. So Rus are his second least played civilization.
12 times?
In what I would estimate to be 700. I'll do some quick calculations.
I would say that's a pick rate of 1.9%.
Let's find out for you. I'm going to do all the math right here. Once our calculator loads up, it's a little bit slow. We're only running i3s on the observer PCs, it seems. We'll take a look. All right, here you go. 204 plus 175 plus 93 plus 67 plus 42.
Drongo, it's written there. Pick rate 1.9%.
617 games. You're right. It's a pick rate of 1.9%. Impressive
and
stuff.
you're doing math. I can't believe it.
On stream as well. That's bold. You mistype a 1 and you get yourself in a whole lot of trouble. Well, ladies and gentlemen, it looks like game number 6 about to start. We see Leenock's face up close. That means he was the victor last game. And welcome, welcome, welcome to game number 6 of N4C, the grand finals. It's a best of 9, $100,000 on the line. Beastqyt currently up 4-1. He spawns in the north of the map, playing as the Abbasid dynasty, playing on the color blue.
And on the other side, the player in the red trunks, obviously going for multiple scouts, trying to go for the higher bounty.
各位观众朋友们，我们今天的冠军战来到了第6盘了。
Leenock looking pretty strong at the start here, already over on his opponent's side of the map.
地图是高野市区阿拔斯达罗斯。
Has he located the second hunt just yet? It doesn't look like it. Doesn't look like it, but does open up with 2 scouts. So doing the right thing in this matchup.
Oh, and he finds the second spot.
No
really
way.
Fortunate for Beastqyt that early on.
No way he finds it. Does he really?
At the top, at the top.
If he keeps running, he's still... he gets it.
嗨，狮子你好啊。
Denying out these extra hunts from the Rus player, it's going to be
BC 苏丹打出1+1+4。
Perspective right now. I want to take a look and see.
苏丹现在太强了。
He's got just the first scout out on the map. Still got a couple scouts back at home. They're going to be working towards that. He's up on 105 bounty at the moment. Heading out in that direction.
哇，快睡着了，怎么办？
By his enemy.
The 4th deer spot at the bottom corner.
哇，现在是一样要追4盘啊，要追4盘才有机会5比4啊。小李有没有办法回稳这个状态呢？ 罗斯现在开局是3次猴开， Vortex 昨天罗斯开到四只斥候开，然后打一个大封建，把 Beastqyt 打挂。但是 Beastqyt 这一盘他玩的是阿拔斯，不是蒙古。这个地图还是罗斯 OK， 但是阿拔斯哪张地图其实开放式地图很强。
This is part of the difficult thing when you're playing in these big best of 9s. You're going to have to exhaust every single civilization in your map pool.
哇 ，Leenock 对啊 ，Leenock 还是没有机会。不是没有机会啦，我是说，很困难，很困难。
We still have to say though, out of those last 700 games, the win rate of his rules were 100%.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Wow. Okay, so not to be messed with. We'll see if he keeps it today, whether he looks to get that 100% win rate and keep it, but he does manage to find
哇哦，这里勾了4只狼，直接220，直接220。其实这一盘封建直接看罗斯怎么打吧。如果他是走专业斥候的话，走 Mista 那一套，虽然那个打法比较会流行了，但也是有机会出马弓。不过Leenock 应该是不会打马弓，这只有除了 Mista 以外，其他人玩罗斯不会打马弓。现在这版本不会玩，那有可能是抢军事。因为这边如果罗斯对农的话，没有什么优势啊。罗斯对农的话就是双 TC， 也有人打 Vortex 玩双 TC， 打这个高等交易所也是有的，但城堡可能扛不住阿拔斯。
Well, feels like it. We'll get quite some gold here, obviously. Now the big question, do we see... No, we won't. We actually saw wheelbarrow for Leenock.
Yeah, so something not so typical for most Rus players. Typically, you'd see a professional scout opening in this situation, but not going to be the case today. So going to be going for that wheelbarrow. Is this a sign of things to come? Do we potentially see him look to purchase some stone? Maybe drop down a second town center? He does like to play a little bit more boomy.
Yeah, absolutely. And that's why
小李要怎么打，很快就知道了，很快就知道了。他心里怎么想的？325赏金，不错。哦，这边掉一只。小李如果这一关能过，他还有这个法国跟他最强的中国，其实还有机会反打的。但这一盘必须过。
Yeah, so interestingly, going for the wheelbarrow. Obviously got fresh foodstuffs on the way, so sticking with the one base build order for now, nice and safe. Obviously he knows that he can get punished pretty badly if he's not paying attention, so you've got to be careful. But Leenock gathering up quite a bit of gold.
Beasty 是走轮走，
on the berry, something that we don't typically see this early in the game normally.
完全走经济线。
So weird to me. Is that a fast castle play? It has to be. He's not building any military. This is, I think, a fast
小李现在是完全没出军事。
This is quite interesting that what we're seeing here. So
没有军事建设，什么都没有。要直接走城堡，走城堡打马弓吗？不走专业斥候，直接走城堡。哦，要吐喽，要吐喽。
They have answers there with some spearmen in the front, some camel archers behind there.
现在 BC 过来侦查，了解一下有没有马厩，有什么其他怪怪的东西，什么都没有。
They are really tanky against town center fire.
Yeah, so I think Leenock here trying to identify a bit of a window. Obviously, Abbasid want to be making more than one town center to try and take advantage of that fresh foodstuffs, but for the moment, Beasty just going to be sticking it out in one TCs, working his way up towards that second TC.
现在那个 Leenock 是假装挂网啊，
which is going to give him room to
很大一
attack.
包啊。
Whether Beasty's going to close it or not.
The question is, do you even want to build the town center now if you're Beastqyt? I don't think it's high priority. I think you want to make sure that you get crossbows out, that you get to castle edge. Otherwise, those madams will be really good. Some spearmen coming over.
现在小李越来越接近这个城堡啦。
Look how far up he is already. You can see the resources. We're sitting at 6 minutes 30 right now. He's about to click up. So really impressive stuff coming out from him. It looks like we're going to have that second TC coming down, but look how far forward it is. This is a very confident TC from Beastqyt.
这个 TC 直接开在果实旁边很爽，但是现在小李直城要打装甲步兵。他刚刚去厕所想的战术是这一套。哇，这一包偷的很大，没有人螺丝偷这么大一包的。专业斥候也没点，直接偷这个直城。但现在的问题是只有一个单军营。如果这边有侦查到军营是直城的话，阿巴斯出弱攻是可以解的。
The big question: how is he reacting to it, and how is Leenock keeping up his food production because he's not on those berries?
He might look.
对，7分直城打直城。现在走3-1修道院，先捡遗迹，然后要打一波 all in。这边不太可能会回农。
So that's something he needs to consider. But also, his other option is to play it in H2, something we've seen Marine Lord do in this situation. Just go for a very heavy Camel Archer together with Horseman. That's another option that he's got. And we actually see he's just going for spears, and he's even getting the.
Beasty 现在是出马厩，可能要转骑手加弱攻。
Hardened Spearman there is what we will see, and a bit surprising, but as we said, Hardened Spearman together with Camel Archers quite okay as in defense against.
罗斯这一套打法，前中盘这果实外面吃完之后，他会有一个很大的空窗期啊，所以这10分钟内要决定胜负了。现在一支装甲步兵先劝退，现在一支装甲步兵先劝退，后面的装甲步兵要直接打 all in 吗？
So will delay his castle age timing a bit, and Men-at-Arms, well, they will trade okay against Spearmen and Horsemen for sure, even without any upgrades.
Yeah, this is quite interesting here from Beasty because he's going for a little bit of both, not really committing one way or the other. We see the Golden Age now being activated about 9 minutes, so a little bit later than what we'd normally see, but Beasty definitely holding on at this point of time. We see that a Warrior Mod going to be coming out, already one out on the map, going to be looking to capture those relics and bring it back nice and safe. Obviously looking to snag those ones in the middle before he
现在慢慢偷遗迹回来。现在 Beasty 双 TC 应该是过得还算是舒服。因为这边直城上来经济实在是不够力，打装甲双 TC 没有配冲车，不会有给到压力。这边的交换还算是 OK， 分米数现在是33对41。那遗迹捡回来之后是要打什么呢？只能 all in 吧，开双 TC 转弩兵。如果真的要砍中后盘的话，转弩兵。OK， 这边 Leenock 先捡2个遗迹回来，阿巴斯走城堡。
Yeah, Leenock here maybe showing a little bit of his inexperience on the Rus. Obviously, the Rus quite a strong civilization in the feudal. They got nerfed significantly.
该小李的心跳，他们的心跳现在显示不出来了。
For Leenock and probably overcommitting here a bit.
Yeah, feels like it, right? Under the town center there, quite some questionable moves here. We'll take an okayish fight. Horsemen are going back, but Beastqyt, he's fine with stalling this one out.
Yeah, pretty smart moves there from Beasty to try and just fight under the town center.
现在小李要决战啊！
I'd be curious to know whether Leenock has spotted out this second town.
这边转了一个长枪兵。现在 Beasty 是用量去吃这个装甲，3只装甲，4只装甲，5只装甲，现在遗迹减3个了。要找食物，找食物。
So typically we see Rus players in this situation go for that professional scouts. It helps out a lot with the food income and means that you've got food to last you normally until about 20-21 minutes. But that's not going to be the case here for Leenock, opting to play it a little bit differently.
现在这个经济不允许点工程科技。现在 BC 上来城堡直接出弩兵守。
end.
Could we see a Wololo up towards the north? I want to stay up there because if Leenock's paying attention, he might be thinking about.
来哦来哦来哦！呜呜呜！吹吹吹吹吹吹！呜呜噜噜呜噜！
Just wants to get those relics home. Wants to get to the 5 relic advantage. Still some more control left hand side. Oh, misplaced.
Yeah, a little bit of a misplay right there. Now
天哪！
underneath the town center, you can see the defense.
小李他不想污了，他只想拿一击回家了。
Well, Warrior Monk falling onto that sacred site. Action all over the map right now. Leenock really fighting for his tournament life.
40 villagers only though. Yeah, he got some relics. Will get up to 4, but it's a tricky spot. Abyssite will increase, and you won't get more than 4 relics with how much army Beastqyt has on the.
现在这个弩兵出来了，吹一下，吹一下，吹一下，呜噜噜。
Obviously got the higher villager count. Now look at the resources he's stacking up as well. Expect to see crossbows. Expect to see plenty of knights and also men at arms. He's going to be throwing in every single unit he can think of here. He's looking very strong.
Full control by him now is charging in for the.
现在骑手从侧翼开始要 raid 了，随时都有可能结束比赛啊。
Even against Leenock, who's so quick to react, but the raiding potential so good here by Beastqyt.
Yeah, BC looking very strong right now on this Abyssite. It's impressive to see the way the Abyssite has really come through in this tournament. Entering into this tournament was a bit of a meme when Mr. banned out Abyssite against Leenock. Definitely seemed to rise from.
现在6点钟方向是被 raid 到一波啊。
Those lancers are now coming in. Villagers have to be pulled. Oh, some losses as we predicted.
死2村。
The cavalry away though.
Yeah, Beastie pulling further ahead in that villager count. You can see he's up by 17 now, so looking.
现在 Leenock 4遗迹， 但是他现在其实罗斯的问题是食物啊，食物啊。
And still, it felt like professional scouts would have made the life so much easier for Leenock. Would have had all those food resources under his town center. He already killed all the deer, had the extra scouts. Just feels so natural for Roos.
And now he's transitioning to farms. He's going to find himself in a bit of a lull period. Whereas Beastie, he's out on the map. He's getting all of these. He's getting his own hunts. He's getting his own berries. He's feeling really good about himself. So yeah, Leenock definitely showing.
现在这个地图控制又慢慢被这个 Beastie 吃掉了。阿巴斯现在长大，经济科技领先，村民数64对48，村民数领先还合情合理。经济科技领先挺多的。
And then it just feels like he plays this one so defensively. Oh, Monk misclicked.
这边遗迹没放进去。罗斯直城上来，可是没有打 all in， 欧不起来，单军营欧不起来。哇，这痛苦了，这痛苦了。
Yeah, bit of a tough spot.
Late game, the dream scenario here for Leenock. Feels like Beastqyt. He has so much army on the field and has so many potential to find more raids. Let's take a look. Spearman here with a good defense, though. Leenock surviving, and yeah, his plans to get to that late game, and he goes for massive walls.
小李现在盖了很长的围墙。
Obviously, in that HRE game, we saw walls coming out quite well. But this is a really big, optimistic wall coming down now.
And that's somewhat scouted by Beastqyt.
哇，小李可不可？冲车来了，直接用村民解。现在刚好兵不在，投石车造好了，投石车造好了。
He needs to go for Imperial, and now Beastie sees that. He says, "Oh, you want to play for Age 4? Guess what? We're going all in, baby."
We are going all in, baby. So many low HP villagers. Now we can see the production here. More men-at-arms, more crossbows pushing in, and Leenock not really having any siege on the field.
Yeah, this is so tough for him. He doesn't have any counter springles. He does have a siege workshop though. Nothing.
小李开双 TC， 他后面开了双 TC， 想要回农，现在流程落后挺多，现在要怎么夹这一波？这边神女战士想要拼一波乌鲁鲁。
That was a risky move. Okay, drop off.
That relic has been out for quite some time. That's going to be like 400 golds worth of relic.
Feels like it indeed, and well, maybe some counter-attack spots to be observed.
哇，他这个遗迹修道院先放进去，结果过不到30秒要被拔掉了。然后他的3修道院在前面，也要被拔掉。正经们在后面。现在需要奇迹啊，需要乌鲁鲁，或者是需要投石车砸到很大一包那一种。4台冲车。要去睡觉了。
Beasty's like, no, that ain't
要回
gonna
仁
happen.
川
Now
了
we could really see he is trying his
怎么
best to
办
push so many units coming out
？Beasty
from him.
要跳起来
Look
了，
at the production
3700，
for,
这个是
three,
几
10
3万美
arms,
金
4 crossbows and phalanx.
And this is so tough for Leenock to hold, especially without siege. I don't know why we are so late there. We have 2 Springles on the field, clearly not enough, and those are 4 exposed relics at the front.
Yeah, this is not looking good right now for Leenock. Keep in mind, this is match.
现在要连
Leenock
上宝
loses
了
this
吗
game. It is all over Red Rover. Relic going to be sitting down on the ground.
4台冲车，2台投石车。
Because that one's pretty safe, but yeah, it's
Beasty 已
not
经
Not pretty.
坐不住了，
Now with the defense, okay,
钱已经汇一半在这个户头里面
That's
了
going。to be an aggressive one. With all the army that he has, he can afford an aggressive one.
Yeah, that's a really good point. Now, probably not going to be putting it.
现在捡了一
you know
击，
what,
要
you
拼
could
一
probably
发
get away
吗
with？ putting it right
现在
next
后
to
面
that
撒
red mark if
田，
you
工
wanted
程
to.
器不够，现在要连上
That's
宝
exactly。what he does. It's not looking good right now. Beasty
哇，
keeps
各
coming in
位
almost with a bit of
要
a
结
DM
束了
pass. I
吗？
mean,
好
he is
像
dropping
是
this right
哎
on the front line.。
现在小李他的僧侣战士没有在动，
Against those villagers, but now we see that once again, it looks like the Rus warrior monk going to be falling back with that relic.
Oh, this will be a tricky move. Low HP as well.
来，小李要上去了，小李要上去拼了。这个位置，好，完蛋了，我们要结束了，我们要结束了。
Leenock doing a pretty good job, cleans up both of those mangonels, but the keep does go up, and this is going to mean that it's almost impossible for Leenock to push into this position. Keep in mind, he doesn't actually have a military advantage. It's 73 versus 40. He is up against the edge of the rope right now. Is there anything he can possibly do to come back?
哇，我们买单了，我们要抽奖了。 随时要结束比赛耶，5比1。
Beasty looking very calm, cool and collected. He's sitting on 85 heart rate right now.
钱已经3/4到户头了，这最后一波。 最后一波，最后的巨头没有工程器的螺丝，没有专业之后的螺丝，下路硬扛，中路巨头守住。现在 Beasty 已经坐不住了 ，Beasty 已经脸上盖宝 ，Beasty 口水已经流出来了。我要回塞尔维亚领钱了。
Beasty is definitely looking incredibly strong, but Leenock not the kind of guy to tap out at this point in time. You can see his heart rate starting to move up a little bit higher.
这边对一个宝，但是这个是爷爷宝，哇，没了没了没了，哦，最怕。 不是今天为什么小李的这个心跳会这么低啊？98为什么？这边被大屠杀，村民数96对上48，这可能是最后一波会战。10万美金大赛最后的冠军是 Beasty 99%了，99%了。
Yeah, this is not looking good for Leenock. I think this might be a good game. I suspect he's probably going to try and stay in this fight for a little bit longer. He is, I mean, he's known as the Korean steamroller, but it definitely seems like he is out of steam right now. As the head goes on the hand,
抓头了。
classic esports, tongue out the cheek, and oh, I think he's typing in GG. It might be over, ladies and gentlemen. Good game gets called. Beastqyt is your victor. $100,000 N4C winner.
我们恭喜 Beasty 拿下冠军。
What an incredible performance!
但是我觉得他好像没有特别爽，没有。
What a run through it!
哇，小李虚脱。
Tough group stage went through 3-2, second in the group, and
哇 ，Beasty 没有想到，哇，
4-3 game against
钱好多啊！
Crazy set, and today
回去吃夏目尼吃年份都还有剩啊！
Leenock, I don't know what was up with him today. Definitely didn't seem like he was in the same gear that he was up.
好，我等一下会翻译一下最后采访，先抽奖啊，先抽奖。哎，也不用抽啦，5比1嘛。5比1的话，恭喜这个，我看一下，刚刚有讲到谁啊
？Let's set it over. Beastqyt, your champion, and he is happy with his trophy.
CK 什么的 ，CKJ 5408哦 ，CKJ 5408跟 H02我先把它记起来。不好意思啊，其他人我删掉了，其他我删掉了，不好意思。
Well, as you all know, in Berlin, we have all those bears sitting around, and we have a beautiful trophy here.
我先听一下这个采访。
I can show it a bit closer. Beastqyt, your champion, N4C champion here. Congratulations, Beastqyt. What a crazy good set.
Thank you so much. Appreciate it. That was a hard set. You know, Leenock is a very hard opponent, so I'm very glad the games went my way.
I want to ask you about the draft. It seemed like you had his number every single match, every single map. Did you feel the same way?
Yeah, so I spent about 2 hours this morning looking through the games he's played. Kind of like cross-referencing what he played on which map. When he lost, which civ he picked. So I knew that if he loses, which civ he's more likely to pick. So the draft went pretty much my way. I wasn't really surprised. The only civ I didn't know was Delhi was going to go. Even HRE, that's the matchup I wanted, but it didn't work out in the end.
Beasty 说今天早上花2个小时去看一下 Leenock 这一次比赛的比赛，然后他的 ban pick 全部都是照他的策略走，除了第3盘他选那个德里以外，但是他那个德里打得很烂嘛。然后第4盘蒙古打神罗也是在他预测中，只是没有赢下来，其他都是在他预测里面。
HRE and prevented the walls over and over again. Found so many villager kills. What was lacking in the end?
I think I kept trading Lancers for workers, and in most matchups that would work. But
好像也不用去翻译了哈。哇，就是碾压，就是碾压。好，我问一下大家 ，CKJ 观众跟 H02 观众在吗？在吗？在的话，可以在聊天室喊一下1或2吗
？Because he walled off and I had to go all the way around, which it delayed it quite a bit. So, yeah, I thought he defended that game pretty well and kind of transitioned into Imperial really well.
On Alta, you picked English against this Delhi. Delhi considered to be the best civ. How did you pull off that victory then?
Well, like I said, I didn't know where Delhi was going to.
看起来是不在啊。
Expected Abbasid
好吧。
China.
我这个留着。
So I felt like maybe English is one of my worst civs, so I wouldn't mind playing it against Abbasid, kind of playing the long game.
好啦，谢谢大家这1个多礼拜的陪伴，每天都转播到蛮晚的，大家也都辛苦了。那下礼拜会有黄金联赛的比赛，目前会不会转播还不一定。好，感谢大家的支持。 然后也祝那个狮子4月听说要当爸爸了，以后也是挺辛苦的。世纪帝国的部分，其他游戏因为我没有玩啦，但是世纪帝国可以一起支持起来。好，那下礼拜从礼拜2或礼拜3开始会回归2代的比赛转播，再次感谢大家。那得奖的观众朋友们，我会发布在这个 YouTube 上面的社群，提醒大家。 感谢大家的支持，那我们就礼拜2或礼拜3再见。大家晚安，大家晚安，感谢大家，大家晚安，拜拜，谢谢。